Tianshu Cave, Marrow Cleansing Pool. The proud emperor god from the East Continent had defeated Shui Luozi, which was shocking. This emperor god is so powerful. He didn't even activate his bloodline. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful figure in the East Baron. I've heard that the emperor god is a direct descendant of a martial emperor in the East Continent. He is very talented and is ranked second in the East Continent. What? Emperor gods could only be ranked second in the East Continent? I thought he was the #1 heaven's favorite in the East Baron. Then who's first? The one in first place is called Lu Ming. It's amazing. Di Xin is so powerful, but Lu Ming can suppress him. What kind of genius is he? It seems that this generation is indeed a great era. Even the East Continent has risen and given birth to geniuses like Lu Ming and the Emperor God. Many people sighed and marveled at the power of the Emperor God. They were also curious about how handsome Lu Ming was, who could suppress the Emperor God. This Blood Luo is really unlucky. He has lost a few rounds in the past year. A year ago, he was defeated by a sovereign called Lu Shaoqing. Now, he's defeated by an Emperor God. This is how geniuses fight for hegemony. The weak will sooner or later become the stepping stones of the stronger. Some people who had a grudge with Cold Blood Hall deliberately dug out the secrets of Cold Blood Hall. It seems like I'll have another strong opponent in the future. Demon Mountain Junue said, his eyes filled with a strong fighting spirit. This person is indeed terrifying. Yin Bupo nodded. His combat strength was almost the same as Shui Luozi's, so he was probably no match for an emperor god. Tianxia Academy has released news that Tianshu Cave is open. Anyone who passes can enter the Marrow Cleansing Pool once. Suddenly, a piece of news came and caused an uproar. What? The Tianshu Cave is open, and those who have passed can enter the Marrow Cleansing Pool. Is this for real? It's true. It's absolutely true. This news was passed down by the headmaster of Tianxia Academy. Heavens, it's great that I can enter the Marrow Cleansing Pool. I want to try it too. Stop dreaming. Everyone in the world knows that the Tianshu Cave of Tianxia Academy is frighteningly difficult. Only a few people have ever passed it. You won't know if you don't try. I heard that Tianshu Cave doesn't look at strength. Everyone who enters Tianshu Cave will face a different situation. There was even a martial king who managed to break through Tianshu Cave. That's true, let's go and try. After a heated discussion, countless people flew in one direction. Tianshu Cave? Marrow Cleansing Pool? I didn't expect that the Tianxia Academy would actually open the Marrow Cleansing Pool. I can fight for it. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Tianxia Academy's Marrow Cleansing Pool was famous all over the world. Entering the Marrow Cleansing Pool could allow a warrior's body to transform, complete sublimation, and finally reach perfection. One of the most important conditions to break through to the Martial Emperor realm was that one's physical body had to reach the complete 9th grade. However, after the body reached level 9, it was actually very difficult to reach perfection. There would be a threshold that was not easy to cross. However, in the Marrow Cleansing Pool, the body could be perfected, and the first foundation to break through to the Martial Emperor realm could be laid. This moved many of the heaven's favorites who wanted to become emperors. For example, Jing Kongling, Junyu, etc. Even those heaven's favorites who knew that they had no chance of breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm were tempted. Who wouldn't want to have a stronger body? Lu Ming was also tempted because his physical body had reached the 9th grade. If he could cultivate his physical body to perfection in the Marrow Cleansing Pool, he would have fewer things to do in the future. Lu Ming also got off the jade platform and followed the crowd in a certain direction. Soon, they arrived at a huge mountain peak. This mountain was extremely huge, and the bottom of the mountain was at least 100 miles wide. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge cave. It was the Tiangang Cave. From this side of the Tianshu Cave to the other side of the mountain, it was 100 miles long. As long as one passed through the Tianshu Cave from this side and came out from the other side, they would be considered to have passed the Tianshu Cave and would be able to obtain a quota to enter the Marrow Cleansing Pool. However, the Tianshu Cave was extremely mysterious. It was said that everyone who entered would encounter different things. Since ancient times, there were very few people who could pass through it, and it was extremely wonderful. I'll try. A young man rushed into the Tianshu cave, but not long after, a light flashed outside the Tianshu cave, and he was transported out. He returned to the crowd dejectedly. What's going on? What did you encounter? Someone asked. As soon as I entered, I met a powerful fierce beast. It severely injured me with one slap, so I was teleported out. Fortunately, the injury was fake and I recovered as soon as I came out. The man replied. I'll try. Another person rushed in, but after a while, he was also teleported out. Someone asked him, and he said that he had encountered a sword and cut him down. Everyone looked at each other. Sure enough, everyone encountered a different situation when they entered. It was impossible to know what flaws, weaknesses, and rules there were. Following that, the paragons entered the Tianshu cave one after another, but all of them failed. Not a single one succeeded. Junyu and the other heaven's favorites didn't move. Instead, they stood in the air and watched quietly. Lu Ming did not move. He was not in a hurry and let the others go first. In the end, Lu Ming closed his eyes and tried to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. For 10 consecutive days, countless people went in, but not a single one succeeded. They all failed and all of them were dejected. Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjin, and the other third-grade heaven's favorites also entered, but they all failed. Yin Bupo has gone in. Someone called out, and many people were shocked. Finally, a second-grade heaven's favorite made his move. Yin Bupo went in for a very long time. Half an hour had passed and he still hadn't come out. Don't tell me that Yin Bupo can make it through. Someone guessed. It was very possible that he had not come out after half an hour. It was possible for him to make it through. Second-grade geniuses were indeed different. Some people simply went to the other side of the mountain peak to wait, to see if Yin Bupo would come out from the Tianshu cave's exit. However, at this moment, a light flashed at the entrance of Tianshu cave, and Yin Bupo was also transported out. AI. Yin Bupo sighed. He had also failed. This Tiangang cave is too difficult. Even a second-grade heaven's favorite can't pass it. It's indeed too difficult. I wonder if the top 5 young warriors can make it through. Many people sighed. Buzz. A blood-red light rushed in. It's Blood Luo Zi. Someone recognized it. Apparently, Shui Luo Zi had recovered from his injuries. He also appeared here, planning to explore the Tiangang cave. Unfortunately, just like Yin Bupo, he was also teleported out after half an hour and failed. Next, Junyu, Goddess Tan Xiang, and the others tried, but they all failed. Wu Qingkong has gone in. Someone muttered. A white-robed young man with a long sword on his back stepped into Tiangang cave. Wu Qingkong was the #1 genius of the Tianwu sword faction. This was an extremely terrifying and powerful figure who was extremely famous in the central continent. There were strong and weak second-grade heaven's favorites, and Wu Qingkong was undoubtedly the most powerful one. He was known as one of the strongest people under the 5 young giants. Everyone watched quietly, wondering if Wu Qingkong could make it through the Tiangang cave. Chapter 1060 Yang Padian. It had been almost an hour since Wu Qingkong entered, but he still failed and was teleported out. Even Wu Qingkong failed. Can we even pass the Tiangang cave? That's right, this is too difficult. It can't be that he can't even pass the 5 giants, right? That's not necessarily true. Tianshu cave doesn't test pure combat power. Many people around sighed. Even Wu Qingkong could not pass it. It was too difficult. Wu Qingkong carried his sword and flew to the side. He sat in the air, looking calm. I'll try. The pure spatial spirit's body was surrounded by clouds and mist as he stepped into the sky and entered the rising sky cave. However, no one thought highly of the pure spirit. Even Wu Qingkong failed, so no one thought that the pure spirit could pass. However, after nearly an hour, a cry of surprise came from the exit of Tianshu cave. It's a success, the pure spatial spirit has succeeded. The exclamations rose and fell. What? The pure spatial spirit had succeeded? Let's go take a look. Immediately, the figures flew to the other side of the mountain. Even Goddess Tan Xiang, Junyu, Wu Chengkong, and the others could not help but fly to the other side of the mountain. When he flew over, he saw Qing Junling standing in the air. The pure void spirit had actually passed through the Tiangang cave. Buzz! Buzz! At this time, 2 beams of light flew down from the white jade palace in the sky and turned into 2 white-robed elders. They were the 2 elders of the Tianxia Academy. Ha, Miss Jing Kongling, congratulations on obtaining a spot to enter the marrow cleansing pool. Here's a token for you. The marrow cleansing pool will be opened in half a month. You can use this token to enter the pool. An elder laughed as he took out a token and passed it to Jing Kongling. Many thanks, senior. Jing Kongling thanked him and took the token. Countless people looked at Jing Kongling with envy. This was the token that allowed one to enter the marrow cleansing pool. Yin Bupo, Master Xue Luo, Junyu, and the others were even more envious. They were all people who had the ambition to become emperors, and the marrow cleansing pool could save them a lot of time. Wu Qingkong's eyes were filled with fire as he looked at Jing Kongling with possessiveness. Everyone knew that Wu Qingkong was a pursuer of Jing Kongling, but Jing Kongling did not seem to be interested in him. Sister Kongling, congratulations. Goddess Tan Xiang smiled and walked towards Jing Kongling to congratulate him. Fairy Tan Xiang didn't feel much about the marrow cleansing pool. She cultivated the Tao of inscriptions, so the strength of her physical body didn't matter much. The pure spatial spirit was also quite happy. At first, she didn't expect to pass. Then, everyone returned to the entrance of the Tianshu cave. A tall and straight figure stepped in. It's him, Di Shen. Many people's eyes moved. After defeating Blood Luo Zi last time, Di Shen's fame had increased and he had attracted a lot of attention. Many people were watching and guessing whether the Emperor God could pass through the Tiangang cave. It shouldn't be possible to pass. The pure spatial spirit is a special case. I really don't know what conditions are required to pass the Tianshu cave. It's too difficult to pass through the Tianshu cave. According to this ratio, there are less than 10 people in the world who can pass through it. Indeed, the Tianxia Academy had long known that not many could pass, so they opened the marrow cleansing pool. Otherwise, if anyone could pass, the Tianxia Academy would have suffered a great loss. Some people were chatting and waiting. Suddenly he passed. The Emperor God passed. Another cry of surprise rang out. What? You passed? How is that possible? A group of people was shocked and hurriedly flew over to take a look. As expected, they saw the Emperor God's figure at the exit of Tianshu Cave. The Emperor God had really passed through the Tiangang Cave. This Emperor God is amazing. Some people sighed and began to re-examine the Emperor Gods. The Emperor God had first defeated Blood Luo Zi, and now he had passed through Tianshu Cave. It was amazing. Naturally, many people thought of the name Lu Ming. Anyone who knew about the East Baron's proud sons of heaven knew that the number 1 in the East Baron was Lu Ming, not the Emperor God. Even Wu Qingkong's eyes shot out 2 beams of sword light as he stared at Di Shen. No wonder he's the Emperor God, the strongest junior of Di. In the crowd, Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. The Emperor God was indeed very powerful and had amazing talent. He had comprehended 3 kinds of intent realms and even had a terrifying intent realm like Space Intent Realm. In the War of Providence, Lu Ming had relied on the combination of the Tao of Inscription to barely suppress the Emperor Gods. In Lu Ming's heart, he had never underestimated the Emperor Gods. Now, more than a year and a half had passed, and the Emperor God had become even more terrifying. The 2 old men flew down from the white jade palace above and looked at the Emperor God in surprise. Another person passed, and it was indeed beyond the expectations of the Tianxia Academy. Young Master Di Shen, please take this token. You can enter the marrow cleansing pool to cultivate with it. An old man gave the Emperor God a token. The Emperor God took it and thanked the old man. Yang Padian has come. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the front. What? Yang Padian, one of the 5 magnates, has arrived. The crowd exclaimed in shock. Then they all charged forward. In the air, a young man stepped through the air. This young man had his hands behind his back and his hair was loose. He was tall and burly, and his eyes were bright and full of wildness. Step by step, he walked very slowly, but he exuded a supreme majesty. Everyone felt a huge pressure on their hearts. Wu Chengkong, Junyu, and the other heaven's favorites looked serious. The Emperor God's eyes were filled with fighting intent. Yang Padian, like the Emperor God, had also cultivated space intent. So this is Yang Padian, one of the top 5 young warriors. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at Yang Padian. Yang Padian gave him a very strong pressure. He had a feeling that this person was very strong and very dangerous. Yang Padian stepped on the air and walked into the Tianshu cave without looking at the crowd. He then disappeared. Let's go to the exit. Yang Padian should be able to pass through the Tiangang cave. Many people flew towards the exit of Tianshu cave. Even the 2 elders from Tianxia Academy didn't leave. Instead, they waited at the exit. Half an hour later, a tall figure stepped out of the Tianshu cave's exit. Yang Padian. He had indeed passed through the Tiangang cave. Amazing, amazing. The 5 magnates should all be able to pass through the Tiangang cave. That's right. The 5 magnates are too terrifying. In the past, they were all heaven's favorites that only appeared once in 1,000 years. But now, there are 5 of them in this generation. Many people sighed. The 5 magnates were the pinnacle of all heaven's favorites in the central continent. The ultimate goal of all the young people was really powerful. It was a sure thing that they would become supreme martial artists. In the future, it was also very likely that they would break through to the emperor realm. It could be said that they were all young emperors. I should also try. Lu Ming smiled. He came to the entrance and stepped in. Lu Ming did not attract much attention when he stepped into the Tianshu cave. Even if some people saw Lu Ming entering, they only regarded him as a small fry and did not take him seriously at all. Lu Ming passed. After Yang Padian received the token from the World Book Academy's elder, many people returned to the entrance of Tianshu cave. After Yang Padian put away the token, he directly stepped into the air and left, as if there was nothing worth his attention here. Someone else went in. Who was it? I wanted to go in and give it a try. I don't know. I don't know him. He's just a small fry. I think he'll be out in less than 2 minutes. What an exciting day. 3 people passed the Tiangang cave in a row. Yeah, but the strongest group of people have already entered. There shouldn't be anyone else who will pass. Many people were chatting casually, planning to wait for Lu Ming to fail and be teleported out. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes had passed and Lu Ming still had not come out. Nest, that guy can actually hold on for so long. Strange. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe he'll come out in a while. However, Lu Ming still did not come out after waiting for a long time. They could not help but look at each other. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the Tianshu cave, the surrounding environment changed. He came to a platform. A formation. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This Tiangang cave had an extremely powerful formation. No, my cultivation. At this moment, Lu Ming was shocked to find that his cultivation level was dropping rapidly. From the spiritual god realm to the spirit embryo realm, then to the spirit ocean, then to the king realm, and then to the grandmaster realm. In the end, Lu Ming's cultivation level dropped to 9th grade warrior realm before it stopped. His domain, 2nd and 3rd bloodlines were all sealed. Only the bloodline of the 9 dragons had not been sealed. The combat strength he could exert was actually similar to when he was in 9th grade warrior realm. There was a long spear stuck in the ground beside Lu Ming. In front of the platform, a figure condensed. It was a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back. Judging from his aura, he was at the 1 Dan Master realm. That long spear is a weapon for you. If you can defeat me, you will be able to move on to the next stage. The middle-aged man said coldly. Then he unsheathed his sword. A sharp sword light cut through the air, making an ear-piercing whistling sound, and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming pulled out the long spear beside him. He shook the long spear and cast the fire gun technique. Whoosh! The long spear turned into a rainbow light and arrived first. It pierced through the middle of the middle-aged man's eyebrows and killed him. The middle-aged man's figure collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Is this a test of my combat strength when I'm in 9th grade warrior realm? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. In the next moment, 3 figures appeared in front of the platform. They were 3 middle-aged men with the same cultivation and were all at the 1st grade master realm. The 3 of them unsheathed their swords at the same time and charged at Lu Ming. He shook his long spear and fought with the 3 middle-aged men. In a short while, he had killed the 3 men. When Lu Ming was in the 9th grade warrior realm, it was not difficult for him to kill a 1st grade master realm martial artist. After killing the 3 of them, the surroundings changed again. Lu Ming appeared on another platform. My cultivation has reached the 9th grade master realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He realized that his cultivation had reached the 9th grade master realm. Another middle-aged man appeared in front of him. He looked the same as the previous man, but his cultivation was completely different. The aura that this middle-aged man was emitting was clearly at the 1st grade Great Martial Master realm. As expected, it was testing Lu Ming's combat ability at each stage. There was nothing much to say. The 2 of them started fighting and Lu Ming killed the middle-aged man in one move. In the next moment, 3 1st grade Great Martial Master middle-aged men appeared. They were also killed by Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the 9th grade Grandmaster realm, while the opponent he faced was a 1st grade martial arts Grandmaster. The result was the same. Lu Ming overcame all difficulties and passed this round. In the next round, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the half-step king realm, and his opponent was at the 1st level of the martial king realm. At this time, Lu Ming discovered that he could use the power of his 2nd bloodline, but it could only exert the power of a half-step king. Lu Ming spent some time in this battle. This was because the further one advanced, the more difficult it was to cross realms and fight. However, Lu Ming still managed to clear it. Then, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to peak tier king while his opponent became at the 1st level of the spiritual ocean tier. This battle took even more time, but he still made it through. After that, it was the Great Circle of the Spirit Sea realm and the 1st level of the Spirit Embryo realm. Also passed. However, when Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the Great Circle of the Spirit Embryo realm and he fought against the 1st level of the Spiritual God realm, he finally met with a real challenge. In the beginning, when he was facing a 1st level spiritual god, Lu Ming could still be more relaxed and kill him in the end. However, he encountered a huge challenge when he fought against the 3 1st level spiritual god realm experts. Lu Ming did his best to fight against 3 1st level spiritual god realm experts. This battle lasted for half an hour. Lu Ming finally managed to kill the 3 1st level spiritual god realm experts with great difficulty. He was also severely injured. This is too difficult. If it's this difficult, how did the pure spatial spirit pass? How did the Emperor God pass? Lu Ming was speechless. It was hard to say for Yang Padian, but Lu Ming was certain that it was impossible for the pure space spirit and the Emperor God to kill 3 1st level spiritual god realm experts when they were at the perfected spirit embryo realm. Everyone faces a different situation in Tianshu Cave. Could it be that I'm unlucky and have encountered a difficult one? Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. At this moment, the surrounding environment changed. Lu Ming discovered that there was a cave in front of him and bright light was shining from the cave. Lu Ming had passed through the Tianshu Cave's exit. At this moment, Lu Ming realized that his cultivation had recovered to the 1st level of the spiritual god realm and the injuries he had suffered earlier had also healed. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward. As soon as he went out, he saw some people outside the cave staring at him with wide eyes, their faces full of disbelief. There were undoubtedly more people guarding the entrance of the Tianshu cave, but at this time, some people were already impatient. Who is it? Why didn't he come out after so long? I've been waiting for an hour. Yeah, who went in just now? Could he be another second-grade Heaven's favorite? I didn't see it just now. No, I've never seen that person before. I don't know him. You don't know him? He's just a small fish and he was able to go in for so long. Could it be that he'll pass? Impossible, it's impossible to pass. At this moment, a cry of disbelief came from the direction of the Tianshu cave's exit. Passed. Someone else passed. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? The voice was clearly transmitted over, causing the people at the entrance of Tianshu cave to be dumbfounded and look at each other. He actually passed? Who was it? Let's go and take a look. Almost everyone flew toward the Tianshu cave's exit. They were all surprised to see Lu Ming. This was because no one really knew who he was. They had never seen him before. Lu Ming looked around with a bitter smile, a simple and honest smile on his tanned face. Are they from the East Continent? Someone asked the Divine Emperor. No, I've never seen him before. The Emperor God shook his head. He is also not from our northern plains. The ones who spoke were a few burly young men who were carrying maces and axes on their backs and seemed to be mad. These were the Heaven's favorites from northern plains. It would be a waste to give it to you. He is not from Eastern Barren Territory or Northern Plains. He is definitely not from Western Desert. Could he be a Heaven's favorite from Southern Nether? Impossible. No one from the Southern Underworld has come here. The crowd around them continued to discuss and guess Lu Ming's identity. However, they could not guess that no one knew Lu Ming. The Tianshu cave is very mysterious. It doesn't necessarily mean that only the strongest Heaven's favorites can pass through it. Some ordinary geniuses can pass through it if they are lucky. Someone said. As soon as he said this, the crowd's eyes were filled with different expressions. Some people looked at Lu Ming with a burning gaze. Buzz. Buzz. Two white-haired elders descended from the sky. They were the two elders of the Tianxia Academy. The two elders were also very surprised to see Lu Ming. They had thought that after Yang Padian, no one would be able to clear the Tiangang cave. They did not expect that someone would be able to. Young friend, take this token. In half a month, the marrow cleansing pool will open. You can use this token to enter the pool. An elder took out a token and passed it to Lu Ming. Many thanks, senior. Lu Ming took the token and thanked him with cupped fists. The two old men smiled and turned to leave. Many people looked at the token in Lu Ming's hand with burning eyes. Among them, Wu Chengkong, Xue Luo Zi, and the other second-grade geniuses were the most excited. Excuse me, please. Lu Ming put away the token and smiled. He squeezed out of the crowd and walked toward the Wanxiang Jade Wall. He was no longer interested in who would challenge the Tianshu cave next. In the crowd, Blood Luo Zi's gaze was fixed on Lu Ming's back. Dandan, how's the research going? When he came to the Wanxiang Jade, he found that Dandan was still walking around and observing seriously. There's already some progress. Little brat, don't disturb this lord. After a while, this lord will definitely give you a big surprise. After saying that, he ignored Lu Ming and continued his research. This guy. Lu Ming smiled and ignored her. He looked for a suitable jade wall and continued to comprehend. The myriad image jade wall was all-encompassing and could really find anything. Before long, Lu Ming found an extremely mysterious jade wall. In front of this jade wall, Lu Ming could comprehend the profound principles of the concept of fire. Lu Ming studied it carefully. With his current level of comprehension, he had gained a lot. In just a few days, Lu Ming's concept of fire had gained a lot. He felt that he could make a breakthrough at any time and reach the lower tier of level 4. Lu Ming was overjoyed and continued to comprehend. After another 3 days, Lu Ming's concept of fire really broke through in one go and reached level 4 lower tier. This trip to the Tianxia Academy was worth it. He had gained a lot. Young hero, my young master would like to see you. At this moment, a young lady walked to Lu Ming's side with a sweet smile. Who is your young master? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Young master will know when you get there. It's on that mountain peak not far away. The woman pointed to a mountain peak in the east. All right, I'll go with you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and followed the young woman, flying toward the mountain peak. The mountain was only 100 miles away from the Wanxiang Jade Wall. There were two figures on the mountain peak. One of them was actually a blood luo master, while the other was an old man in a blood-red robe. He must be a master from Cold Blood Hall. Seeing Lu Ming, Xue Luozi smiled. How should I address you, brother? I'm from the mountains, so even if I tell you, Brother Xue won't know. I wonder why Brother Xue has called me here? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Oh, it's very simple. I want to buy your token to enter the marrow cleansing pool. How many raw stones do you need? You can name a price. Blood Luozi said. As expected, it's because of this matter. Lu Ming sneered in his heart. The moment he saw Blood Luozi, he guessed that he was looking for him because of the token in his hand. Brother Xue, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I don't have any plans to sell the token. Lu Ming smiled. Blood Luozi's face darkened at Lu Ming's refusal. You'd better think about it. The quota for the marrow cleansing pool is of little use to you. It'll only be a waste. Only in my hands will you be able to bring out the greatest effect. Zhang Xian said. There was a threatening tone in his voice. He looked at Lu Ming with a hint of disdain. He meant that it was a waste for Lu Ming to have the quota for the marrow cleansing pool. Whether I waste my time or not is my own business. There's no need for Brother Xue to worry. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lu Ming said coldly and turned to leave. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying and powerful aura rose up and a strong pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. It was Xue Luozi. At this moment, Xue Luozi's eyes were cold as he said, Kid, you have to give it to me even if you don't want to. It's a pure waste of a heavenly treasure to keep it on you. It can only display its greatest effect on me, you know? It'll only be of the greatest use on you. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He looked at Blood Luozi in disdain and said, First, you were defeated by Lu Shaoqing, and then you were defeated by the divine emperors. How can a loser like you act so high and mighty? In my opinion, it's a real waste to give you the spot. How audacious! Xue Luozi roared with a cold look. Kid, I was going to buy it from you with raw stones, but it seems like I don't have to. Just hand it over, or you'll know the consequences. The old man beside Blood Luozi also stared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. That old man was definitely an expert, the terrifying expert. He gave Lu Ming a very dangerous feeling. However, Lu Ming was not afraid because he was in the Tianxia Academy. Idiot! Therefore, Lu Ming looked at Blood Luozi in disdain and said, You think this is Cold Blood Hall? This is the Tianxia Academy, and the Emperor is in charge. I'm afraid the Emperor has seen what you've done. Do you still want to rob it? You. Xue Luozi gritted his teeth. Indeed, this was the Tianxia Academy. Lu Ming had obtained the quota to enter the marrow cleansing pool through the Tianshu cave. If Lu Ming gave the quota to him, the Tianxia Academy might not care. But if they wanted to snatch it, the Tianxia Academy would not sit by and do nothing. He thought that with his status, Lu Ming, this kid who appeared out of nowhere, would definitely be scared to death. He would give him face and give him the token obediently. He did not expect Lu Ming to not give him any face at all. Kid, you can't hide in Tianxia Academy forever. You'd better leave yourself a way out. The old man coldly spoke. This was a blatant threat. It meant that if Lu Ming left the Tianxia Academy, no one could protect him. Hee. Lu Ming sneered. He was too lazy to say more. He ignored Blood Luozi and the elder and turned to leave. This made the old man and Blood Luozi so angry that their faces turned green. They were actually ignored by Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked toward the Wanxiang Jade Wall but was stopped by another person on the way. Wu Chengkong from the Heavenly Martial Sword Sect. He carried a long sword on his back, his posture as straight as a sword, and stood in front of Lu Ming. Chapter 1063 Perfected Physical Body. Your Excellency, what's the matter? Lu Ming asked coldly. Hand over your token and give me the quota for the marrow cleansing pool. Wu Qingkong went straight to the point. Lu Ming sneered. It was indeed because of the quota for the marrow cleansing pool. These people really treated him as a soft persimmon. Jing Kongling had the floating mountain sect behind him, and Yang Patian was someone they didn't dare to offend. The Emperor God had displayed great combat strength, and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was behind him. They didn't even look for him, but instead, they looked for him. There was no doubt that Lu Ming, this person who had suddenly appeared, had become highly sought after. Idiot! Lu Ming did not bother with Wu Qingkong. He took a step forward and, like a stream of light, arrived at the nature jade wall in an instant. He continued to look for the corresponding jade wall to comprehend. Wu Qingkong's eyes were sharp and cold as he looked in the direction where Lu Ming had left. Lu Ming was very displeased. If these guys continued to pester him, Lu Ming did not mind using thunderous means to teach them a lesson. He continued to search for jade pieces. Not long after, Lu Ming found a jade piece with a profound thunder concept and studied it in detail. Time flowed like water. Half a month had passed since Lu Ming passed through the Tianshu cave. At this moment, someone came to inform Lu Ming that the marrow cleansing pool had been opened and he could enter. Lu Ming followed the person and flew over many mountains. They came to a small hill. When he arrived, he realized that Jing Kongling, Di Xin, and Yang Patian had already arrived. Seeing Lu Ming, Qin Junling smiled. The Divine Emperor sized Lu Ming up curiously. Yang Patian, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back and did not even look at Lu Ming. All right, open the marrow cleansing pool. There were a few white-haired old men here. The mental energy fire between their eyebrows jumped and runes appeared, entering the hill. Kaka! The hill split open, revealing an ancient bluestone road that led to the front. Go, the marrow cleansing pool is just ahead. You only have 3 days. Once the 3 days are up, you must come out. An old man reminded, and everyone nodded. Yang Patian took the lead and walked towards the ancient bluestone road. After that, Di Xin, Jing Kongling, and Lu Ming stepped onto the ancient road and moved forward. After stepping on the ancient road, a place full of spiritual qi appeared in front of them. On the ground, there were 9 pools, which were covered with a faint mist, like 9 celestial pools. This was the marrow cleansing pool. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He did not expect that there would be 9 marrow cleansing pools. However, the area wasn't large. Each bite was only a few meters in radius. The 4 of them each chose one and walked over, stepping into the marrow cleansing pool one after another. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the marrow cleansing pool, he immediately felt a mysterious power in the surroundings that continuously drilled into his body. It was the pool water. It was the power transformed from the pool water. The water in the marrow cleansing pool had a mysterious power. Of course, it was not just the water. The entire marrow cleansing pool had a field energy that aided the water to permeate every part of Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming could feel that his physical body was improving rapidly. Initially, Lu Ming's physical body had already reached the 9th rank. At this moment, he was constantly climbing toward the peak of the 9th rank. It's so comfortable. Lu Ming sighed. Originally, cleansing one's meridians and marrow was an extremely painful thing. However, there was no pain at all here. Instead, he felt comfortable all over. Lu Ming could clearly feel that the impurities and dirt in his body were being cleared by a kind of wonderful energy. It made his body purer and dustless. Time passed by quickly. 3 days passed just like that. Voila! Lu Ming rushed to the marrow cleansing pool with a burning gaze. So good! Lu Ming felt refreshed and his body was empty. Right now, his body was simply perfect with perfect lines. His body seemed to be made of stainless divine gold, powerful and pure. Complete grade 9, complete grade. Is this the limit of the physical body? Lu Ming felt it carefully and his face was filled with joy. He had a feeling that his physical body had reached perfection and had reached a limit. It was impossible for him to improve it any further. If it continued to rise, it would no longer be a mortal body, but a whole new level. Jing Kongling, Di Shen, Yang Patian, and the others also came out of the marrow-cleansing pool with smiles on their faces. Obviously, they had also gained a great harvest. Yang Patian was the first to step out, and then the others came out of the marrow-cleansing pool one after another. Outside, a few old men were still waiting. When they came out, the old men carved inscriptions and the hill returned to its original state. Boom, boom, boom. It was at this moment that 9 pillars of light shot up into the sky in the distance. The heavens and earth shook, and it was extremely shocking. Everyone looked in that direction in shock, because that was where the myriad elephant jade wall was. What was going on? Could this be the Holy Mansion? The Holy Mansion has opened. A few elders from the Tianxia Academy were excited and their voices trembled. Holy Mansion. Lu Ming and the rest were shocked. It was said that the 10,000 elephant jade wall had a great secret. It was connected to a divine treasury and a secret realm. It was very mysterious. 30,000 years ago, that divine treasury could still be opened occasionally, and supreme experts would enter to cultivate and comprehend the Tao. It contained great opportunities. However, 30,000 years ago, a terrifying war broke out in the central continent. There was a rebellion in the ancient Saint dynasty. That war directly weakened the power of the ancient Saint dynasty's Xie clan, and the central continent was split up by the various emperors. In that battle, the world's academies were also seriously affected. In the end, even the method to open the divine treasury was lost. From then on, no one had ever opened the divine treasury and the Saint Mansion. Could it be that it had opened again? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming and the rest rose into the air and flew in the direction of the myriad elephant jade wall. At this moment, Lu Ming saw beams of rainbow light flying out from the huge white jade palace in the sky. Beams of light flew out from all the peaks of the Tianxia Academy toward the Wanxiang Jade Wall. Very soon, Lu Ming and the group arrived. At this moment, all of the Wanxiang Jade Walls glowed, and inscriptions emerged. They gathered into 9 huge pillars of light that shot into the sky. Outside the 9 pillars of light, there were countless figures standing. Apparently, the heroes who were meditating on the myriad elephant jade wall had been expelled for some reason. Buzz! As soon as Lu Ming arrived, a little turtle leaped onto his shoulder. Dandan, what's going on? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Ha Lu Ming, how is it? I've deciphered the secret of this place and activated the formation. Dandan sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming smugly. You did it. Lu Ming was a little speechless. In fact, he had already guessed that it might be because of Dandan. He did not expect that it was really Dandan who did it. This place is connected to a secret realm. It's amazing. Dandan sighed. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, more and more people appeared in the air. Some of the elders were exuding terrifying auras. Supreme martial artists. There are so many supreme martial artists. Lu Ming was all too familiar with this aura. It was the aura of a supreme. Some of them were martial arts supreme masters, while others were inscription Dao supreme masters. There were no less than 10 of them. The secret realm of Saint Mansion. The Tianxia Academy did indeed have people who cultivated the way of inscription and martial arts. Their strength was extremely powerful and unfathomable. There were also many whose auras were weaker than Supremes, but that was only in comparison. In fact, they were also extremely powerful and were definitely high-level spiritual gods. The Saint Mansion has opened. The Saint Mansion that hasn't been opened for 30,000 years has actually opened. The headmaster's decision is correct. The voices echoed in the sky. Buzz! Suddenly, an old man stepped out and rushed towards one of the light pillars. However, as soon as he rushed in, a look of horror appeared on his face and he let out a miserable scream. The next moment, his body exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Many people gasped and shivered. The old man was definitely a high-level spiritual god, but he had died just like that. What was going on? How could this be? It said that anyone can enter the holy mansion, so why did Elder Wu die? A voice of disbelief was heard from the Tianxia Academy. 30,000 years ago, no matter if it was male or female, old or young, no matter how strong one's cultivation was, they could enter the Saint Mansion to find opportunities and cultivate there. But just now, why did that old man die? Has the rules of the Saint Mansion changed? Someone made a guess. Many people thought it was possible. After all, the Saint Mansion had been closed for 30,000 years. It was possible that the rules had changed. In this way, no one dared to act rashly. No one knew if they would die if they rushed in. After that, the Tianxia Academy sent experts to investigate and see what was going on. The news of the reopening of the Sage Mansion of the World Academy spread like a storm. Dandan, do you know what's going on? Lu Ming brought Dandan to a mountain peak 100 miles away and asked. According to my speculation, those 9 pillars of light are the spatial paths, the passages to the secret realm. However, these passages contain an aging array, which has a requirement for the age of the entrance. However, I haven't studied the specific age restrictions, so I'm not too sure. Dandan explained. There's an age requirement? That's strange. Lu Ming was a little surprised. According to the rumors, there was no age limit in this mystic realm 30,000 years ago. However, there was no point in overthinking. Lu Ming then cultivated while waiting for news. Lu Ming did not want to miss it if he could enter the secret realm. It was said that there were great opportunities in the secret realm. In the past, there were often ultimate powerhouses cultivating in there. If those ultimate powerhouses could leave something behind, it would be a great opportunity. That was because the strongest people in the world were all emperors. As time passed, more and more people came to the Tianxia Academy. Many major forces received the news and a large number of people rushed over. In fact, some of the overlord forces even sent their supreme martial artists. For example, the forces closest to the Tianxia Academy, such as the Floating Mountain, Cold Blood Hall, Sky Eagle Castle, Tianmu Sword Sect, Demon Mountain, and the Ji family. There were also many people from smaller forces. Even more geniuses had arrived. For a time, the world's academies were filled with strong people. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. At this time, the Tianxia Academy released news that they had already investigated the rules of the entrance to the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Only creatures under the age of 50 could enter. Those above the age of 50 would die if they entered. Moreover, the Tianxia Academy and the supreme leaders of the various forces had already discussed that anyone from the major forces could enter. However, because there were too many people who came to the Tianxia Academy, many of them were below the age of 50. It was obviously not feasible for so many people to enter. Therefore, the Tianxia Academy planned to conduct a screening. Only those whose combat strength had reached a certain level could enter. It was said that the secret realm of the Saint Mansion was very dangerous. If one didn't have enough combat power, they would die. A day later, a huge array rose in a huge square of the Tianxia Academy. This array was the selection place. Anyone under the age of 50 could come here to participate in the general selection. Only those who passed could enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. The square was surrounded by a sea of people. Countless people from all the major forces had gathered. Lu Ming was also among the crowd. There were some people standing in the sky. Many of them were old men, and some of them looked young. Everyone knew that these people were the supreme being experts of the major forces. In this formation, puppets will be formed. You guys can enter and kill them. Every time you kill a puppet, there will be essence chi covering your body. At first, it will be red, but as more and more essence chi is gathered, the color of your essence chi will change. Then it will be orange, yellow, green, and finally purple. Only when the color of the spiritual essence gathered in your body reaches yellow will you pass the test and enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. If you don't reach the yellow color, you will be eliminated. The test begins now. In the sky, an old man from the Tianxia Academy announced the selection rules. The rules were simple. They had to enter the formation, kill the puppets, and accumulate essence qi. Once the essence qi reached a certain standard, they would pass the test. As soon as the old man finished speaking, many people rushed into the formation. There were many young men, but most of them looked to be in their 30s or 40s. This time, those below the age of 50 could enter. Those who were 50 were half to one generation older than Lu Ming's generation. Naturally, there were more people. This formation could accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. However, a few minutes later, people were continuously being teleported out. They were covered in a layer of light, but they were all red. He had clearly been eliminated. These people haven't even reached the spirit embryo realm, so they naturally can't enter. Lu Ming shook his head. He could tell the cultivation of these people. More than 10 minutes later, more people were eliminated. Many of these people were covered in an orange glow, but they were still eliminated. Most of these people's cultivation was below the 6th level spirit embryo realm. After that, the people who were teleported out were all covered in yellow. These people all revealed looks of joy because they had succeeded. As long as the light on their bodies reached yellow, it would be considered a success. It seems that it's more or less enough to reach the 6th level spirit embryo realm and above. Lu Ming thought to himself. He realized that the people who had succeeded were generally at the 6th level spirit embryo realm or above. However, there were also young prodigies whose cultivation was below the 6th level spirit embryo realm, but their combat strength had obviously reached the 6th level spirit embryo realm or above. More than an hour later, the first batch of people who went in came out. The strongest few people were covered in purple light, which was extremely shocking. Lu Ming saw that Junyu and Xue Luozi were all covered in purple light. However, most of the people who were covered in purple light were in their 30s or 40s. These people had been cultivating for a long time, and their combat strength was very strong. In the second batch, tens of thousands of people entered. From this, it could be seen how many people were gathered in Tianxia Academy. And this was only for those below the age of 50. If there was no age limit, the number of people would be terrifying. Lu Ming was also in the second group. Once he stepped into the formation, a puppet that looked like a demonic beast formed and pounced at him. Those below the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming threw a punch, turning all the puppets into dust. At the same time, red essence qi flew over and covered Lu Ming's body. Following that, more puppets were formed. However, they were too weak and were easily killed by Lu Ming. The light that enveloped Lu Ming's body also slowly solidified and brightened. Slowly, the strength of the puppets that appeared became stronger and stronger. They had reached the spirit embryo realm, but Lu Ming still dealt with them with a single punch. Chapter 1065 Entering the Secret Realm. A few minutes later, the glow covering Lu Ming's body had turned orange. Just wait until you pass. Lu Ming thought of this and slowed down. Lu Ming planned to pass the test. Entering the secret realm of the Saint Mansion and making a fortune quietly was the most important thing. If he was too dazzling, he was afraid that many people would target him. Lu Ming deliberately used his movement technique to avoid many puppets. After dragging it out for more than 10 minutes, the light on Lu Ming's body turned yellow. At this time, he deliberately let one of the demonic beasts scratch him. Then, a ray of light shone on Lu Ming and he was teleported out. When Lu Ming went out, many eyes fell on him. As Lu Ming had passed the Tianshu cave previously, he naturally received a lot of attention. However, at this moment, when they saw the glow on Lu Ming's body, they immediately caused a commotion. Nest, it's the kid who broke through the Tianshu cave. Why did he only hold on for so long? And why is he still emitting a yellow light? Like I said, he's just lucky. I guess he just happened to encounter something easy when he was challenging the Tianshu cave. It said that in ancient times, someone passed the Tianshu cave without encountering anything. He's just lucky. He's trash. That's right, so this person is a weakling. I thought he was a rare heaven's favorite. I'll spit. All around them, pairs of disdainful eyes looked at Lu Ming and sneered at him. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He knew very well what was going on. Why should he care about other people's opinions? Lu Ming walked to the side and closed his eyes to rest. So you're a good-for-nothing. Shui Luozi sneered. Wu Qingkong's eyes were cold. The selection continued. More than 100,000 people participated in the selection. In the end, 20,000 people passed the selection and could enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Junyue, come up. Shui Luozi, come up. Kong Ling, come up. At this moment, the supremes of the major forces were summoning their heaven's favorites. Then Junyu, Shui Luozi, Jing Kongling, Wu Qingkong, and the other strongest heaven's favorites all flew up into the sky. What's this for? Someone was surprised. I know. It said that 30,000 years ago, the strong people of the world's academies could get a rare treasure from the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, called the Saint Mansion Life Talisman. They would carry a piece of the Saint Mansion Life Talisman with them. If they were killed in the secret realm, the life talisman would save the wearer's life and let them resurrect outside the Saint Mansion's secret realm. What? There's actually such a valuable treasure? That's right, but there aren't many of them left. I guess the major forces spent a lot of money to buy them from Tianxia Academy to protect the lives of their strongest geniuses. This is simply cheating. Many people sighed. They were both envious and helpless. With such a life talisman, he could be unscrupulous in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. He didn't have to worry about losing his life. In that case, he could go to some dangerous places without worry. Naturally, Lu Ming heard everyone's discussion. He could only sigh. It was really good to have a big power as a backer. Very quickly, the various heaven's favorites were distributed. Everyone, I can tell you that the secret realm of the Saint Mansion is divided into 9 areas, so there are 9 light pillars. Each light pillar will appear in a different area. Now, each of the 9 forces has a light pillar. The other forces will follow the 9 forces in. Let's set off now. I'll say it again. Those who don't pass the screening are prohibited from entering. Otherwise, kill without mercy. A white-haired old man from the Tianxia Academy announced the rules. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He was extremely majestic. Everyone trembled. This was a supreme being, and no one dared to disobey him. They immediately flew toward the Wanxiang Jade Wall. All of you, follow us in. Some of the young men from the Sky Martial Sword faction pointed at a group of people. These people were from the smaller forces and had to enter with the 9 forces. This time, a total of 8 overlord forces had come, in addition to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Although the Valley of the Medicine Masters was not an overlord force, it had a good relationship with all the major forces and was very strong. It could be considered a major force and occupied the 9 pillars of light. The people from the small forces that were selected by the Sky Martial Sword faction followed the people from the Sky Martial Sword faction obediently and entered a light pillar. As expected, those below the age of 50 were fine. With a flash of light, they disappeared. You guys, come with us. The Demon Mountain experts pointed at a group of people and entered a light pillar. Each force selected a group of people and entered a pillar of light, disappearing. You guys follow me. A brawny man from Cold Blood Hall pointed at a group of people. Lu Ming was among them. No, we're following Cold Blood Hall. Why do I have a bad feeling? Someone said in a low voice. He was very afraid of Cold Blood Hall. Cold Blood Hall had always been known for their ruthlessness. What's wrong? You don't want to follow us? Then don't go in. What are you bunch of trash going in for? The man from Cold Blood Hall shouted coldly, his eyes cold. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward. He saw a cold gaze staring at him. It was Blood Luo Zi. Lu Ming sneered. There were no senior experts in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. If these people continued to push their luck, Lu Ming would not mind killing them. In the end, the chosen ones still followed Cold Blood Hall and entered the light pillar. This was a great opportunity. Who would want to miss it? There was a flash of light. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself on flat ground. This area was very flat, but there was a huge mountain standing in the distance. From the top of the mountain, a ray of light was emitted, forming a light shield that covered a huge territory. Lu Ming and the rest were now in the light shield. My true essence is being suppressed. It's hard for me to even fly. Me too. It's that light barrier. It has a powerful suppressing effect. At this time, a series of voices came from the surroundings. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and saw many Cold Blood Hall members. There were also many people who had entered the light pillar with him. Those who entered the same pillar of light would appear together. Lu Ming gave it a try and realized that his essential core was indeed greatly suppressed. Even if he could fly, his speed was extremely slow. There's a treasure on the peak of that giant mountain. Let's go and take a look. Many people had their eyes on the mountain and rushed forward. Suddenly, a scream came from the front. Light flickered, and flames soared into the sky. Someone was turned into ashes in the flames. Formation, there's a great formation here. Someone shouted. Lu Ming also rushed forward and observed carefully. Indeed, the path leading to the mountain was filled with arrays and it was very dangerous. However, this further proved that there was a treasure up ahead. Otherwise, how could there be so many formations? Look, there are spirit herbs in front. Someone exclaimed. There was a small purple tree on a small hill in front of them. The small tree was crystal clear as if it was made of purple jade. One look and one could tell that it was extraordinary. There's more than one. Someone had found another spirit herb. On the way to the mountain, they found a lot of spirit herbs, all of which were extraordinary. Some people speculated that they were all at least level 8 spirit herbs, and there might even be level 9 spirit herbs. Many people's eyes were burning. The overbearing Cold Blood Hall. Finally, someone couldn't help but carefully identify the formation, looking for a gap in the formation and carefully move forward. However, the formation glowed, and a few more people were killed in the formation. Everyone was finally afraid. Although spirit herbs were good, one had to be alive to enjoy them. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Many people wanted to retreat and leave this place to seek opportunities elsewhere. Bush. Suddenly, a group of people in blood-red robes surrounded them. They were all Cold Blood Hall experts. What are you guys doing? Why are you blocking our way? Someone asked. What are you doing? Since we let you come in with Cold Blood Hall, you should at least do something and make a difference. Otherwise, what's the point of you trash coming in? Go ahead and lead the way. A burly man said in a cold voice. This man was in his 40s, half a generation older than Lu Ming and the others. His chi and blood were surging, and his aura was extremely powerful. His cultivation was unfathomable. This time, he was the leader of the people from Cold Blood Hall. What? You want us to explore the way for Cold Blood Hall with our lives? No, I won't agree to that. A man in his prime refused. There were formations in front of them. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went to scout the way for Cold Blood Hall? You don't agree? Then die. Buzz. The brawny man from Cold Blood Hall took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of the man. The man wanted to resist, but he was enveloped by a terrifying force and could not move. Poochie. The brawny man from Cold Blood Hall stabbed his hand into the man's chest like a knife. The man let out a shrill scream, and then, under everyone's horrified eyes, his body shriveled up and turned into a dry corpse. Cold Blood Hall's bloodthirsty technique. Someone's voice trembled and his face was filled with fear. Now, are you guys going in or not? The brawny man from Cold Blood Hall looked at the crowd coldly. Everyone's face turned pale. I knew it. I wouldn't have a good ending if I followed Cold Blood Hall. I shouldn't have come in. Someone sighed. However, at this time, it was useless to say anything more. The group of people could only move forward. Brat, hurry up and go. Huang Kuei was among the Cold Blood Hall disciples, and he had his eyes on Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Huang Kuei but did not make a move. Instead, he walked forward with the others. Xue Luozi stared at Lu Ming and sneered, his eyes cold. Hurry up. If you don't leave, kill. The brawny man shouted coldly. His name was Xue Feng, and he was the top master of the previous generation in Cold Blood Hall. Many people gritted their teeth and stepped forward. Light flickered, and a large array appeared. In an instant, more than 10 people were killed. It's too dangerous. I'm just looking for death if I go up like this. I beg you, let me go. Some of them were trembling in fear and begging for mercy. What is it called? Some people were not fine? If you keep shouting, I'll kill you right now. Xue Feng said maliciously. Sure enough, some people were fine. They didn't encounter the formation even after moving forward for 100 meters. This area was not completely filled with formations. There were some gaps that could be used to move forward. However, one needed to observe with good eyesight, and not everyone could see it. Lu Ming's figure flickered and he continued to move forward for more than 100 meters, but nothing happened. This kid's luck is pretty good. Blood Luozi stared at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Previously, Lu Ming had refused to give him the opportunity to enter the marrow cleansing pool. As a result, he harbored a grudge against Lu Ming and had been looking for an opportunity to kill him. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the area and identified it carefully. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell which places were gaps and there were no arrays. His figure flickered left and right mountains before he came to a small hill. There was a small purple tree growing here. It was only a meter tall and was like purple jade. Essence chi filled the air and it was very extraordinary. Purple gold tree. Lu Ming recognized the small tree. It was an upper 8th grade spiritual herb. If it was nurtured well, it could even bear purple gold fruits and evolve into a 9th grade spiritual herb. Lu Ming dug out the purplish gold tree and kept it. He would plant it in the mountain and river diagram when he had the time. Hey kid, what are you doing? Who told you to keep the spirit herb? Quickly throw it out and give it to us. Huang Kuei had been staring at Lu Ming. When he saw that Lu Ming had put away the spirit herbs, he immediately shouted. Idiot! Lu Ming cast a glance at Huang Kuei and said indifferently. What did you just say? Kid, you're looking for death, you're dead, you know you're dead. Huang Kuei shouted angrily. Xue Feng and the others also looked at Lu Ming. Oh, come and kill me. Lu Ming pursed his lips. If you have the ability, don't come out. Huang Kuei looked at Lu Ming ferociously, his face flushed red. However, he did not dare to step forward. You cowardly rat. Lu Ming pursed his lips. His figure flashed and he went to another spiritual herb. Very soon, he had also kept the other spiritual herb. No, he knows the Tao of inscription and can see the gaps in the formation. Xue Luozi roared as he saw through the situation. Lu Ming's movements were as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. He was so fast that it did not seem like he was trying his luck. Instead, he could see the gaps. Haha, this group of idiots. On his shoulder, Dandan laughed heartily, her eyes shining. There were so many spirit herbs here that he was almost drooling. During this period of time, Dandan had eaten a large amount of spirit herbs. He felt that he was constantly recovering. He had already recovered a little and remembered many things. When he saw the spirit herbs at this time, his eyes simply shone. Damn it. Xue Luozi, Huang Kuei, Xue Feng, and the others gritted their teeth, wishing they could kill Lu Ming. Those who were lucky enough to survive the formation stopped moving. They did not need to fear Cold Blood Hall people in the formation anyway. Lu Ming's figure flashed and at least 7 to 8 spiritual herbs entered his pocket. This group of trash, They really deserve to die. Use the sealing crystal. Shui Feng's killing intent flashed as a white crystal appeared in his hand. Senior brother Shui Feng, are we going to use the sealing crystal now? Shui Luozi and the others felt their hearts ache. In order for their disciples to enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion and obtain opportunities, the major forces had prepared many secret treasures. The sealing crystal was an extremely rare treasure. Once it was used, it could freeze a formation, making it unable to explode. It was the most practical way to explore some secret realms. Yes, that mountain is no small matter. There should be a great treasure inside. Shui Feng clenched his teeth and then squeezed the crystal. Instantly, the sealing crystal shattered and turned into a layer of white light that rushed forward. Wherever the white light passed, it was as if a layer of white frost had been laid on the ground. All the larger rays were frozen. It's the sealing crystal. The formation is sealed. Let's charge. Buzz. Buzz. Those who were forced by cold blood Hall rose into the air and rushed into the depths of the mountain. You're looking for death. The cold blood Hall people shouted coldly and chased after the people from the small forces. A terrifying battle broke out in this area. Brat die. Huang Kuei was the first to charge at Lu Ming. His blood-red claw radiance was aimed at Lu Ming. The claw ray was as sharp as a knife aimed at Lu Ming's heart. It wanted to devour Lu Ming's blood and suck him dry. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming moved and slapped him. Chapter 1067 Abusing Blood Luozi. Lu Ming smacked his palm and the space trembled violently. This palm seemed to be able to suppress the heavens. Before the palm reached him, Huang Kuei felt as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him, and he couldn't even breathe. No, no. At this moment, he was panicking, shocked, and afraid. Lu Ming's small palm was so big that it could cover the sky and the sun in his eyes. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on his body and a terrifying force exploded. Huang Kuei's entire body exploded into pieces. This time, everyone was shocked. Huang Kuei was the second most outstanding talent among the younger generation in Cold Blood Hall, but he was killed by Lu Ming with one slap. Kid, you do have some strength. But how dare you kill the talents of Cold Blood Hall? You're courting death. The Shui Luozi roared. He stepped in the air and a blood-red light shot up into the sky. He clenched his fist in the air and a saber formed, slashing at Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had killed Huang Kuei with a single slap, Blood Luozi was still confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Huang Kuei was only at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, but he was already a spirit god. He could kill Huang Kuei with a snap of his fingers. He did not believe that Lu Ming, who had suddenly appeared, could be his match. Boom! Lu Ming made his move and it was still a slap. Boom! Blood Luozi's saber light was shattered by Lu Ming's palm. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed toward Blood Luozi like a stream of light. Roar! During this process, dragon roars rang out from Lu Ming's body continuously. Dragon energy burst out one after another, and soon there were 5 bursts of dragon energy. Now that Lu Ming's physical body was complete rank 9, he was extremely powerful. Even if he used all his dragon energy, there would not be any scales on his skin. He could control everything. 5 dragon energies burst forth, and Lu Ming's strength increased rapidly. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck down with his palm. Sila! In Lu Ming's hands, the space was torn like a rag. The terrifying power made Blood Luozi shiver. Not good. Shui Luozi was shocked. Blood vessels appeared above his head and turned into blood-winged bats. With a loud roar, the space surged toward Lu Ming like waves. However, Lu Ming's palm slashed across and the sound wave was split in half. A terrifying force exploded and slammed heavily on the blood-winged bat. With a shrill scream, the blood-winged bat was sent flying, and blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. A second-grade heaven's favorite, Blood Luozi, was sent flying by Lu Ming with one move. His blood splattered across the sky. This was simply unbelievable. Who was this person? He was too terrifying. Previously, when he saw Lu Ming participating in the selection, he thought that Lu Ming was a weakling. Now, it seemed that Lu Ming had clearly hidden his strength. His actual combat strength was simply terrifying. Kill! Lu Ming took a step in the air and used the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps. His figure instantly appeared on top of the blood-winged bat's head and he stomped his feet. Boom! 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 The terrifying power exploded and the space was destroyed. The violent power hit Xue Luozi and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body collapsed and he turned into a human. Bang! Lu Ming stomped hard on Blood Luozi's nose. His face caved in and he fell heavily to the ground, creating a huge pit. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Currently, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the middle stage of the first-level spiritual god realm, which was slightly higher than Xue Luozi's. In addition, his 5 types of intent realms were almost at the 4th-level lower tier. With the 5 bursts of dragon energy, the power was too strong. Moreover, after Lu Ming reached the spiritual god realm, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique was even more terrifying. He could completely crush the Blood Luozi without even having to activate his blood meridian. Stop! You're looking for death, kid! The Cold Blood Hall members reacted and charged at Lu Ming with furious roars. Those who dared to attack Lu Ming were all in their 40s or 50s. They had cultivated for 10 to 20 years more than Lu Ming and the rest, so their cultivation levels were very high. In an instant, 5 experts pounced on Lu Ming. 3 of them were 2nd-level spiritual god realm, and 2 were 3rd-level spiritual god realm. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and 2 more bursts of dragon power erupted. The 9 dragon bloodline was now at divine level 7, and there were a total of 7 dragon powers, all of which were now erupting. Lu Ming's strength was extremely powerful. When he struck out with his palm, the world shook and the space shattered. Bang! 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 In an instant, Lu Ming threw out 5 palm strikes and exchanged a palm strike with each of the 5 experts. Bang! 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 The 3 2nd-level spiritual god realm men screamed as their bodies exploded. They were killed in one move. The 2 3rd-level spiritual god realm experts were also severely injured. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood and retreated rapidly, their eyes filled with fear. Around them, the eyes of the people from the small forces almost popped out. Initially, they thought that Lu Ming was a weakling. Now, they knew that he was clearly a demon king. However, they were overjoyed. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more beneficial it would be for small forces like them. They would have a chance to escape from Cold Blood Hall. Swallow! Lu Ming's left palm clenched in the air and the devouring power burst forth. The blood essence and energy of the 3 1st-level spiritual god realm experts that were killed were all devoured by Lu Ming. Lu Shaoqing, you're Lu Shaoqing. Blood Luozi was still alive and shouted. He had fought with Lu Ming before and recognized the devouring power. What? He's Lu Shaoqing? Those who had heard of Lu Shaoqing's name were shocked. Kill! Lu Ming stepped on the air and charged towards the 2 injured 3rd-level spiritual god realm experts. The 2 of them were frightened and retreated at top speed. However, their speed could not be compared to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's body was like a stream of light, closing in on them at top speed. His palm pressed down on the void and struck at the 2 of them. The 2 of them tried their best to block, but it was still useless. The palm force pressed down, and their arms exploded. Their chests caved in, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They were barely breathing. Little thief, you're looking for death. Kill! Xue Feng roared. The other experts followed suit and pounced at Lu Ming. There were a few hundred people from Cold Blood Hall. Most of them were middle-aged strong men with strong cultivation and combat strength. Xue Feng was the most terrifying. Like a ray of blood light, he appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant. With a punch, endless blood light flashed and spread, pressing down on Lu Ming. This attack was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's expression changed and he also threw a punch. The two fists collided. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was blasted away like a cannonball. He retreated 10,000 meters and smashed a first-level spiritual god expert into pieces. What powerful battle strength! Lu Ming felt his fist go numb and the blood in his body was in turmoil. He was a little shocked. Xue Feng's strength was beyond his imagination. No wonder he was the top talent of the last generation of Cold Blood Hall. How dare you kill an expert from Cold Blood Hall? No one can save you today. Xue Feng's killing intent was like a tide as he closed in on Lu Ming. Around him, there were flashes of blood as other experts charged at Lu Ming. Die. Lu Shaoqing die. At this moment, Blood Luo Zi had already struggled to get up. He glared at Lu Ming, his eyes about to spew fire. He was actually abused so badly by Lu Ming. His nose bridge was stepped on by Lu Ming and was deeply pressed down. His face was beyond recognition. He, the Blood Luo master, had never been humiliated like this. His hatred for Lu Ming could not be described with words. The battle with the last generation Cold Blood Hall experts. Kill! Xue Feng was still the fastest, and he was the first to arrive. His fists were like blood diamonds, shining with a crystal-like luster. With a punch, the space was shattered, and it was extremely terrifying. Fourth-level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's gaze was solemn. Xue Feng's cultivation should be at the fourth level of the spiritual god realm. He was a very powerful genius with unparalleled combat strength. Lu Ming's entire body was surrounded by the five-colored concept, increasing the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique. He threw a few punches in a row. Boom! Boom! The two fists collided and the sky shook. It was as if two gods were fighting. Then, Lu Ming was once again sent flying far away. It seems like I have to use my third bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Xue Feng was too strong. Even if his talent was not as high as Xue Luozi's, it would not be lower than Huang Kuei's. He should have awakened a 7th-level divine-level bloodline. When he was young, he should have been a third-grade heaven's pride. If they were at the same level, Lu Ming could easily kill such a prodigy. However, Xue Feng's cultivation was too high. He was at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, which was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming. In the spiritual god realm, there was a huge gap between each level, which was difficult to make up for, let alone a gap of 3 levels. Moreover, the opponent was also a top genius. Kill! In the surroundings, 3 men in their prime pounced over at the same time. Powerful auras filled the air. They were all 3rd-level spiritual gods. Moreover, these 3 people were a level higher than the 2 3rd-level spiritual gods from before. Bang! 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 Lu Ming threw out a punch and exchanged 3 blows with the 3 of them. The 4 of them retreated at the same time. Behind him, Xue Feng quickly charged over. Buzz! At this moment, the mountain peak in the distance trembled. A bright light spread out, shocking everyone. That is, a door? Someone exclaimed. Everyone saw a door of light appear on the peak of the mountain. It was crystal clear and resplendent, emitting a brilliant light. Treasure, it must be a peerless treasure. Let's go! Some of the people from the small forces exclaimed. Then, they rushed toward the mountain peak with blazing lights. Don't even think about it. Some Cold Blood Hall people also rushed over. Brat, you're lucky. Xue Feng glared at Lu Ming fiercely. He actually let go of Lu Ming and rushed towards the mountain peak. Although Xue Feng's combat strength was strong, Lu Ming's combat strength had also exceeded his expectations. It would be very difficult for him to kill Lu Ming in a few moves. If the treasure was taken by the people from the small forces, it would not be worth it. Therefore he also rushed over. Charge! The other Cold Blood Hall members also rushed over. Xue Luozi glared at Lu Ming coldly and followed the Cold Blood Hall disciples. How can I leave when there's a treasure? Lu Ming smiled and rushed over as well. Although Xue Feng was powerful, He still had a trump card that he had not used. If he used it, he would definitely have no problem escaping. Therefore, Lu Ming was not afraid at all. Buzz. Whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Everyone flew forward, and after flying for a while, they discovered that there was no formation in front of them. That can't be a medicinal garden, right? Lu Ming looked behind him. The area that he had just passed looked like a herb garden. That was why it was protected by an inscription array. As they continued forward, a huge group of palaces appeared in front of them. The palace complex seemed to occupy a large area, but it was very ancient and full of the aura of time. Many places had collapsed. The mountain was right in the middle of the palaces. It looked as if the mountain had fallen from the sky and crashed into the center of the palaces, crushing a large area. At this moment, the door of light on the mountain was even more resplendent. He could vaguely see a jade talisman floating in the light door. The light door was a strange phenomenon formed by the light emitted by the jade talisman. Treasure, it's definitely a treasure. Someone shouted greedily and rushed toward the palace. Get lost, you bunch of ants, you're looking for death. Die. Xue Feng shouted in anger as he continuously punched out. His fist radiance broke through the air and instantly, more than a dozen martial artists screamed as they were killed. The others were shocked and quickly avoided Xue Feng. However, there were many people from the other major forces, and some of them were experts. After avoiding the blood seal, they didn't give up and continued to rush forward. A few hundred people rushed towards the mountain peak. Lu Ming followed behind at a steady pace. The palace complex was not dangerous, and there were no formations either. The group flew over smoothly and arrived in front of the mountain. This mountain looked like a tiger lying there. It looked very lifelike, as if it was carved from a huge rock. On the peak of the mountain, there were strange lines protruding, like petrified tree roots. What a strange shape, what a strange mountain. However, they didn't have much time to think about it. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the door of light and the jade talisman. The jade talisman was right on top of the tiger's head. Everyone flew towards the mountain peak. An intense battle had erupted. The Cold Blood Hall's experts were extremely domineering. They charged at the people from the small forces, killing a large number of experts and staining Tiger Mountain with blood. No one noticed that the fresh blood that was scattered on the mountain had seeped into the mountain and disappeared, as if it had been devoured. This is the moment. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He used the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps and turned into a stream of light. He instantly surpassed the experts of Cold Blood Hall and rushed toward the light door. Brat, you still dare to come? You're looking for death. Xue Feng bellowed and continuously swung his fists at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a few steps and dodged the fist radiance. Let's attack together and kill him. Blood Luo Zi shouted and ordered everyone to kill Lu Ming. Kill, kill, kill. Some of the Cold Blood Hall disciples charged at Lu Ming, while the rest continued to rush at the light door. At this time, dozens of people from the other small forces had been killed. The remaining people were frightened and no longer dared to fight for it. They desperately retreated. Cold Blood Hall had complete control of the battle. Xue Feng's speed was the fastest. Just as he was about to rush out of the light door, his eyes revealed a burning flame. This jade talisman was definitely a valuable treasure. It might be a powerful inheritance. Whoosh! At this moment, a dark light shot out from the mountain and swept towards Xue Feng. Xue Feng was shocked and immediately threw out a few punches to block the black light. A tree root, no, a vine. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He realized that the thing that attacked Xue Feng was a vine. Who dares to stop me? You're courting death. Xue Feng roared as he punched out with both fists, wanting to crush everything. At this moment, Lu Ming had already exchanged more than a dozen moves with the Cold Blood Hall people. There were more than a dozen people surrounding Lu Ming. There were a few powerful experts. Buzz. Buzz. Blood light filled the air as the experts of Cold Blood Hall activated their bloodlines. 3 of them had 5th-level divine level bloodlines, and their cultivation was at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. They were the most powerful and had astonishing combat strength. These 3 were the main forces to fight against Lu Ming. Some of the others had 4th or 3rd level divine level bloodlines, and their cultivation levels were in the 2nd or 3rd tier of the spiritual god realm. They were the elites of Cold Blood Hall and had strong combat strength, but Lu Ming could handle them easily. They were mainly 3 experts with divine level rank 5 bloodlines. A 5th level divine level expert was already very talented and had powerful combat strength. In addition, his cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. When the 3 of them joined forces, their combat strength was naturally astonishing. Bloodthirsty Vine. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming was really angry. A drop of blood appeared on top of his head. It was the 3rd bloodline. The 3rd bloodline emerged and a trace of energy poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body suddenly burst out with a shocking killing intent. Lu Ming's jet black hair turned blood red in an instant. His eyes were like blood-red gemstones, filled with a terrifying murderous intent. Kill! Lu Ming's strength increased greatly after he borrowed a trace of the 3rd bloodline's energy. He struck out with his palm, and the saber in the hands of a 3rd-tier spiritual god expert with a 5th-level divine level bloodline was shattered. Lu Ming's palm struck him and his body immediately exploded. Buzz! Above his head, the 3rd bloodline twisted and turned into a blood-red sword in Lu Ming's hand. His killing intent grew stronger and enveloped the dozen Cold Blood Hall experts. They shivered from head to toe. Whoosh! With a flash of blood-red light, the blood-red sword slashed out, cutting through the void. 4 to 5 spiritual god realm experts were cut into 2 by the sword and died one after another, including an expert in the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm who had awakened a 5th-level divine bloodline. Ah! The rest of the people screamed in fear and retreated frantically, distancing themselves from Lu Ming. Why would I? Not far away, Xue Feng, Xue Luozi, and the others widened their eyes in shock. How could Lu Ming be so terrifying? His combat strength was too shocking. Lu Ming could even kill a 3rd-level spiritual god realm expert in seconds. Kill! Lu Ming's eyes were cold and his killing intent was like a tide. He held the combat sword and charged at the other Cold Blood Hall members like a god of death. He waved his sword and a few more heads flew up. Swallow! Then, he clenched his left palm and the devouring power burst out, trying to devour the blood essence and vital essence of the Cold Blood Hall experts. This was because he discovered that there was a powerful force in the mountain that was also devouring the blood of the Cold Blood Hall members. Lu Ming was a step too late and only devoured a small amount. Most of the blood was devoured by the mountain. What's going on? Before Lu Ming could react, banging sounds could be heard from the mountain. The tree root-like protrusions that were spread on the mountain actually moved. The rocks exploded and turned into vines that whipped toward Lu Ming and the rest. Shrill screams were heard. Some Cold Blood Hall members were pierced by the vines and shriveled at a visible speed. The vines wriggled like straws, absorbing the blood. Bloodthirsty Vine. This is the legendary Bloodthirsty Vine. Some Cold Blood Hall disciples exclaimed. It's actually the Bloodthirsty Vine. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It turned out that the protrusion on the mountain was the Bloodthirsty Vine's vine. It was probably because too much time had passed that the vine was covered with a layer of soil. The soil had turned into rocks, so everyone thought that it was rock at first. But it was the Bloodthirsty Vine. The Bloodthirsty Vine was a terrifying creature. It had appeared in ancient times and was almost extinct in recent times. Every time the Bloodthirsty Vine appeared, it would cause a catastrophe and bring about a bloody storm. This was because the Bloodthirsty Vine could constantly devour fresh blood. As long as it devoured fresh blood, the Bloodthirsty Vine's strength would continue to evolve. It was truly terrifying. Many Cold Blood Hall disciples turned pale with fear. Whoosh! Whoosh! Some of the vines were even thicker than humans and were incomparably huge as they charged towards the crowd. Cold Blood Hall disciples were constantly killed and their blood was sucked dry. Among them, Xue Feng suffered the most attacks. Several thick vines surrounded him because his qi and blood were the most concentrated. Damn it. A blood leopard with 7 golden chakras appeared above Xue Feng's head. Xue Feng had a 7th level divine level bloodline. He had transformed into a blood leopard and had astonishing battle prowess. The blood leopard's claws slashed out, and several spatial cracks appeared in the space, tearing apart a blood-colored vine. The other bloodthirsty vines were also severely injured. Lu Ming was also attacked by 2 vines. The blood-red sword gleam slashed and one of the vines was cut off. This bloodthirsty vine has just woken up and its combat strength is not strong. Let's join forces and kill it. Xue Feng shouted. Kill! All the Cold Blood Hall experts who had awakened their divine bloodlines activated their bloodlines and attacked the blood-red vines together. Boom! Boom! The energy shot out and the rumbling continued. The blood-red vines were blown apart and broken one by one. Some of the energy landed on the mountain, causing it to explode and rocks to fly everywhere. When the rocks on the mountain exploded, everyone was shocked to find that there were hairs under the rocks. Inside were bodies of flesh and blood. Those are demonic beasts. This time, everyone was clear in their hearts. This tiger-shaped mountain wasn't a huge mountain. It was clearly a huge demonic beast in the shape of a tiger. From the looks of it, the tiger-shaped demonic beast and the bloodthirsty vine had a great battle, and in the end, both sides were injured. The tiger-shaped demonic beast was killed and fell into this group of palaces, while the bloodthirsty vine was also seriously injured and dying. It wrapped itself around the tiger-shaped demonic beast. After a long time, it had covered its body with a layer of rocks, looking like a mountain. But now, stimulated by the fresh blood, the bloodthirsty vine woke up again. Hurry up and get the jade talisman, then leave this place. Xue Feng roared. This was a bloodthirsty vine that had lived for an unknown amount of time. It had been sealed for such a long time, yet it could still wake up. It was too shocking and made people's hearts tremble. Xue Feng had a bad premonition and didn't dare to stay any longer. He wanted to take the jade talisman and leave this place as soon as possible. Squeak. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound was heard. Boom! The mountain trembled, and at the highest point of the mountain, a huge protrusion shook and rocks exploded. That was the main body of the bloodthirsty vine. The bloodthirsty vine was about to awaken completely. Just now, it was only the vines that had moved. Just like an octopus, it had only moved its tentacles earlier, but now its main body was about to wake up. Xue Feng transformed into a blood leopard and pounced forward, blocking many of the vines. The other Cold Blood Hall disciples rushed toward the jade talisman. Whoosh! Lu Ming swung his sword and cut off a vine. He then used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and charged toward the jade talisman. Die! The blood sword slashed, and a terrifying blood-red sword mark cut through the sky, cutting more than a dozen Cold Blood Hall experts in half. Little thief, I will kill you. Xue Feng roared. His eyes were bloodshot. So many experts had been killed by Lu Ming. He wanted to vomit blood. Unfortunately, he was blocking a pile of vines alone and couldn't get away at all. Cold Blood Hall will be the ones to die today. Kill. Lu Ming said coldly and charged forward, killing a few more people. That damned Lu Shaoqing. In front of him, Xue Luozi was terrified. He gritted his teeth and rushed toward the jade talisman. He was only a few dozen meters away from the jade talisman. But at this moment, a few vines rushed out from the ground and whipped towards him. Damn it! He roared angrily, but he was blocked. Bang! Bang! The rocks exploded, and more vines appeared around the jade talisman, blocking all the Cold Blood Hall experts. Lu Ming, leave the jade talisman to me. Dandan spread rumors to Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and threw her in the direction of the jade talisman. He stared at Blood Luozi. He took a step forward and charged at Xue Luozi. Peak first level spiritual god realm. Damn it, stop him. Shocked, Blood Luo Zi quickly retreated and hid behind the other Cold Blood Hall experts. Lu Ming dashed forward and swept his sword across. Cold Blood Hall experts were killed one by one. Of course, not all of them were in the spiritual god realm. Many of them were in the spirit embryo realm. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. In a flash, Lu Ming appeared in front of Blood Luo. No. Blood Luo Zi screamed and tried to escape, but Lu Ming's sword cut him in half. What? The next moment, Lu Ming frowned. He saw a ball of white light wrap around Blood Luo Zi's body and fly into the sky. The next moment, Blood Luo Zi's body regrouped. He was not dead, but his eyes were filled with hatred. Lu Shaoqing, Cold Blood Hall will not let you off. With a loud roar, Xue Luo Zi disappeared in a flash of white light. Life Talisman. Lu Ming muttered. He had heard that the most powerful geniuses of the major forces had the life talisman of the Saint Mansion. Even if they died, they could be resurrected outside. It seemed to be true. Amazing! Lu Ming sighed. This kind of life talisman was integrated with the heaven and earth rules of this secret realm. It was mysterious and unpredictable. As long as one wore the life talisman, one could not be killed. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. However, the others from Cold Blood Hall did not have this kind of treatment. If they died, they would really die. At this time, Dandan rushed toward the jade talisman, and at least a dozen vines whipped at him. Dandan stepped in the void, and an inscription formation appeared. Its body actually flashed in the air, avoiding the vines, and rushed past, appearing in front of the jade talisman. He grabbed the jade talisman with one claw and stuffed it into his mouth. "Let's go, we got it!" Dandan shouted and ran forward. At this time, an ear-piercing sound resounded through the world. In the sky above the mountain, the rocks exploded. The main body of the bloodthirsty vine had completely awakened and let out a furious roar. It was a lump-like object, like a root, with countless vines extending out from it. Countless vines danced wildly and whistled through the air. In an instant, dozens of Cold Blood Hall disciples in the spirit embryo realm were killed by the vines and their blood was all devoured. After devouring the fresh blood, the bloodthirsty vine's aura became stronger and more terrifying. "Go, quickly go!" The Xue Feng roared. He waved his claws and broke several vines before running forward. The remaining Cold Blood Hall disciples also fled for their lives. Dandan was extremely agile, and its inscriptions glowed. The vines actually couldn't catch it. Lu Ming stepped on the air and flew in the direction of Dandan. "Buzz!" Dandan leaped onto Lu Ming's shoulder and shouted, "Go! Quickly go!" It was because the bloodthirsty vine had its eyes on them and was chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and his speed was shockingly fast. With a flash of light, his figure disappeared into the distance. In all directions, the people from the small forces and the remaining Cold Blood Hall experts took the opportunity to escape. After running for tens of thousands of miles, the Cold Blood Hall people rushed out of the light shield. Without the light barrier suppression, their speed skyrocketed. They turned into streaks of blood light and disappeared from this place. They only stopped after they had traveled a few 100,000 miles. Then they all looked at each other. "Lu Shaoqing, you deserve to die." Xue Feng almost vomited blood as he roared with red eyes. Tragic, too tragic. Cold Blood Hall had sent in hundreds of people, but at this time, there were less than 100 people left. At least 200 people had died. Most of them were spirit embryo realm martial artists, but there were also quite a few who were strong practitioners of the spiritual god realm. The most important thing was that the 10 strongest people of the young generation of Cold Blood Hall were almost all dead. Only 2 people were left, and there were only 3 people left, including Master Xue Luo, who was still alive because of the life talisman. It was really too tragic. The losses were incomparably heavy. Among them, Lu Ming had killed more than 10 spiritual god experts. There were not many spiritual god experts even in the overlord forces. Lu Ming had killed more than half of Cold Blood Hall's previous talents. Lu Shaoqing, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human. Xue Feng roared, his voice spreading out for hundreds of miles. Lu Ming sprinted madly. After tens of thousands of miles, he had also rushed out of the light shield's range. His speed increased greatly, but the bloodthirsty vine was chasing after him. Lu Ming used all his strength and flew for hundreds of thousands of miles before he managed to shake off the bloodthirsty vine. This guy is really hard to deal with. After finding a secret place, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram. He heaved a long sigh and then began to refine the blood essence energy that he had devoured. Tianxia Academy, outside the Wanxiang Jade Wall. Suddenly the space trembled. With a flash of light, Xue Luozi's body appeared. Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on Xue Luozi. Xue Luozi was dead. Everyone knew that he had died in the battle because of the life talisman. This was the first heaven's favorite to die in battle with a life talisman. Blood Luozi, what's going on? An elder from Cold Blood Hall asked. He was a supreme of Cold Blood Hall. The others also looked at Blood Luozi. They were very curious about what had happened inside. Blood Luozi had actually died in battle. Lu Shaoqing, it's Lu Shaoqing. Xue Luozi roared viciously and explained the situation briefly. What? It's that trash. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. Many people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming's passing of the Tianshu cave had attracted many people's attention. However, during the screening later on, Lu Ming's results were too poor. Many people thought that Lu Ming was a weakling who had passed the Tianshu cave by luck. However, after hearing what Master Xue Luo said, many people felt a lingering fear. This wasn't a battle trash. He was clearly a god of killing, a Shura. That guy is just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. That's right. He's too despicable. He must have hidden his strength before. Lu Shaoqing, I've heard of him. He appeared in the city of Dan before. That time, he defeated Blood Luozi. He's a heaven's favorite who suddenly appeared. Cold Blood Hall has suffered a great loss this time. They actually chose a god of killing to go in with them. Many people were discussing loudly. Some overlords, such as the Sky Eagle Castle and the Floating Mountain, were not afraid of Cold Blood Hall at all. They looked at Cold Blood Hall with ridicule. The Cold Blood Hall members were so angry that their lungs hurt and they had the urge to vomit blood. Especially Xue Luozi, who was so angry that his stomach hurt. He was the one who had chosen Lu Ming to enter. Lu Ming had not given him the quota for the marrow cleansing pool and had even mocked him. He had planned to make Lu Ming regret it in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. He had never expected to bring a god of death in. If it were not for Lu Ming, they would not have been so miserable even if they had to face the bloodthirsty vine. He was completely to blame. I hope Xue Feng can kill that bastard. The Cold Blood Hall members gritted their teeth, hoping that Xue Feng could kill Lu Ming. In the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, Lu Ming was refining the blood essence with all his might. A few hours later, the energy of the blood essence had been completely refined. Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly, reaching the peak of the first level of the spiritual god realm in one go. However, his bloodline did not improve. Now that Lu Ming's two types of blood vessels were at divine level 7, it was very, very difficult to improve them. He needed a huge amount of blood essence. It's a pity that a large portion of the blood essence was devoured by the bloodthirsty vine. Otherwise, if I were to devour all the energy of so many experts, it would be enough for me to break through to the second level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. It's still not safe here. The bloodthirsty vine is an ancient evil creature. Once it's born, it'll go crazy and kill people. Its strength will skyrocket. I'd better stay away from it first. After exiting the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming flew into the distance. Lu Ming only slowed down after flying for more than 1,000,000 miles. Chapter 1071 The place where the strong are in seclusion. Lu Ming only stopped here. The distance was far enough and the bloodthirsty vine should not be able to catch up. Dandan, what kind of treasure is that jade talisman? Lu Ming asked Dandan. He was very curious. Take it and see for yourself. She opened her mouth and the jade talisman flew out. Lu Ming reached out and took it. Dandan didn't have much interest in things that weren't spiritual medicine. Dandan, your strength has improved a lot recently. Lu Ming said. Previously, Dandan was able to snatch the jade talisman from the bloodthirsty vine and escape with ease, displaying her powerful abilities. Lu Ming was very curious. Of course, that's why I asked you to give me more spirit herbs. Also, the last time you went through a tribulation, I swallowed some thunder tribulation. That thing was very nourishing and helped me recover a lot. Dandan said with a smug look. The heavenly tribulation is a great supplement. Lu Ming was speechless. This guy was really mysterious. Back then, when the Thunder Cauldron was going through its tribulation, this guy swallowed the heavenly tribulation in one gulp. At that time, it was still an egg. How is it? Have you been subdued by my divine might? In the future, follow this Lord well and serve him well. You'll have a good life. Dandan was smug and had already started to feel smug. Go in. Lu Ming immediately grabbed Dandan and stuffed him into the mountain and river diagram. Then, he looked at the jade talisman in his hand and scanned it with his spiritual sense. After breaking through to the spiritual god realm and forming a spiritual god, one would be able to form spiritual consciousness, which was more effective than the eyes and could sense everything. The next moment, Lu Ming's face lit up. The 9 seals of the Gate of God is a sealing art, a powerful secret art. Lu Ming mumbled to himself and studied it carefully. The more he studied it, the more surprised he was. The 9 seals of the Gate of God. After a martial artist cultivated it, he would be able to form a sealing gate that could seal his opponents. When he cultivated it to a high level, he would be able to seal the heavens, the earth, people, and everything. It was extremely terrifying. Amazing, too amazing. The more he comprehended, the more amazed Lu Ming was. He discovered the formidability of the 9 seals of the Gate of God. This was a terrifying secret technique. It was left behind by an emperor in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion countless years ago. It had been lost in the outside world for countless years. Lu Ming simply found a hidden place and entered the mountain and river diagram. He sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree and studied it carefully. Now, the path understanding ancient tree had grown 3 leaves, and it was even more extraordinary. It was surrounded by the aura of the great path, and people could enter a state of emptiness if they sat on the side. Lu Ming was fully focused on understanding the 9 seals of the Gate of God. Slowly, a mysterious light emanated from his body. As time passed, the light began to condense and turned into a door of light. It was like a gate of God that led to an eternal unknown place. Time flew by and 3 days passed. Buzz. Buzz. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's hands formed a seal at top speed. A door of light condensed and flew toward Dandan in front of him. The door of light glowed and enveloped Dandan in an instant. What are you doing, Nest? Dandan's 4 limbs danced wildly as if she was suppressed. It was not until Dandan's entire body glowed and inscribed all kinds of formations that she managed to escape. The effect is not bad. Lu Ming smiled. Even the vampiric vine could not stop Dandan. Her escaping skills were unfathomable and she was slippery. However, even Dandan was suppressed by the sealing door for a while due to her carelessness. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the power of the sealing door. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be sealed by the sealing door. In a battle between experts, even if one was sealed for a moment, life and death could be decided. Moreover, the power of the sealing door would increase as Lu Ming's cultivation level increased. It could be one of Lu Ming's killing weapons. In particular, Lu Ming had just started cultivating and could only cultivate 1 sealing door. The 9 seals of the gate of God could be cultivated to the highest level, and 9 sealing doors could be cultivated. That would be truly terrifying. Every time he cultivated an additional sealing door, his power would increase by several times. We've already wasted 3 days. We can't waste any more time. It's rare to enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. We can't waste it. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram. He randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Dandan also climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder and looked around to see if there were any spiritual herbs. Roar! A giant wolf appeared on a mountain in front of them. It was as big as a mountain, and its body was Esilavir white. It howled at the sky, and the entire mountain range shook violently. So strong. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He concealed his aura and landed on a mountain range below to observe from afar. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, the mountain range beneath Lu Ming's feet moved. It shook violently before it rose into the air and flew toward the giant wolf. Nest. It was only then that Lu Ming realized that what he was standing on was not a mountain range but a giant snake. The giant snake was as large as a mountain. Its body was covered with soil, rocks, and trees. It lay there unmoving, like a mountain range. The titan snake? No, even if it's not a pure-blooded titan snake, it's almost there. Lu Ming wailed and quickly flew to the side. Fortunately, the giant snake only had eyes for the giant Silavir wolf and did not pay any attention to Lu Ming. Oh! The giant Silavir wolf roared and stomped its feet. The mountain under it exploded and its huge body pounced toward the giant snake. The two behemoths fought each other. For a time, the world shook and the mountains kept shattering. What a powerful beast! It's definitely not from the outside world. It's a powerful beast that grew up in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Lu Ming stayed far away and did not dare to approach. These two beasts were definitely at the advanced spiritual god realm. They were extremely terrifying. This secret realm is very dangerous. I encountered the bloodthirsty vine before, and now I've encountered two powerful fierce beasts. I have to be more careful in the future. Lu Ming concealed his aura and flew carefully. Not long after, he saw a few saber marks on a cliff. After studying them carefully, he realized that they were left by peerless powerhouses. If a saber practitioner were to study them carefully, he would definitely gain something. It's rumored that 30,000 years ago, a supreme expert came here to cultivate. This blade mark is probably left behind by a supreme expert who had comprehended something while he was cultivating. Lu Ming made a guess. If that was the case, there would definitely be a lot of such traces in the secret realm. If he were to encounter something suitable, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Lu Ming did not stay there for long. He did not practice swordsmanship and the marks did not match him. Along the way, they discovered many spiritual herbs. Lu Ming only kept a few and gave the rest to Dandan. There's someone in front. A day later, Lu Ming saw a figure flying past in front of him. They were not from Cold Blood Hall, but from other forces. There were 9 light pillars when one entered the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, which led to 9 different areas. However, these 9 areas were all connected and were all in the same secret realm. The major forces began to enter separately in order to avoid disputes as soon as they entered. However, as time passed, the people from the 9 regions would definitely meet. Lu Ming guessed that he had already arrived at the other areas. Lu Ming flew forward and saw many people gathered under a stone wall, observing and comprehending in detail. Lu Ming stepped forward and noticed that there were strange patterns on the stone wall. Upon closer inspection, there was a mysterious aura flowing. It was obvious that this was also a place where the most powerful person cultivated. Chapter 1072 Wood Song. Lu Ming carefully thought about it and realized that it was not of much use to him. He was about to leave. Get lost. Suddenly, a loud roar could be heard. In the sky, a young man in white with a long sword on his back stepped through the air. A terrifying sword power emanated from his body, pressing down on everyone. Wu Tsang. Wu Tsang of the Heavenly Martial Sword School. Many people's expressions changed. The Heavenly Martial Sword sect was extremely prosperous. It was one of the top forces in the central continent, and few forces could compare to it. In this generation, the Heavenly Martial Sword School also produced many Heaven's favorites. There were two second-grade Heaven's favorites, Wu Qingkong and Wu Tsang. Wu Qingkong was the top talent of the Tianwu sword sect, while Wu Tsang was the second. Don't look at how he was ranked second. His strength wasn't any weaker than Yin Bupo, Junyu, and the others. With two Heaven's favorites in one generation, the Heavenly Martial Sword sect's reputation was like the sun in the sky. Get lost. I want this place. Wu Tsang stood high above and looked down. Many people gritted their teeth. This place was huge. Wu Tsang could clearly choose a place to comprehend, but he wanted to chase others away. However, he didn't dare to voice his anger and could only leave. Many people were just in the middle of comprehending and had no choice but to stop and leave. You're still not leaving? Wu Tsang looked at Lu Ming, his eyes sharp like lightning. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He glanced at Wu Tsang and walked away. This place was of no use to him. He had planned to leave anyway, so there was no need to fight with Wu Tsang. The Heavenly Martial Sword School is really overbearing. Keep it down. The Heavenly Sword sect has sent many powerful cultivators here. The top cultivator of the previous generation is here too. He's not as talented as Wu Tsang and Wu Qingkong, but he's been cultivating for more than 10 years. He's very powerful. We'd better not offend him. Some people discussed in low voices and left the place. Lu Ming headed north and soon reappeared 10,000 miles away. Ga! A cry resounded through the sky as a giant eagle flew across the sky. What a powerful aura! This was also a terrifyingly powerful bird of prey, the overlord of this secret realm. The giant eagle flew to a cliff in front of them and landed. Lu Ming then realized that there was a nest on the cliff. That's... From afar, Lu Ming noticed that there was a strange aura on the cliff. There were vague traces on it that seemed to be a human figure. There are traces left behind by an omnipotent expert. I wonder if it'll be of any use to me. Lu Ming carefully approached the giant eagle's nest and waited patiently. This wait lasted for an entire day. The next day, the giant eagle let out a long cry, spread its wings, and flew away from its nest. The giant eagle was far away. Lu Ming rushed to the bottom of the cliff to take a closer look. There was a figure carved on the cliff wall, and this figure seemed to be launching an attack. Boom! Boom! He took a closer look and saw that the figure seemed to be moving. A terrifying killing intent burst out and enveloped Lu Ming. Kill! With a loud shout, the figure's palm struck towards Lu Ming. A terrifying killing intent enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body turned cold, and he could not muster up any thoughts of resistance. The other party's palm directly landed on his body. Lu Ming was shocked. He retreated backward, only to realize that everything was an illusion. Amazing! Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He was a little shocked but also a little excited. This was a martial technique that was extremely powerful and contained killing intent. It could even affect one's mind. Lu Ming's third blood meridian was able to make use of the powerful slaughter concept. This martial art technique was very useful to Lu Ming. I'll try to comprehend it here and see if I can comprehend this battle technique, Zhang Xian said. Lu Ming stepped forward and took a closer look. Lu Ming guarded his heart tightly and nothing moved. Buzz! This time, it wasn't a palm strike. A sword appeared in the figure's hand and he slashed out. Lu Ming did not move and let the sword cut through him. Sure enough, the combat sword was like a phantom. After a slash, it performed the next move. This time, it turned into a saber. Buzz. Bush. This figure moved unhindered, displaying all sorts of attacks. The weapon in his hand was also unpredictable. What an amazing martial skill! Lu Ming looked at it for a while and finally figured out something. This kind of martial technique didn't have a fixed form, or rather, the form was only on the surface. The main point was the intent. After understanding the intent of this martial technique, any weapon would be able to exert great power. This was a killing style, specially created for killing people, and its power was extremely strong. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the air, comprehending and studying in detail. In the evening, a screech resounded through the sky. The giant eagle had returned. Lu Ming left the place and sat cross-legged not far away to continue his comprehension. The next day, after the giant eagle left, Lu Ming returned to the cliff to continue his comprehension. Brat, get lost. Suddenly, a loud roar interrupted Lu Ming's comprehension. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. He turned to look. Wu Zong, this person again. Now, he had his eyes on this cliff. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Wu Zong was stunned. He did not expect that Lu Ming would dare to tell him to scram. Then, Wu Zong's eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Kid, do you know who you're talking to? If you say the wrong thing, you'll have to pay with your life. Get lost. Lu Ming's voice turned colder as he said the second word. You're looking for death. That. Wu Zong shouted coldly. His sword chi surged and he slashed out his palm. A terrifying sword radiance slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming casually waved his hand and sent the sword gleam flying. He then stood up and walked toward Wu Zong. You have some ability, but you're wrong to be arrogant in front of me. Wu Zong shouted as he unsheathed his sword. Whoosh! The combat sword cut through the void, leaving a horrifying crack in the space. Roar, roar, roar! A dragon's roar resounded from within Lu Ming's body. His dragon power burst forth, and a purple light emanated from Lu Ming's body. With a palm strike, Wu Zong's sword chi was destroyed. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move toward Wu Zong. Phew! Wu Zong was shocked. He found it unbelievable. Lu Ming's combat strength was far beyond his imagination. Where did this expert come from? Wu Zong didn't have time to think. He quickly retreated, and a battle sword bloodline appeared above his head. It was a divine level 8th bloodline. He performed the blood fusion and transformed into a combat sword. He slashed out a shocking sword radiance in an attempt to cut Lu Ming in half. Clang! Lu Ming clenched his fists and activated the prison's suppressing heaven technique, striking the sword with a terrifying force. The combat sword trembled crazily and almost fell apart, flying far away. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. The combat sword shook violently and was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away, cutting 2 mountains in half. Run, run! Wu Zong was terrified. He controlled his sword and turned to run. Lu Ming stepped into the air and gave chase. Wu Zong transformed into a sword beam and was extremely fast. He flew hundreds of miles in an instant. However, Lu Ming was even faster. He approached at an extreme speed and Wu Zong was almost scared out of his wits. I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. If you dare to attack me again, you'll be making an enemy out of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. Wu Zong was afraid. He brought up the Tianwu sword sect in hopes of subduing Lu Ming. 5 killing styles. Lu Ming sneered and continued to step forward, clenching his fist and punching. Without a doubt, Lu Xing had exploded with 7 rays of dragon energy, activated the prison's suppressing heavenly art, and combined with the 5-colored will, the power was terrifying. Clang! Another punch landed on the sword. This time, Wu Zong couldn't block it anymore. The sword exploded, revealing his true body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and ran away frantically. Heavens, who is that? It seems to be Wu Zong. Yes, it's him. He's actually fleeing and being hunted down. Who's so powerful? Can you chase after Wu Zong? Isn't that the loser? He's the one who's chasing after Wu Zong. He's so terrifying. He just destroyed Wu Zong's bloodline fusion with 1 punch. What trash! He's clearly a rare heaven's favorite with unparalleled combat strength. No wonder he could pass the Tiangang cave. Not far away, 5 or 6 people were passing by. When they saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. Wu Cong did not know Lu Ming because Wu Cong was not there when they went to the Tianshu cave. He only arrived after the secret book of the Saint Mansion was opened. However, the few people who passed by recognized Lu Ming. Back then, they had thought that Lu Ming had passed the Tianshu cave by luck. Now, they were really shocked and thought that they were dreaming. Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps at an astonishing speed. He caught up with Wu Cong in a few moments and threw another punch. Don't! Wu Cong roared and tried his best to resist, but half of his body was still broken by the punch. Bang! Then, Lu Ming stomped his foot down. Wu Cong screamed in pain and was torn into pieces. Another second-grade heaven's favorite was killed. However, just like Xue Luozi, after Wu Cong was killed, another white light enveloped him. Not far away, his body actually condensed again. He looked at Lu Ming with hatred, then trembled and disappeared without a trace. Another destiny talisman. Lu Ming frowned. These second-class geniuses all had the potential to become emperors. The major forces valued them and paid a high price to buy destiny talismans from Tianxia Academy. Almost every second-grade heaven's favorite had a piece. A second-grade heaven's favorite was too important. He had the chance to become an emperor. An emperor could make a force an overlord force and prosper for 10 to 20,000 years. His role was simply too great. He was many times more important than a supreme being. Those overlord forces hoped that they would have a successor. If there was no successor, there would be no new emperor in the future generations, and an overlord force would quickly weaken, such as Medicine King's Valley and the Talisman sect. In the history of the Divine Wilderness continent, there were countless overlord factions. However, how many of them could continue to prosper and pass down their legacy? Very few. Many of the overlord forces had been weakened because there were no emperors among the latecomers. One could imagine how much the overlord forces valued second-grade geniuses. In the distance, those people gasped and broke out in cold sweat. Lu Ming was too ruthless. He killed a second-grade heaven's favorite just like that. Fortunately, he had the destiny talisman. Otherwise, the Heaven Martial Sword School would have gone crazy. Lu Ming swept a glance at the few of them and ignored them. He returned to the edge of the cliff and continued to comprehend the killing move. Tianxia Academy was still surrounded by people outside the Wanxiang Jade Wall. High up in the sky, the various supreme martial artists were sitting cross-legged, waiting silently. Buzz! Suddenly, a white light flashed and Wu Cong's figure appeared. Everyone's eyes looked over in unison. Wu Cong, it's Wu Cong. He's been killed. What kind of danger did he encounter? It seems that the secret realm is really dangerous. I wonder how many of those who didn't have life talismans died? Danger is accompanied by opportunity. If there's something to gain, it's worth it. Many people looked at Wu Cong and discussed among themselves. Wu Cong, what's going on? A supreme martial artist from the Tianwu Sword School asked. Wu Cong didn't dare to not answer the supreme martial artist question, so he immediately began to explain. A dark-skinned young man with a simple and honest appearance but extremely cunning. Wu Cong did not know what Lu Ming's name was, so he described his appearance. What? Wasn't this the same face as Lu Shaoqing? He again. He's really a god of death. First, he killed many experts from Cold Blood Hall, then Blood Luo, and now he killed Wu Cong. He's really terrifying. He killed so many heaven's favorites. His combat strength is so shocking. I'm afraid he's at the top even among the second-grade heaven's favorites. Many people exclaimed. Cold Blood Hall's people looked gloomy, and Blood Luo Z gritted his teeth. If you guys are discussing, then go ahead. Why did you have to involunteer them? On the cliff in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, Lu Ming was studying carefully. Every time the giant eagle returned, he would leave. The next day, when the giant eagle went out to look for food, he would go and comprehend. For 5 consecutive days, he had gained a lot. The mark was not complete. It was only a kind of intent. Lu Ming comprehended 5 killing styles from this intent. Lu Ming named them the 5 killing styles. The 5 slaughter forms didn't have any specific moves. It was just a kind of slaughter concept's usage method. In other words, without slaughter concept, it was completely useless. However, when Lu Ming borrowed the power of the 3rd blood meridian, he could borrow the slaughter concept, and the 5 killing styles could come in handy. Previously, Lu Ming had only borrowed the power of the 3rd bloodline. With the 5 techniques of massacre, it would undoubtedly be more powerful. It's almost time. 5 days later, Lu Ming got up and left. This imprint was not complete, so even if he continued to comprehend it, he would not gain much. Lu Ming left the place and continued to look for opportunities. A day later, Lu Ming arrived at a lush mountain range. Nest, why have all the spirit herbs on the way been dug up? Which bastard did this? Dandan ran around like a gust of wind, cursing and swearing. The spiritual qi in this mountain range was very dense. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Along the way, they found dozens of pits, all left behind by the spiritual herbs that had been dug out. According to Dandan's speculation, they were all left behind by level 8 spirit herbs. His anger had obviously been taken by someone else. They dug too thoroughly. Not a single hair was left. Dandan sighed. Lu Ming was also speechless. They had changed a few positions in this forest, and it was the same. There's someone in front. Suddenly, Dandan widened her eyes and climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming concealed his aura and moved forward carefully. In front of him, a figure in white clothes was walking in the air and flashing in the forest. He looked very young from the back, but he was bald and had a round and smooth head. His movement technique was extremely fast, like a gust of wind. In a moment, he appeared in front of a spiritual herb. I have rice hair, good. The bald man groaned and then waved his sleeve. The spiritual herb left the ground and was collected by him. Could he be a saint monk from the Western Desert? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. Legend had it that the Western Desert was different from other places. They cultivated the Dharma, and the entire Western Desert was mainly focused on the Dharma, with ancient temples everywhere. Looking at the bald man's clothes and the name of Buddha, he was clearly a holy monk of the Western Desert. After the holy monk put away the spirit herbs, he continued forward. Not long after, he came to a dark underground cave and observed it carefully. After a while, he retreated a few miles and took out a round plate. Then, a purple light beam shot up into the sky. Chapter 1074 Heartless Monk. In the hands of Western Desert's Saint Monk, a round plate emitted a purple light that shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It was extremely shocking, and even from far away, it could be seen. After a long while, Western Desert's Saint Monk put away the disc and the light pillar disappeared. This was because there were many streaks of light flashing over from the distance. Someone had been attracted here. What is this guy trying to do? Lu Ming, who was hiding not far away, saw everything. The holy monk kept the disc and returned to the entrance of the dark cave. He shouted, "The treasure in this cave is mine." After shouting, his figure flashed and he quickly left the cave. Not long after, more than 10 streaks of light flew over, revealing more than 10 figures. The treasure is in the cave, kill. We can't let anyone else get there first. Get lost, it's mine. More than a dozen experts directly rushed into the cave. Roar. Inside the cave, the wild roars of ferocious beasts came out. The entire ground was shaking, and an intense battle was taking place in the cave. This guy is killing with a borrowed knife. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Didn't they say that the holy monks of the Western Desert were all kind-hearted and would save all living beings? This guy was too unreliable. Could he be a fake? I have rice hair, Buddha is merciful. That guy chanted the name of Buddha again. His figure flashed, but he did not enter the cave. Instead, he went in another direction. This guy is very mysterious. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming quietly followed behind the Western Desert's Saint Monk and came to a place dozens of miles away. There was a huge cave in this place. At this moment, Lu Ming heard a deafening roar coming from the cave, which gradually faded into the distance. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He finally understood what this guy's purpose was. This cave was connected to the cave tens of li away. Western Desert's guy had used the others in that cave to lure the beasts away, so he could easily enter from this cave and find the treasure. How was this a merciful Saint Monk? This was clearly an unscrupulous monk. The monk sneakily looked around. Lu Ming finally saw his face. She had a baby face, slightly chubby, and smooth skin that made women jealous. She was pink and tender, and she looked harmless. He looked around, chanted the name of Buddha, and rushed into the cave. This guy is really not a good person. On his shoulder, Dan looked at him with disdain. Lu Ming pursed his lips and thought, "You are similar to him. There must be some treasure in this cave. Let's go in and take a look." Lu Ming also rushed into the cave carefully. The cave was huge, and after a few thousand meters, it became even wider, like a huge underground cave. In front of them, there were still faint rumbles. It was obvious that the battle was extremely intense. Next, I saw a few pits. There must be spirit herbs growing there, but they were all dug out by that monk. What a pity! Dan sighed. The two of them moved forward and found that the underground caves were crisscrossed, and the monk's figure had long disappeared. Lu Ming walked forward casually and suddenly stopped. A purple light attracted his attention. On one of the walls, a hazy purple light was emitted. It was hazy and beautiful. Lu Ming circulated his essential core and wiped off the rock on the surface. A purple crystal the size of a longan appeared. These are purple flame crystals. After the initial shock, Lu Ming was overjoyed. The purple flame crystal was a precious material that was extremely rare. It could be used to refine weapons and could also be used to refine pills. It was priceless. The most important thing was that the purple flame crystal was one of the most important main ingredients in refining the Nirvana elixir. It was a level 9 material. Lu Ming did not expect to encounter a purple flame crystal here. He immediately condensed his vital essence into a knife and dug out the surrounding rocks to dig out the purple flame crystal. It's so heavy. A purple flame crystal the size of a dragon's eye, yet it weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. It was truly shocking. I don't know if there are any more. After Lu Ming kept the purple flame crystal, he looked around carefully. It would be great if he could find a few more. Although the Nirvana elixir was not of much use to Lu Ming, it was very useful to others. For example, if Fatty Kong Jin had Nirvana pills, he could even raise his third bloodline to the 9th level of the divine level. His parents, his disciples, Xian Yanqing, and Mulan would all be of great use to him in the future. If there was a chance, Lu Ming wanted to collect the materials and refine a few furnaces. After walking around for a while, Lu Ming indeed discovered something. A purple light was emitting from a wall. Just as Lu Ming was about to dig, a terrifying gust of wind attacked him. Lu Ming was shocked. He turned around and struck out a palm. Bang! A terrifying force gushed toward Lu Ming and he could not help but take a few steps back. What a tyrannical power! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Although he did not release his dragon energy just now, his vital essence was extremely robust. In addition to the 5 types of concepts and the prison suppressing heaven technique, he could kill an ordinary second-level spiritual god realm martial artist with a single palm strike. However, he was now forced to retreat. My hair! A Buddhist chant was heard and a harmless face appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the monk. He looked very young, in his 20s. He squinted his eyes and smiled. He put his hands together and said, "This benefactor, the fierce beast in this cave, was lured away by a monk's friend. It's not good for you to take advantage of it like this, right?" Even when he spoke, the monk was still smiling. Lu Ming and Dan looked down on them. Those people were clearly tricked by the monk, but they became his friends in his mouth. How shameless! Master, everyone who saw it has a share. I saw all of your methods just now. If word gets out, I'm afraid it won't be good for the reputation of Western Desert's Saint Monk. Lu Ming said with a smile. My hair is white, my Buddha is merciful. I think you have misunderstood, benefactor. A monk should be merciful. The baby-faced monk chanted the name of Buddha. Roar! Tyrant hadn't finished his words when a loud roar was heard. A giant lizard with purple flames lunged at Tyrant. Buzz! Tyrant's body glowed with a golden light. He struck out a palm and a huge golden palm print landed on the purple lizard's body. With a loud bang, the lizard was smashed into pieces. Mercy? Lu Ming was tongue-tied. My hair is white, my Buddha is merciful. The monk chanted the name of Buddha again and looked at Lu Ming. Benefactor, this little monk has taken a fancy to this purple flame crystal. Why don't you give it to this little monk? So what if I don't? Lu Ming said. My hair is as white as rice, my Buddha. Hair your head. I know you don't have hair. Lu Ming shouted and suddenly launched an attack. The dragon power in his body burst out, and his strength increased greatly. He threw a punch at the unscrupulous monk. Wuliang Monk's body shone brightly. The dazzling golden light spread out, making the unscrupulous monk look like the reincarnation of Buddha. He looked solemn. In addition, he had a harmless face. If Lu Ming had not secretly seen him before, he would really think that he was an eminent monk. Boom! The heartless monk struck out with his palm and the golden palm print collided with Lu Ming's fist. Dragon Carp, battle with Wu Chenko. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the force shot out in all directions. The underground cave emitted a terrifying vibration. The rock of this underground cave was extremely hard, probably because it had been inhabited by powerful fierce beasts all year round. If it was an ordinary cave, it would have exploded immediately. Even so, the entire underground cave was shaking violently. Bang! Bang! After the first move, Lu Ming's body trembled and he took a few steps back. He's so strong. This monk's strength is actually so terrifying? Lu Ming was extremely shocked. At this moment, he had already unleashed his dragon power, but he was still forced back by his opponent. The power of that golden palm print was astonishing, as if it could suppress everything. It was a direct counter to the prison's suppressing heavenly art. Lu Ming was shocked. The unscrupulous monk was also surprised. He did not expect Lu Ming to be able to take his palm without being injured. Roar! The shaking here attracted the attention of the beasts on the other side. They roared loudly. Clearly, some beasts were rushing over here. I'm a little kid. Benefactor, you're very powerful. I'll give this purple flame crystal to you then. Goodbye. The monk chanted the name of Buddha and left with his sleeves fluttering. Western Desert is truly unfathomable. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The Western Desert had always been the territory of the Buddhist sect since ancient times. It had always been mysterious and extremely powerful. Many people said that out of the 5 territories of the divine wilderness continent, the Western Desert was only second to the central continent. Roar! The roar was like thunder, and the underground cave rumbled. Lu Ming did not think much and dug out the purple flame crystal. With a move of his body, he left the place. Following that, Lu Ming walked around the underground cave for a while but did not find the third piece of purple flame crystal. However, he encountered a few purple giant lizards that he killed. However, it was obvious that there was a nest of giant lizards in the underground cave, some of which were very powerful. Lu Ming did not stay for long. He walked around for a while, then left the cave and flew into the distance. Ooh! A strong wind blew and Lu Ming smiled. He was in a good mood after obtaining 2 purple flame crystals. Each of the 7 main ingredients required to refine the Nirvana elixir was extremely precious and rarely appeared in the outside world. Now that he had obtained one, it could be considered an opportunity. Naturally, Lu Ming was in a good mood. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. In front of them, sword chi soared into the sky, inscriptions glittered, and the space was torn apart. There was an intense battle going on. Lu Ming flew at top speed. He cast the water concept and condensed a cloud of mist. He hid in the mist and watched. There were a total of 4 people in the great battle. Lu Ming was quite familiar with a few of them. They were Goddess Tan Xiang, Kong Xen from the Tianxia Academy, Wu Chengkong from the Tianwu sword sect, and a brawny man in his 40s. He was as strong as Wu Chengkong. The 4 of them were in a chaotic battle. However, it was obvious that Goddess Tan Xiang and Kong Xen were working together. They fought fiercely with Wu Chengkong and the brawny man. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that there was a small lake below. The water was clear and there were 3 koi swimming around in the lake. These 3 carps were golden and there was light emitting from their bodies. They gathered and scattered at times, and when they gathered, they looked like a real dragon. Dragon carp, it's a dragon carp. Lu Ming was shocked. The dragon carp was also a supreme treasure. It was said to be the descendant of a true dragon. It had the true blood of a true dragon in its body and was used to refine pills. It was a rare treasure medicine and its value was even higher than the purple flame crystal. Coincidentally, the blood of the dragon carp was one of the 7 main ingredients to refine the nirvana elixir. You guys want to fight with me? You're looking for death. The dragon carp is mine. Wu Chengkong shouted, full of killing intent. Wu Chengkong, don't be too overbearing. There are 3 dragon carps. How about we each get one? Tan Xiang spoke. 1 rule per party. Do you have the qualifications? All 3 of them are mine. Wu Chengkong sneered. His sword chi whistled and cut the space. It was terrifying. The other brawny man didn't say anything. His entire body was emitting white light. He waved his palm, and a huge hand appeared, tearing the sky and the earth. This is the sky-splitting Great Palm Imprint. This person should be an expert from the Overlord Force, the Ji family. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Among the 3 parties, Wu Chengkong had amazing combat strength, and the strong man from the Ji family had a high cultivation and was not weak either. However, when Goddess Tan Xiang and Kong Xen joined forces, their combat strength was also very terrifying and not weaker than others. It was difficult to determine the winner in a battle between 3 parties. Lu Ming smiled. He suddenly used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and rushed toward the surface of the lake. In an instant, he appeared above the lake. He stretched out his hand and a huge hand made of vital essence appeared, grabbing at the 3 dragon carps. Who is it? You're looking for death. The people in the air were shocked, and Wu Chengkong roared. Just as the 3 dragon carps were about to land in Lu Ming's hands, their bodies glowed and transformed into a ray of light. In a flash, they escaped from Lu Ming's giant primordial chi hand. Lu Ming was shocked. Just as he was about to capture it with all his might, a terrifying sword chi appeared in the space and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no choice but to turn around and throw a punch. Bang! The sword chi was destroyed. Buzz. Whoosh. In a flash, Wu Chengkong, the brawny man from the Ji family, Goddess Tan Xiang, and Kong Xen appeared around Lu Ming. However, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they locked their auras on Lu Ming. Kid, it's you? Wu Chengkong was shocked when he saw Lu Ming clearly. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xen were also surprised. They recognized Lu Ming. Brat, to be able to block my sword, you must have some ability. You deliberately hid your strength before. Wu Chengkong looked at Lu Ming coldly and continued, however, since you dared to capture a dragon carp right under my nose, you must have reached the end of your life. The martial saint's secret realm is a place for those who see it. I saw a treasure, so of course I can help. Lu Ming pursed his lips slightly. If you make a move, you have to pay the price with your life. Wu Chengkong's killing intent exploded. He already had the intention to kill Lu Ming when Lu Ming refused to give him the quota for the marrow cleansing pool. Now, his killing intent was even more intense. Whoosh! Wu Chengkong swung his sword and a terrifying sword chi slashed at Lu Ming. It was even more powerful than before. Lu Ming was fearless. He activated the prison destructive heavenly art, exploded with dragon power, and threw a punch. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled and the force surged. Water pillars rose from the lake below. The 3 dragon carps flickered and dodged the force. Bang! The sword chi dispersed, and Lu Ming broke it with a punch. He stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Just you? You're still lacking." Then he threw another punch. Lu Ming's fist seemed to contain the force of hundreds of millions of June. It was terrifying and shocking, causing the entire space to tremble. So strong. Wu Chengkong was extremely shocked. Genuine vitality surged in his body. The sound of swords rang out continuously as he slashed out shocking sword chi. However, it was useless. Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war. He punched out with his fist force, continuously destroying the sword chi and quickly approaching Wu Chengkong. On the side, Fairy Tan Xiang, Kong Xen, and the others were also extremely shocked. They had never expected that this young man, who was thought to have passed the Tianshu cave by luck, would have such a powerful combat strength. It was too terrifying. Why does this person's fighting style look so familiar? Fairy Tan Xiang said. I have the same feeling. Kong Xian said. Buzz. Suddenly, the strong man from the Ji family moved and pounced at the dragon carp below. Chapter 1076 Great Battle Against Xue Feng. Don't even think about it. The Fairy Tan Xiang shouted. With a wave of her hand, a few pills flew out. The pills glowed and turned into weapons that attacked the Ji family's brawny man. At the same time, Kong Xen also attacked the burly man from the Ji family. The 3 of them started a great battle. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming was brave and invincible. He stepped on the void and his fist strength was shocking. The air kept exploding. Wu Chengkong was forced to step back. He was at a complete disadvantage. In the end, he let out a long howl and used the fusion of blood and meridians to form a combat sword. The sword chi whistled as he fought Lu Ming. To be honest, Wu Chengkong was very powerful, much stronger than Blood Luozi. He was indeed one of the most powerful masters under the 5 magnates. He had the right to be proud. However, his cultivation was still at the first level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming had never been afraid of anyone at the same level. Clang! Clang! After a few consecutive punches, the combat sword was sent flying, and it kept vibrating in the air. Damn it, who are you? Impossible! Wu Chengkong shouted in disbelief. He could not believe that a man who had appeared out of nowhere could have such terrifying combat power. Not far away, Kong Xian and the others were also shocked. Wu Chengkong was completely suppressed. It was too shocking. Who could do it except for the 5 magnates? Boom! 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 Right at this moment, a terrifying explosion sounded from afar, and a blood-red light flew over at extreme speed. Buzz! A burly figure appeared in the air. His eyes were like lightning, and the moment he saw Lu Ming, he burst out with a shocking killing intent. Lu Shaoqing die. The figure let out a furious roar and threw a punch. A blood-red fist radiance pierced through the void and headed towards Lu Ming. Blood seal. Lu Ming frowned. The figure was the previous top genius of Cold Blood Hall, Xue Feng. He did not expect to see him here. Lu Ming threw a backhanded punch and it collided with Xue Feng's fist radiance. His body trembled and he retreated continuously. Xue Feng was extremely powerful. He had a 7th level divine level bloodline and a cultivation base of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. His combat strength was truly terrifying. Xue Feng stepped forward, his aura violent. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Lu Ming. At this moment, Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xan were dumbfounded. Lu Shaoqing. Xue Feng had just called Lu Ming Lu Shaoqing. This dark-skinned young man was actually Lu Shaoqing. After exchanging a blow with the Ji family's brawny man, The two of them retreated far away and did not continue to attack. Xue Feng's arrival had made the situation even more complicated. "Brother Lu, it's you?" Fairy Tan Xiang said. "Fairy, how have you been?" Lu Ming smiled. He remained calm in the face of Xue Feng. "It's really you." Kong Xian was also shocked. At this time, Wu Qingkong retreated far away and watched. "This brat has offended Xue Feng. He's really looking for death." Wu Qingkong sneered. "Kill!" Xue Feng roared as he stepped forward and threw a punch. The space was shattered by the blood-red fist radiance. It was extremely terrifying. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The third bloodline emerged, and a trace of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. In an instant, Lu Ming's body was filled with a terrifying killing intent, and his hair turned blood-red. Then, the third bloodline turned into a combat sword. Lu Ming held it in his hand and slashed. A blood-red sword light flashed and split Xue Feng's fist in half. "Is that his bloodline? That's strange. Why is there no chakra?" On the side, Fairy Tan Xiang and the others were shocked. First, he was shocked that Lu Ming had finally unleashed the power of his blood meridian. His combat strength was indeed stronger, and he had not used his full strength earlier. Secondly, they were shocked. Lu Ming's blood meridian did not have a chakra. This was unheard of. Damn it, this guy shouldn't have a life talisman. I have to find a way to kill him. I'll wait for the opportunity to attack when he fights against Xue Feng. Wu Qingkong kept thinking. Xue Feng was shocked to see Lu Ming break his fist radiance with one sword move. The vital essence in his body circulated crazily, and his aura became more violent. Blood Leopard Divine Fist. Xue Feng's fists were like blood jade as he continuously punched out with a blood-red light. In the process of flying out, he transformed into a blood leopard and pounced at Lu Ming. This was a god-level martial technique that was incomparably powerful. 5 Slaughter Styles. Lu Ming activated the 5 Styles Massacre. His blood-red sword buzzed and a sword ray slashed out, scattering the blood leopards one by one. Slaughter Concept. Xue Feng was shocked. At the same time, he was even more determined to get rid of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was too shocking. He was only at the first level of the spiritual god realm and could fight with him. The blood vessels appeared above his head. In the next moment, he transformed into a blood leopard and pounced at Lu Ming with a roar. Lu Ming was fearless. He held his sword and fought Xue Feng. Lu Ming's combat strength was unparalleled, and he was invincible among those of the same level. However, Xue Feng's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. He was much more powerful. Moreover, he had also comprehended a divine-level martial arts technique and was extremely powerful when he used the blood fusion. Lu Ming exchanged dozens of moves with it and slowly fell into a disadvantage. The difference in cultivation is too big. If I use the bloodline of the 9 dragons or the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel, and with the power of the 3rd bloodline, I might be able to fight this man. Lu Ming's mind was racing. However, this result had already shocked everyone else present to the point of no return. I didn't expect Brother Lu's combat power to be so strong. It's amazing. Kong Xian's mouth was agape and tongue-tied. After a while, she managed to squeeze out such a sentence. He was also at the first level of the spiritual god realm. However, he realized that if he were to fight with Lu Ming now, he would be killed easily. On the other side, Wu Qingkong's sword was also shaking in fear. If Lu Ming had used such a power just now, he would not have been able to resist at all. He was too strong. That's right. Even the 5 magnates who are at the same level as him might not be as strong as him. Fairy Tan Xiang sighed. Seal. In the middle of the battle, Lu Ming cast the 9 seals of the divine gate, forming a door of light. The light shone brightly and suppressed Xue Feng. For a moment, Xue Feng was actually frozen in place. Kill! Lu Ming stepped forward and slashed at the blood leopard's head. Roar! The blood leopard roared angrily and a blood-red light exploded. With a bang, the light door was shattered at the critical moment. It continued to retreat, but it was still a step too slow. A piece of its scalp was cut off. Then, Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked the blood leopard's stomach, sending it flying. What a pity! Lu Ming secretly felt that it was a pity. His cultivation was still not strong enough. The sealed door he had formed had been broken by Xue Feng's violent essential core. If Lu Ming's cultivation was stronger or he had cultivated 2 sealed doors, it would not be so easy to break Xue Feng's seal. The sealing door was not omnipotent. If one's cultivation level was too high, Lu Ming would naturally not be able to seal it. Even so, Xue Feng's body was already cold. He looked at Lu Ming with fear in his eyes. He was almost killed by Lu Ming just now. What kind of secret technique is this? It's so terrifying. He was so shocked that he did not dare to step forward and fight Lu Ming. Kill! This time, it was Lu Ming's turn to take the initiative to kill. He stepped forward and charged at Xue Ban. Buzz! Another sealing door appeared. Xue Feng was frightened and quickly retreated, not daring to let the sealing door touch him. An existence that surpasses the emperor. The door of seals glowed and flew towards Xue Feng like a ray of light. The light from the door of seals also had a sealing effect, and Xue Feng had no way of escaping. His body was enveloped by the light of the gate of sealing, and he could not help but freeze. Buzz! Lu Ming's body was like a flickering light and a fleeting shadow as he rushed towards Xue Feng. The blood leopard that blood seal had transformed into roared in anger. Blood light gushed out like a volcanic eruption and attacked the sealing door. This time, Lu Ming was even faster. The blood sword pierced through the air and pierced through the blood leopard's body in an instant. Roar! The blood leopard let out a deafening roar and destroyed the gate of seal. It clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. In a hurry, he struck out with his palm, clashing with the blood leopard's claw. With a loud boom, Lu Ming's body was sent flying thousands of meters away. His qi and blood churned and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood-sealed true essence was too strong. The moment Lu Ming stabbed him, it broke through the sealing door and launched a counterattack. However, the blood leopard that Xie Feng had transformed into was stabbed by Lu Ming's sword. It was definitely not in a good state. At this moment, he shouted angrily and did not dare to continue fighting. Instead, he turned around and ran. Lu Ming did not pursue him. With his current cultivation level and the 9 seals of the Divine Gate, he could indeed injure Xue Feng by catching him off guard. However, it was almost impossible to kill him. If Xue Feng risked his life, Lu Ming would not have it easy. In the blink of an eye, Xue Feng had disappeared. As for Wu Qingkong, he had already sneaked away before Xue Feng escaped. As for the dragon carp, he did not dare to take it. If he continued to stay, he would definitely be killed by Lu Ming. On the other side, the middle-aged man of the Ji family's expression changed, but in the end he sighed and turned to leave. His combat ability was only on par with Wu Qingkong. He would be courting death if he stayed. In an instant, only Lu Ming, Fairy Tan Xiang, and Kong Xen were left in the sky above the lake. Brother Lu, why did you change your appearance? Even your aura has changed. It's making us suffer. Fairy Tan Xiang said with a smile. There are some people I just don't want to see. Fairy, please forgive me. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming then looked at the 3 dragon carps in the lake and said, Do the 2 of you need dragon carps too? This time, it's all thanks to Brother Lu. Otherwise, when Xue Feng arrived, Brother Kong and I would not have gotten anything. These 3 dragon carps naturally belong to Brother Lu. Fairy Tan Xiang said. You're too kind, Fairy. I only need 2. You can take the other one. Lu Ming smiled and landed on the surface of the lake. He cast the 9 seals of the Gate of God and a sealing door appeared. The 3 dragon carps were instantly immobilized. Then, his vital essence condensed into a huge hand and scooped the 3 dragon carps up. With a wave of his hand, 2 of the dragon carps disappeared and were kept by Lu Ming into a small lake in the mountain and river diagram. To refine the nirvana elixir, only the true blood of the dragon carp was needed. They did not have to kill the dragon carp, so 2 dragon carps were enough. More would not be of much use. There was no harm in giving the other one to Fairy Tan Xiang. Many thanks, Brother Lu. Fairy Tan Xiang revealed a look of joy. She was an alchemist, and this dragon carp was indeed of great use to her. After putting it away, Fairy Tan Xiang was about to say something when her expression suddenly froze. She revealed a look of surprise and widened her eyes as she looked ahead. Beside him, Kong Xen was the same. She seemed to have seen something extremely shocking. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He turned around and the next moment his eyes widened. In front of them, at an unknown distance away, there was a grand palace that appeared from the void. Clouds and mist lingered around it, making it look like a celestial palace. It was extremely huge, but it was filled with the vicissitudes of life, as if it had transcended countless years. It seemed both real and illusionary. From a distance, it didn't look real, like an illusion. What palace is this? It clearly wasn't there just now. Lu Ming was shocked. There was nothing there just now. Why did an ancient palace suddenly appear? The Holy Mansion, it's the Holy Mansion. Kong Xen muttered to himself, his eyes filled with excitement. Holy Mansion. Fairy Tan Xiang and Lu Ming were both very surprised. This secret realm was called the Saint Mansion Secret Realm, but Lu Ming had never known what it meant. He did not expect that there was really a Saint Mansion. Yes, according to the ancient records of our Tianxia Academy, there is a Saint Mansion in this secret realm. There is a supreme existence in it, and it is said that he has surpassed the Emperor. Kong Xen said word by word. Her eyes were filled with excitement, as if she was a saint. An existence that surpasses the Emperor level. Lu Ming and Tan Xiang gasped in shock. In the divine wilderness continent, emperors were the strongest. In the eyes of all cultivators, an emperor was already a supreme existence. Their combat power was all over the world. With one palm, they could split the sky and crack the earth. They could penetrate the earth and pierce through the sky. It was terrifying beyond compare. The ultimate goal of all cultivators was to become an emperor and dominate the world. But now, there was actually a figure who was above emperor here? How could it not be shocking? Is this true or false? Lu Ming asked. Kong Xen shook her head and said, I don't know, but that's what the ancient books said. And the ancient books said that the Saint Mansion rarely appeared. Even when the emperors could enter this place freely, no one had ever seen it. It had always been a legend. Now it has really appeared. It's incredible. Kong Xen sighed repeatedly and was very excited. Then she revealed many secrets. It was said that there was an existence beyond the emperor level living in this Saint Mansion. If someone obtained the token of the Saint Mansion, they could enter the Saint Mansion with it and obtain great opportunities. They could even have the chance to obtain the inheritance of that existence. The token of the Saint Mansion was in the secret realm. It said that the Saint Mansion's secret realm has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Even those who have surpassed the Emperor realm can't live for hundreds of thousands of years, right? Fairy Tan Xiang asked with some doubts. The higher one's cultivation was, the longer one's lifespan would be. It was already very heaven-defying for an emperor to live for 10,000 to 20,000 years. It was equivalent to 100 lives for mortals. They could sit and watch the world change, just like a living historical record. As for existences that surpassed emperors, no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't possibly live for hundreds of thousands of years. That was too shocking and unbelievable. Unless it was a god in the legends. It was said that gods could exist together with heaven and earth and would never be destroyed, but that was only a legend. I'm not too sure about this. Kong Xen shook her head. Even so, their eyes were filled with flames. An existence that had surpassed the Emperor realm. This was too shocking. Once one reached that realm, they would definitely be able to see through the heavens and earth. It was unimaginable. If it was true, they would be able to obtain something that would benefit them endlessly. Roar! Right at this moment, a series of long howls resounded through the earth. It was extremely shocking. Oh! The three of them saw a huge Selavir wolf appear on a mountain in the distance. It howled at the sky, and its aura was shocking like a tsunami. With one step, the mountain collapsed. The Selavir wolf broke through the sky and flew in the direction of the Saint Mansion. Boom! 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 In the sky, a mountain was moving. At a closer look, it was a giant snake. It slithered across the sky and headed for the Saint Mansion. Bang! The earth rumbled and trembled. A few people saw a giant ape as tall as a mountain not far away. It stomped on the ground, cracking the earth and shaking the mountains. In front of the giant ape, a martial artist could not dodge in time and was slapped to death by the giant ape. The token of the Saint Mansion. The land seemed to be boiling. Powerful, ferocious beasts flew in the direction of the Saint Mansion. Along the way, they would kill any human warriors they saw. There were even powerful beasts killing each other. Gah! With a sharp cry, the sky darkened, and a terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down. Not good, let's go. Lu Ming's expression changed and he rushed to the side. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xian's expressions changed drastically as well. They followed Lu Ming and charged to the side. A strong wind blew, and a giant eagle flew over the three people's heads. Its eyes were as sharp as swords, and it swept a glance at the three people. With a flap of its wings, a terrifying tornado formed, rolling towards the three people. Wherever the tornado passed, not to mention the trees, even the huge mountains were pulled up and rolled in. The scene was terrifying. The three of them ran forward at top speed to avoid the tornado. After the giant eagle conjured a tornado, it ignored Lu Ming and the rest and quickly left. The three of them didn't dare to take it head-on and used their movement techniques to avoid it. They flew for a few thousand miles before the tornado weakened and disappeared into the air. Whew! The three of them let out a long breath. That giant eagle was definitely a ferocious beast above the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. It was too powerful and they were far from it. It seems like the birth of the Saint Mansion has alarmed all the powerful beasts in the secret realm. Kong Xian said, "What are your plans next?" Lu Ming asked. "Let's meet up with the other brothers and see if we can take a gamble. With the appearance of the Saint Mansion, if we can obtain even a little bit of luck, it will be extremely beneficial." Kong Xian's eyes were burning with passion. Fairy Tan Xiang also nodded. A group of people from the Valley of the Medicine Masters had also entered, and she was also looking for people from the Valley of the Medicine Masters. "Fairy, how about our two families join forces? The Valley of the Medicine Masters is good at the Tao of Inscription, and the Tianxia Academy also has its own Tao of Inscription and martial arts. Only by cooperating with each other can they bring out the best in each other." Kong Xian said, "Alright, it's decided then. Brother Lu, are you coming with us?" Fairy Tan Xiang looked at Lu Ming. "No, I still have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now." Lu Ming shook his head and bade farewell to the two of them, leaving. The two of them felt that it was a pity. If Lu Ming had joined them, they would undoubtedly be more confident. Then the two of them left the place. The emergence of the Saint Mansion had stirred up everyone in the secret realm. Everyone in the world's academies knew some secrets. The rumors about those above the emperor level had also spread. All the experts who entered the secret realm were extremely excited. The experts of all major forces gathered and headed in the direction of the Saint Mansion. As Lu Ming flew, he soon saw a few corpses of ferocious beasts that had been killed by those powerful beasts. Lu Ming landed and his devouring power burst forth, devouring the blood essence and demonic energy of the beasts. He had left Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xian with this thought. Just now, the powerful beasts in the secret realm went on a rampage and killed many martial artists and weaker beasts. Lu Ming did not want to waste them. He devoured them to break through to the next realm. Along the way, Lu Ming devoured every human warrior and beast he saw killed. Among them, There were many existences at the spiritual god level. The amount of energy that Lu Ming devoured grew larger and larger. After a full day, Lu Ming had devoured the energy of more than 100 human warriors and beasts. Then he found a hidden place and entered the mountain and river diagram to begin refining. The energy of the blood essence was all used to improve the bloodline of the 9 dragons. The rest of the energy was converted into true essence. Lu Ming started to break through to the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. His current intent realm of heaven and earth was completely ahead of his cultivation. As long as he had energy, he could break through to the next realm. Boom. Boom. The boundless true essence gathered into the spiritual god, making it more solid. The spirit god sat cross-legged in his dantian. His entire body was shining and he looked solemn. After half a day, there was a loud boom and Lu Ming's aura grew. 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming had finally broken through to the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. His strength had greatly improved. If he were to encounter Xue Feng now, Lu Ming was confident that he could kill him without the 9 seals of the divine gate. Lu Ming stood up and stepped out, appearing outside the mountain and river diagram. Now, we can fight for the Saint Mansion. Lu Ming revealed a confident look. If it had been before he had broken through to the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm, Lu Ming might not have been able to obtain any benefits even if he had gone. Many of the previous generation's geniuses from the Overlord forces had entered. It was likely that every Overlord force had an expert like Xue Feng. There might even be someone stronger. Moreover, these forces had a large number of manpower. If Lu Ming was at the 1st level of the spiritual god realm, he might not be a match for him even if he went. Moreover, there was still Yang Padian. The battle power of the top 5 young warriors was absolutely shocking and couldn't be underestimated. But now, Lu Ming was confident that even if he could not suppress the crowd, he would not have a problem getting a share of the loot. Using the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming turned into a stream of light and sped away. Soon, Lu Ming had flown hundreds of thousands of miles. So far, where is the Saint Mansion? Lu Ming was speechless. He had flown for hundreds of thousands of miles, but he felt that the distance to the Saint Mansion was not close at all. It was still so far away that he could only see it but not reach it. Lu Ming continued to fly for millions of miles. Unfortunately, he still did not feel that he was close to the Holy Mansion. The Saint Mansion was suspended in the air, like a celestial palace. Boom! All of a sudden, the area in front of them was in an uproar. There were experts fighting and it was extremely intense. The distant sky was covered by an endless light. All kinds of colors were flashing, and terrifying attacks were constantly colliding. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. He concealed his aura and flew over. Fairy, Brother Kong. Below, a few figures looked up. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xen were among them. Lu Ming flew over to greet them. Brother Lu. The two of them smiled when they saw Lu Ming. What's going on? Lu Ming asked. They're fighting for the Saint Mansion token. Fairy Tan Xiang said. What? The token of the Holy Mansion has appeared? Lu Ming was shocked. He didn't expect that the battle in the sky was over the token of the Saint Mansion. High up in the sky, the light was so bright that no one could see the faces of the people inside. They could only see 7 or 8 figures fighting fiercely. They were all powerful and terrifying existences. Even geniuses like Goddess Tan Xiang and Kong Xen could only watch from below. There were quite a number of people watching from below. Lu Ming saw Yin Bupo from the Sky Eagle Castle and a few other experts from the Sky Eagle Castle. In addition, on the Demon Mountain, the Ji family's people were also there. Everyone stared at the sky, watching the progress of the battle. Bang! Suddenly, a huge figure was shot down and fell heavily to the ground. It was a lightning eagle, its body covered in lightning, but it was no longer breathing. It was already dead. Senior brother. Yin Bupo and the others roared in shock and anger. It was obvious that this lightning eagle was an expert from the previous generation of the Sky Eagle Castle. Buzz! At this moment, another figure rushed down. It was a man in white who looked to be in his 30s. He was not dead, but he was injured. His white robe was stained with blood. The battle between the geniuses of the big shots. Senior brother Luo. Kong Xian's expression changed and she stepped forward. Obviously, this person was an expert from the Tianxia Academy. Sai, I'm not their match. I don't need the Holy Mansion token. Senior brother Luo sighed. Kong Xian and Fairy Tan Xiang were secretly shocked. They knew that senior brother Luo was the #1 genius of the previous generation of Tianxia Academy. He had awakened a 7th level divine level bloodline and reached the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. He was not weaker than Xue Feng, but he was still no match for him. Those people who fought in the sky were really powerful. The number of people had decreased, but the battle had become even more intense. The terrifying tremors spread out for thousands of miles, and the void was as fragile as paper. Bang! Bang! Following that, more and more people were sent flying out of the battlefield. For people retreated from the battlefield one after another. They were severely injured and stood in the air, looking at the battlefield with fear in their eyes. Lu Ming could see that there were only 2 figures left in the sky, fighting fiercely. Clang! Clang! The sound of collisions rang out continuously, as if 2 gods were fighting. Sila! Space split open and the light receded. 2 figures appeared before everyone's eyes. Both of them were tall and burly, and their auras were wild. One of them was holding a heavenly halberd. His black hair was loose and his aura was extremely shocking. He was just standing there, but the space around him was like water ripples, constantly twisting and forming circles of ripples. Yang Patian. This man was Yang Patian, one of the 5 young tyrants. The other man was standing in front of Yang Patian. His body was even more burly than Yang Potion's. He had 2 muscular arms and was holding a huge wolf-tooth club. This person looked very young, definitely not more than 30 years old. He was of the same generation as Lu Ming and the others. A Heaven's Pride expert of the younger generation was actually able to fight against Yang Patian. Who was this man? This person is from Northern Plains. He is known as the #1 genius of Northern Plains. I heard that he had a conflict with Yang Patian outside. Kong Xian explained in a low voice. Lu Ming was enlightened, so it was a paragon of Northern Plains. He had heard before that a paragon of Northern Plains had fought with Yang Patian, and neither of them won. A purple gold token floated between the 2 of them, emitting a hazy glow. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This must be the Holy Mansion token. Tuoba sure, let's decide the winner today. Yang Patian held the heavenly halberd in his hand. With a slight movement he cut open a crack in the space. His aura was wild, his hair was flying, and his eyes were like lightning. Just what I wanted. Tuoba sure grinned and swung his mace, creating a loud rumbling sound. The Saint Mansion token was sent flying into the air by the powerful Qi. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, the 2 of them moved. They charged at each other and began a great battle. Yang Patian had also comprehended the space mentality, and his use of it was even more terrifying than the Emperor Gods. At the same time, with the help of other mentalities, his heavenly halberd seemed to be able to cut through the void. The power of space surrounded it, and its power was terrifying. Tuoba Ashur's muscles bulged like an invincible warrior as he brandished his mace, crushing everything in his path. He collided with the heavenly halberd, creating a terrifying boom. The 2 of them fought intensely and attacked continuously. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. The others looked around with amazement in their eyes. Is this the strength of the 5 magnates? It is indeed powerful. Lu Ming sighed. At the same time, there was a strong desire to fight in his eyes. Sai, they're too strong. They haven't even used their bloodline fusion and they're already so strong. I'm still far from them. Kong Xian sighed. Could it be that their bloodlines have surpassed level 8 divine level? Lu Ming asked. That's right. The bloodlines of the 5 great leaders of the central continent are all at the 9th level of the divine level. Fairy Tan Xiang said. He's actually a level 9 divine level expert. Lu Ming was also somewhat amazed. The 9th level of the divine level was the highest level of bloodline. Every single one of these people was extremely terrifying. Bloodline. The higher the level, the greater the difference in talent or bloodline. A 7th level divine level expert was much stronger than a 6th level divine level expert. However, a level 8 divine level expert was much stronger than a level 7 divine level expert, regardless of whether it was in terms of talent or the bonuses brought about by his bloodline. As for the 9th level of the divine level, it was even more terrifying. That was because the 9th level of the divine level represented the peak and perfection. It was not something that the 8th level of the divine level could compare to. The difference was too great. If a level 8 divine level expert had the potential to become an emperor, then a level 9 divine level expert would definitely be able to break through to the emperor level as long as they didn't die. In the history of the divine wilderness continent, anyone who had awakened a divine level 9th grade bloodline, as long as they did not die, would break through to the throne. Central Continent's 5 giants were equivalent to a future emperor. No wonder Yang Padian was so arrogant. He always acted as if he was above everyone else. He was destined to become an emperor. Apart from those of the same level, everyone else was just like an ant in his eyes. Perhaps, deep in his heart, he didn't even care about the supreme martial artists. Clang, clang. The battle continued, and it became more and more intense. The two of them were really angry for the Saint Mansion token. Both of them were determined to get the Holy Mansion token. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 100 moves. The purple gold token of the Saint Mansion rolled around in their chi. Kacha! Suddenly, the token of the Saint Mansion made a crisp sound, and then shattered into pieces in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes. The token of the Holy Mansion was broken. Everyone was stunned, even Yang Padian and Tuobashir were stunned. They stopped their battle and looked at each other. No one had expected that the token of the Saint Mansion would break. Wasn't this the token to enter the Saint Mansion? The master of the Holy Mansion was an existence that surpassed emperors. How could the token he made be so easy to break? Impossible. The Holy Mansion's token is sturdy and immortal. It can't be broken. This is fake. This is a fake token. Kong Xian shouted. A fake token. Everyone looked at each other. I know, someone threw out a fake token, wanting to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and come to reap the benefits. Someone guessed. Everyone's eyes flickered. They felt that it was highly possible that someone wanted to fish in troubled waters. Fairy, Brother Kong, how did the token appear? Lu Ming asked. I heard that before this, someone shouted that they had found the token, which caused many people to fight for it. Later on, more and more people joined in, and in the end, Yang Padian and Tuobashir were also attracted here. Kong Xian explained. So, no one saw where the token appeared from? Lu Ming asked. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xian shook their heads. Before, everyone had fought for the token like crazy when they saw it. No one would have thought that it was fake. Lu Ming nodded. It seemed that someone was really taking advantage of the situation. Damn it, which bastard did this? If I find out, I'll make him wish he was dead. The Sky Eagle castles in Bupo roared angrily. Because of this, the Sky Eagle castle lost a top master and suffered a great loss. The other people also revealed a fierce look. This person who took advantage of the situation was really too hateful. Chapter 1080 Troublemaker. Yang Padian and Tuobashir's eyes were also filled with murderous intent. Someone actually dared to play with them, they really deserved to die. The two of them swept their gazes across the crowd, their killing intent incomparably dense, causing one's body to shiver. In the end, They did not find anyone suspicious. Yang Patin coldly snorted before stepping into the air and leaving. Tuoba sure grinned and left as well. Since the token was fake, there was no need for them to continue fighting. After that, the people from the other forces also left. Lu Ming did not leave. He fixed his eyes on a person. It was a slightly chubby young man who looked very simple and honest. However, his eyes were darting around, giving Lu Ming a familiar feeling. "Fairy, Brother Kong, follow me," Lu Ming said in a low voice. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xen were stunned for a moment. Then, they nodded and followed Lu Ming in a certain direction. In front of him, the plain young man was walking slowly among the mountains. His steps did not seem fast, but his speed was extremely fast. The three of them concealed their auras and followed the young man in the forest. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xen were curious. They did not know why Lu Ming wanted to follow this young man. Could it be that Lu Ming had noticed something? After traveling for 10,000 miles, the young man in front of him stopped. He looked around, and with a flash of light his appearance changed completely. He turned into a monk. An unscrupulous monk. Lu Ming could tell at one glance that this monk was the unscrupulous monk he had met previously. The holy monk of the Western Desert. The three of them hid behind a rock and concealed their auras as much as possible. Kong Xen transmitted her voice to the other two. He could only transmit his voice because the distance was too close. If he spoke, no matter how soft his voice was, the unscrupulous monk would still be able to hear him. AI. At this time, the monk sighed and reached into his pocket. He took out a purple gold token. The three of them were dumbfounded. Wasn't this the token of the Saint Mansion? It was exactly the same as the previous one. My hair is white, my Buddha is merciful. It's a pity that only a few experts died this time. Yang Patian and Tuoba sure were not injured. I was thinking that both of them would suffer great losses. The monk mumbled softly, but Lu Ming and the other two heard him clearly. The three of them looked at each other, especially Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xen, whose eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was actually this guy. It was this guy who threw out the fake Saint Mansion token and started the war. Weren't Western Desert's saint monks supposed to be merciful and save all sentient beings? But how could this guy do such a thing? Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xen were really in a daze. Lu Ming was better off as he was mentally prepared. He had seen how unscrupulous this monk was previously. Looks like I'll have to do it again. The heartless monk muttered and revealed a harmless smile. He waved his sleeves and strode away. Lu Ming and the other two stared at each other. In the end, they did not continue to follow them. They returned to the place where the battle had taken place and gathered with the people from the Tianxia Academy and the Valley of Medicine Masters. Brother Kong, why haven't we been able to get close to the Holy Mansion? I've flown for millions of miles, but it still seems extremely far away. Lu Ming had some doubts. The Saint Mansion should be several million li ahead, but because it hasn't fully manifested yet, it looks extremely far away and can't be approached. In fact, we've been approaching it all this time. Kong Xian explained. The Tianxia Academy knew the most about the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Lu Ming nodded. He flew in the direction of the Saint Mansion with the rest. Hundreds of thousands of miles later, there's a Holy Mansion token up ahead. What? The Holy Mansion's token is mine. Let's go. They heard loud shouts as figures tore through the void and flew in one direction. That monk is stirring things up again. Kong Xen gritted her teeth. Let's go and take a look, but don't make a move. Fairy Tan Xiang said. Everyone flew over. Sure enough, a terrifying battle had taken place in a place, and corpses kept falling. They saw a chubby young man in the forest below. His eyes were rolling. It was the transformation of the unscrupulous monk. At this moment, the monk was running around and picking up the storage rings of the dead. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xian's eyelids twitched. Is he really a saint monk from the Western Desert? It can't be fake, right? Fairy Tan Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief. This had completely shattered her understanding of Western Desert's Saint Monk. It should be true. I've fought with him before, and I used a Buddhist technique. Lu Ming said. This unscrupulous monk was unfathomable. He was young, but his combat strength was extremely terrifying. After that, Lu Ming and the others left the place because the token of the Saint Mansion must be fake. It must be that unscrupulous monk who was stirring up trouble. The group flew for millions of miles. In front of them, a huge mountain peak appeared. The mountain peak was bare, without any vegetation, only rocks. At this time, the entire mountain peak was covered with inscriptions that were shining brightly. High up in the sky, the wind and clouds gathered, and the huge palace was faintly discernible. It seemed to be in the sky, but it had not fully manifested. There were thousands of figures standing far away from the mountain peak. They were all experts from the major forces. Roar! Terrifying roars were heard. On the mountain peak, dozens of powerful beasts were fighting fiercely, and blood chi filled the sky. Lu Ming and the rest looked from afar and were extremely shocked. In the secret realm, those powerful existences were coming here, but they were fighting each other on the mountain peak. Why was that? The roars continued, and the battle was extremely fierce. Those who could make it here were all at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm and above. They were killing each other. Oh! A wolf's howl was incomparably mournful. Lu Ming saw a huge Selavir wolf over 100 meters tall. However, its heart was grabbed by a huge eagle and it fell on the mountain peak. Its blood seeped into the mountain peak, making it shine even more brightly. Gah! The giant eagle was not in a good state either. Its wings were grabbed by a giant ape and torn off with a tearing sound. Then, its stomach was cut open by a giant centipede. They were all giant beasts in an intense battle. Giant beasts fell and were torn apart one after another. A huge snake the size of a mountain was cut into pieces by a huge mantis. However, the mantis's head was also bitten off by the huge snake before it died. Buzz. Whoosh. There were more and more people, but all of them stopped far away from the mountain peak and looked at this scene in shock. Half a day later, all the giant beasts had fallen on the mountain peak. Their blood had seeped into the mountain peak, as if they had become nourishment for the mountain. In the sky, the ancient palace rumbled as wind and clouds gathered, as if it would appear at any moment. At this moment, everyone finally dared to approach the mountain. At a glance, Lu Ming saw more than 5,000 people. Lu Ming saw Yang Patin, Tuoba Shi, and the Divine Emperor. Junior brother Wu, is he the person you were talking about? Suddenly, a cold voice was heard and a murderous gaze was fixed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around and frowned. A group of young and middle-aged men with swords on their backs stood not far away. Some of them were looking at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Wu Qingkong. Lu Ming saw Wu Qingkong inside. Chapter 1081 Fighting the Top 3. These were the experts of the Heavenly Sword faction. Senior brother, that's him. His name is Lu Shaoqing. Wu Qingkong said to a man in his 40s. The man in his prime stepped forward, his eyes cold as he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Shaoqing, how dare you touch someone from the gifted sword sect? I don't think you'll be able to live in this world. The brawny man's aura was overbearing, and his body revealed a powerful aura. The other people on the field heard the commotion and looked over. Lu Shaoqing. Among them, Jing Kongling, Junyue, and Yin Bupo were a little surprised. They had all seen Lu Ming before and were slightly surprised when they looked at him. Isn't that the trash with 5 combat skills? That's right, it's him. Did he offend the Heavenly Martial Sword School? He's really courting death. Why do I feel like Wu Qingkong lost to him? Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the masters of the previous generation to come out and fight him himself. It's true, no way? Is that trash that powerful? Many people recognized Lu Ming. They were in a heated discussion and had all sorts of guesses. Lu Ming cast a casual glance at the middle-aged man and shifted his gaze to Wu Qingkong. Wu Qingkong, I let you go last time. It seems that you have not learned your lesson. I will send you on your way. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Wu Qingkong had really suffered a loss at the hands of Lu Ming? Lu Shaoqing, don't be so arrogant. You're the one who's going to die today. Wu Qingkong's face was cold. He wished he could cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Buzz. Buzz. The sound of a sword rang out. The disciples of the Sky Martial Sword School all emitted a strong sword chi. Their eyes were like swords as they stared at Lu Ming. Buzz. Another burly man stepped out and stood with the previous man. His aura was shocking. So there are 2 experts in the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. There were 2 experts in the 4th level of the spiritual god realm in the Tianwu sword faction. Judging from their auras, they were not weaker than Xue Feng and should be in the same realm as him. Oh no, it's them. Brother Lu, these 2 are the 2 strongest heaven's favorites from the previous generation of the heavenly martial sword faction. They have both awakened 7th level divine level bloodlines. Fairy Tan Xiang said worriedly. Heavenly martial sword faction, don't go too far. If you want to kill Brother Lu, you have to go through our Tianxia Academy first. Kong Xen stepped forward and stared at the people from the Heavenly Martial Sword School. They had seen Lu Ming's attacks before and they were indeed powerful. He could injure Xue Feng and force him to retreat in a sorry state. But now, there were 2 experts like Xue Feng in the Sky Martial Sword faction. When Lu Ming fought Xue Feng, he had a hard time. He would definitely be no match for 2 of them. Tianxia Academy, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A 4th level spiritual god realm middle-aged man from the Tianwu sword faction said coldly and domineeringly. What big words! From Tianxia Academy, a man in his 30s stepped out with an explosive aura. This was the strongest person from the Tianxia Academy who had entered this time. He was also the number 1 genius of the previous generation and was at the same level as Xue Feng. It had to be said that the geniuses of the previous generation were far inferior to those of the current generation. Those who had awakened to the 7th level of the divine level could be considered the number 1 geniuses of their respective factions. He couldn't be compared to this generation's heaven's favorites. The difference was too big. It was as if all the transportation had been added to this generation, allowing this generation to enter a golden age. Haha, my 2 martial brothers, how about you count me in to kill Lu Shaoqing? With a sneer, a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe stepped through the air. It was Xue Feng. When he was injured by Lu Ming, he had been waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Now that he saw Lu Ming going up against the people from the Heaven Martial Sword faction, how could he miss this great opportunity? Xue Feng, you've come at the right time. Let's join forces and kill this person. A young man from the Heavenly Martial Sword sect said. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on them. This Lu Shaoqing had offended so many people. It seemed that he would die today. At this moment, Fairy Tan Xiang, Kong Xian, and the white-robed man from Tianxia Academy all had ugly expressions. If it was only the Heavenly Martial Sword faction, they might still be able to fight. But with Xue Feng it would be difficult. You're all here. Just in time. Let's settle this today. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward, causing everyone to be stunned. What did he just say? In the face of such a situation, he actually said that he wanted to Solavir it all at once. Was he crazy? Fairy Tan Xiang and the others were also stunned. Brother Lu. Fairy Tan Xiang called out. Fairy, Brother Kong, just leave this place to me. Lu Ming smiled at Fairy Tan Xiang and the others, then stepped forward and faced Xue Feng and the others. Brother Wu, this kid has a secret technique that is very evil. It can seal one's movements. Let's work together and work together to kill him. Xue Feng whispered to the 2 experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. All right. The 2 experts from the Sky Martial Sword faction nodded. They had heard from Wu Chengkong about the battle between Lu Ming and Xue Feng. They knew that Lu Ming was extraordinary and that he had a strong front. They did not dare to be careless. Boom, boom, boom. The two powerhouses from the Sky Martial Sword faction, Xue Feng, and the other two, all released their powerful auras at the same time. Their shocking auras soared into the sky and pressed down on Lu Ming. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The three of them moved and surrounded Lu Ming. The three of them are joining forces to deal with Lu Shaoqing? How could this be? Could it be that Lu Shaoqing's true combat strength is extremely powerful? Otherwise, why would Xue Feng and the others take him so seriously and need three people to work together? The crowd wasn't fools. They knew that something was amiss when they saw the reactions of Xue Feng and the other two. They were shocked by this guess. Other than the top 5 young geniuses, who else was worthy of Xue Feng and the others' attention? Brat, weren't you very arrogant? Let's see how you'll die. Xue Feng's eyes were cold. In the next moment, he activated his blood meridian and used blood meridian fusion to pounce on Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed as his third bloodline emerged. A wisp of energy surged into his body, turning his hair blood red, and his killing intent surged out like a tidal wave. At the same time, the 7 streams of dragon energy burst forth at the same time, increasing Lu Ming's strength to a terrifying level. The third bloodline turned into a blood-red sword in Lu Ming's hand. He swung the sword, and a blood-red sword light cut through the void, illuminating the sky and slashing at Xue Feng. This strength. At this moment, Xue Feng's eyes suddenly widened as he was terrified. This power was too shocking. It was much stronger than the last time he fought with Lu Ming, much stronger. Not good. Xue Feng's body turned cold as he tried his best to resist. Badash. With a pft sound, the sword light cut through, and the blood leopard that Xue Feng had transformed into had one of its claws cut off and flew far away. Xue Feng roared and quickly retreated. At this moment, the 2 experts from the Sky Martial Sword faction had also arrived. 2 vast sword gleams as large as mountains were slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming swung his sword in reverse and destroyed the 2 sword gleams. He did not stop and rushed toward Xue Feng. Xue Feng was terrified and quickly retreated. You can't leave. Lu Ming sneered. He formed a hand seal and a door of light appeared. Killing 3 great experts. The 9 seals of the Gate of God appeared. It shone with light and pressed down on Xue Feng. Enveloped by the light of the Gate of Sealing, Blood Seal was frozen in the air. He tried his best to burst out his true essence in an attempt to break the door seal. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had now advanced to the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. The door seal that he had condensed was even more powerful. For a moment, the blood seal could not be broken at all. No, no. He was extremely anxious and kept growling. Buzz. Lu Ming rushed over and the sword light slashed down. With a bang, the blood leopard was cut in half. Xue Feng's true body appeared, spitting out a large mouthful of blood and a deep wound on his chest. He wanted to retreat, but the sealing door was still there. He could not even retreat. No, no, spare my life. Xue Feng shouted in fear, but what greeted him was a sword light. Pucci! Xue Feng was split in half, and even the spiritual god in his body couldn't escape. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. It happened so fast that many people didn't even have time to react. It was already too late for the 2 experts of the Sky Martial Sword faction to rescue him. Why would I? The 2 experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction were about to launch a fierce attack on Lu Ming. When they saw this scene, their pupils constricted and they subconsciously stopped in their tracks. CSI! Gasps could be heard all around. Xue Feng was dead. He was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. He could not put up any resistance at all. How was this possible? Xue Feng had awakened a 7th level divine level bloodline, and his cultivation had already reached the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. His combat strength was absolutely terrifying, but he was easily killed by Lu Ming. It was unbelievable. Fairy Tan Xiang, Kong Xian, and the people from Medicine King's Valley and Tianxia Academy were also dumbfounded. They were completely stunned and couldn't believe this scene. Wu Qingkong was tongue-tied and almost scared to death. It had only been a few days. A few days ago, Lu Ming could only fight to a draw with Xue Feng. With the help of the sealing door, he barely had the upper hand. But now, he had completely crushed Xue Feng. It had only been a few days and Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a huge margin. This was too shocking. Now, it's your turn. Lu Ming looked at the two experts from the Heavenly Sword faction. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and his killing intent surged. The expressions of the two experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword School changed drastically, and they no longer had the confidence they had earlier. Brother Lu, in my opinion, this is all a misunderstanding. One of them revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. They were terrified that Lu Ming could kill Xue Feng in such a thunderous way even though he was surrounded by the three of them. Misunderstanding? No, there's no misunderstanding. I'm going to kill you today. I don't need a reason. Lu Ming said indifferently. In the next moment, he took a step forward and rushed toward the two of them like a bloody light. Damn it. Let's attack together and kill this brat. The two of them roared and activated their bloodlines at the same time, turning them into two huge combat swords. Without a doubt, both of them had 7th-level divine-level bloodlines and had comprehended divine-level martial techniques. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. Buzz. Whoosh. The sound of a sword rang out. The other experts of the Heavenly Sword faction all moved. Their combat swords were unsheathed, and their sword chi soared to the sky as they charged towards Lu Ming. Seal. The blood-red sword floated in his hands and formed a seal. A sealing gate flew out and covered a huge sword. In an instant, the huge sword could not move. Kill! Lu Ming wielded his combat sword and sent one of the combat swords flying. At the same time, he took a few steps forward and the terrifying power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps suddenly burst out. Boom! 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 He took 7 steps and landed on the sword that was sealed by the door. The sword immediately collapsed and its body appeared. However, there was a flash of sword light and the head fell to the ground. This person's spiritual god flew out of his body in a panic and was extremely frightened. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's left hand executed the prison-suppressing heaven technique and he struck out continuously. He held the blood sword in his right hand and executed the 5 styles massacre. Clang! The remaining 4th-level spiritual god realm expert's combat sword was sent flying, and the sword's body kept shaking. The blood-red sword slashed out tens of thousands of sword chi. The spiritual god that escaped let out a blood-curdling scream before turning into ashes. At the same time, a few experts from the Heavenly Sword faction who had rushed over were killed by the sword chi. Lu Ming transformed into a god of death and charged towards the last 4th-level spiritual god realm expert. Escape, escape, escape. At this moment, the person was scared out of his wits and was running for his life. Lu Ming was too powerful. In terms of strength alone, Lu Ming had completely surpassed him. Together with the sealing door, they were simply invincible. Where are you going? Lu Ming had his eyes on him. He dashed past him and killed a few more experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. In an instant, Lu Ming closed in at top speed. He formed a seal with both hands and another sealing door appeared. The combat sword was instantly fixed in place. Lu Ming charged forward. No, spare me, help. The man roared, but the result was already decided. Lu Ming caught up and killed him with lightning-like methods. Since then, the 3 experts who wanted to kill Lu Ming were all killed by him. Not a single one was left alive. He even killed a few experts from the Sky Martial Sword School. When the other members of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction saw this, they were extremely frightened. How could they dare to fight? They all fled. So strong. The rest of the people at the scene looked at Lu Ming in shock. They were tongue-tied and completely speechless. Lu Ming's combat strength was too shocking to be able to kill 3 experts in succession. High up in the sky, Yang Padian and Tuoba Shi looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Before this, they had not paid attention to anyone else except for each other. However, Lu Ming had now attracted their attention. It seems that we have another opponent. Tuoba Shi licked his lips as his eyes gleamed with battle intent. Yang Potion's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Just when everyone thought that the battle had ended, Lu Ming did not stop because there was still one person who had not died. Wu Qingkong. Wu Qingkong was running for his life, terrified. Damn it! How is this Lu Shaoqing so terrifying? His combat strength is rising too quickly. When we get out of here, I'll have the powerful cultivators in the sect kill him. He can't be allowed to live. All kinds of vengeful thoughts swirled in Wu Qingkong's mind. Suddenly, he heard a whooshing sound. He looked back in shock and saw that Lu Ming had already arrived behind him. Boom! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. He threw a punch and shattered Wu Qingkong into pieces. However, Wu Qingkong obviously had a destiny talisman. With a flash of white light, the destiny talisman wrapped him up and he disappeared in the air. Lu Ming snorted coldly and flew back to his original spot. At that moment, everyone looked at Lu Ming with respect. He was too powerful. Lu Ming's combat strength was far above that of an ordinary second-grade Heaven's favorite. His combat strength was already on par with the 5 magnates. It seemed that there would be another young giant in the world. Brother Lu. Fairy Tan Xiang's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Lu Ming. She was at a loss for words. Oh, I just happened to have a breakthrough in my cultivation when I left 2 days ago. Lu Ming explained. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xen roared in their hearts. This was too abnormal. He had broken through after leaving for 2 days. This was too fast. It was really infuriating to compare. The real token of the Saint Mansion. Tianxia Academy, outside the Wanxiang Jade Wall. The space moved, and Wu Qingkong appeared in a flash of white light. Ah, damn it! Wu Qingkong roared as soon as he appeared. Everyone's eyes turned to him in unison. Qingkong, what's going on? A supreme martial artist from the Tianwu sword faction looked at Wu Qingkong and asked with a frown. Wu Qingkong had been killed, which meant that the 2 elites of the Tianwu sword faction had both died in the battle. Lu Shaoqing. It's that bastard Lu Shaoqing? Wu Qingkong roared like a wild beast. What? Lu Shaoqing again? Lu Shaoqing is a killer. First, he killed the Cold Blood Hall disciples and many other masters. Then he killed Wu Tsang and now, even Wu Qingkong. He, 2 Heaven's favorites from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction died at the hands of the same person. Interesting. Cold Blood Hall's face darkened. Why did they have to be involvered every time Lu Shaoqing was mentioned? Lu Shaoqing again. But you're not with Wulong and the others? The supreme martial artist from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction asked. The Wulong he was talking about was the number 1 Heaven's favorite of the previous generation of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. Wulong and the others have been killed. They're dead. Wu Qingkong said through gritted teeth. What? Wulong and the others were also dead. Who was it? Could it be Yang Padian? The supreme martial artist from the Heavenly Martial Sword School shouted angrily, thinking that it was Yang Padian who had done it. No, it's Lu Shaoqing. It's all his doing. Senior brothers Wu Long, Wu Kai, and Xue Feng were supposed to work together to kill Lu Shaoqing, but they were killed by him instead. It's all his doing. Wu Qingkong's face was twisted as he explained the situation. The scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Lu Shaoqing was the one who had done all of this. He had managed to achieve such a feat despite the combined efforts of 3 powerful experts. This was simply too shocking. Another big shot. An old man sighed. The people of Cold Blood Hall wanted to cry. It was so sad that they had sent such a god of death with them. the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Buzz! At this moment, the giant mountain was shaking and the light was even more dazzling. Everyone's attention was drawn back to the giant mountain. Lu Ming's eyes also fell on the huge mountain. He did not devour the blood essence of Shui Feng and the others because the Emperor God was here. His devouring method was too obvious and he was afraid that the Emperor God would notice something. Now was not the time to reveal his identity. The light from the huge mountain became more and more brilliant. In the end, 9 rays of purple light shot out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a token flew out from each of the purple lights. The token of the Saint Mansion, it's the token of the Saint Mansion. Snatch it. There are 9 pieces, this one is mine. Instantly, the scene was in chaos. All kinds of auras burst out and rushed toward the 9 tokens. There was no doubt that the token that rushed out of the mountain was the real token of the Saint Mansion. Get lost! Yang Patian shouted in anger. His momentum was astonishing. He swept out his halberd, and dozens of experts screamed as they were cut in half and died on the spot. Yang Patian grabbed a token of the Saint Mansion in his hand and scanned the surroundings with lightning-like eyes. Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to step forward. On the other side, Tuoba Shur waved his mace and smashed a bunch of people into meat paste. He then grabbed a Saint Mansion token. The others sighed. Knowing these 2 tokens, they could forget about it. I'm back in this piece. Lu Ming stepped forward and rushed to the nearest Saint Mansion token. His terrifying killing intent burst out. Many people were enveloped by his killing intent and retreated quickly, not daring to fight with Lu Ming. The power that Lu Ming had created earlier was too strong. Lu Ming grabbed a Holy Mansion token. Yang Patian, Tuoba Shur, and Lu Ming each had a token. The others did not dare to fight with the 3 of them and could only target the others. This was a bloody battle and it was extremely intense. The experts of the major forces went all out to fight for the tokens. A palace left behind by an existence above the emperor level was too alluring and attractive. Even an emperor would go crazy if he came, let alone them. People were constantly killed, and corpses fell like rain. In the end, everyone from the Ji family gathered. Under the leadership of a 4th-level spiritual god realm expert, they seized a token. The Tianxia Academy and the Valley of Medicine Masters joined forces and also seized a token under the leadership of a 4th-level spiritual god realm master. Demon Mountain obtained a token. The most surprising thing was that the Emperor God had seized a token with the help of the Space Intent Realm. He was so fast that no one could stop him. There was also a baby-faced monk with big fluttering sleeves who looked harmless. He killed a group of experts with a single palm strike and seized a token. It was a shocking scene. Even Yang Patian and Tuoba Shur looked at this monk with a solemn expression. The holy monk of the Western Desert. Yang Patian muttered to himself. It's that unscrupulous monk again. Lu Ming muttered. The last token was in the hands of the Floating Mountain sect. As for Cold Blood Hall, Sky Eagle Fort, and Sky Martial Sword School, they were very unwilling to lose their tokens because their leaders had died in battle. Those who had obtained the tokens were divided into several areas, far away from the others. The others were helpless. Although they were burning with excitement, those who had obtained the tokens now were all very powerful. Only the Emperor God seemed to be the weakest, but he had the space mentality, so no one could catch him. This is the token of the Saint Mansion. With this token, you can enter the Saint Mansion. Lu Ming sized up the token in his hand and channeled his essential core. Buzz! The token of the Saint Mansion suddenly trembled and glowed. A circle of light enveloped Lu Ming. Other than that, there were 3 more circles of light floating around him. Why are there 3 more rings of light? Lu Ming was a little surprised. At this time, the others also realized the problem. As long as they injected their vital essence, 4 rings of light would appear on the token of the Saint Mansion. One of them would cover them, and 3 more would appear. I know. These 3 rings of light represent that I can bring 3 more people in. That should be the case. I'm guessing that there's a large array set up around the Saint Mansion, and only those who are covered by this light circle can enter. Some of them shouted, and their eyes lit up. Wouldn't there be 27 more spots? Many people looked at those who had obtained tokens, especially Yang Padin. Emperor gods had obtained tokens by them Slaviers, so they had extra spots. Brother D, I'm willing to pay a high price to buy 3 slots. Is that possible? In Bupo from the Sky Eagle Castle looked at the Divine Emperor and spoke first. In Bupo, your appetite is too big. You want to buy 3 spots. Can you swallow it? Some people were unhappy and wanted to buy a quota from the Emperor God. Brother Yang. Some people looked at Yang Padian, wanting to buy a spot from him. Get lost. Yang Padian coldly spat out. Those people could only retreat. As for Tua Biesher's side, there were a few other Northern Plains Heaven's favorites who had already taken up the spots. Chapter 1084 Fighting a Giant in the Saint Mansion. As for the G family, Floating Mountain, Demon Mountain, and Tianxia Academy, they didn't even have enough for them Slaviers, so they naturally wouldn't sell it. For the time being, only Lu Ming, the unscrupulous monk, and the Emperor and God could use the spots. Brother Lu. Fairy Tan Xiang looked over. I'll give my place to the Valley of the Medicine Masters and the Tianxia Academy. Lu Ming smiled. The people from Medicine King's Valley and Tianxia Academy were overjoyed. This way they had 3 more places. In the end, the Emperor God sold the 3 spots. The unscrupulous monk smiled and made a huge profit, selling the 3 spots as well. This way, excluding Yang Potion's 3 spots, there were a total of 33 people who could enter. Buzz! At this moment, the giant mountain was extremely bright. It formed a huge pillar of light that shot into the sky. The beam of light hit the palace in the sky, giving off a deafening roar. Boom! 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 The palace slowly appeared. At first, it seemed real and illusionary, but it slowly became real. After a few minutes, the palace had become completely real. It was filled with an ancient and vicissitude aura. It floated in the air like a huge city. It was extremely large and majestic. Buzz! Yang Padian was the first to move. It was as if he was traveling through space. His body moved, and his figure appeared in front of the palace. Then he stepped out and rushed in. Let's go, we can't let Yang Padian get there first. The other people who had a quota called out and rushed forward one after another, afraid that Yang Padian would beat them to it. If there were treasures in the Saint Mansion, the first one to enter would naturally get some benefits. Buzz! Bush! Dozens of figures, all shrouded in a circle of light, rushed towards the palace. Lu Ming and the rest were among them. In front of the palace, there was a door that was half open. Yang Padian was about to rush in. Charge! The rest of the people also rushed over. Nothing happened. Dozens of people rushed into the gate one after another. The others who didn't have a spot looked at each other. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. We don't need the token to enter. The token was spread by Tianxia Academy, so it might not be true. Someone said, his eyes burning with passion. That's right. I don't think anyone from Tianxia Academy has ever entered it. It's probably not true. Some others agreed. Charge! I don't believe it. Someone couldn't hold it in anymore and rushed into the palace. However, as he was flying, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech, and his entire body exploded just like that, turning into ashes. The others were dumbfounded. Gulu! Those who had said that they didn't believe what Tianxia Academy had said all took a deep breath and swallowed their saliva. Their faces were pale. If they had acted rashly just now and charged forward first, they would have been the ones to die. As soon as Lu Ming and the rest rushed in, they realized that they were in a huge corridor. It was very long and extended all the way to the front. What a strong pressure! As soon as they entered, everyone landed on the ground because of the powerful pressure. It was a no-fly zone, and their flight was stopped. Moreover, not only could they not fly, but the pressure on their bodies was also extremely great, causing their speed to slow down by more than 100 times. This is gravity. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and realized that it was gravity. The gravity was 100 times stronger than outside. Everyone circulated their true yuan and stepped forward. However, the gravity was too strong. Their speed was similar to that of an ordinary person's running. Compared to their original speed, it was a huge difference. And this corridor seemed to be no less than 100 miles. But since he had entered this place, he could only bravely move forward. Gradually, the distance between them widened. Bang! Bang! Yang Padian walked at the forefront. His body was glowing as he strode forward. Then, Tuoba Shur's muscles bulged and he strode forward like a savage beast. In addition, Lu Ming's speed was also extremely fast, second only to Tuoba Shur. As for the unscrupulous monk, his body was covered in golden light as he walked beside Lu Ming. The two of them had come in a little later, so they were slightly behind Yang Padian and his companion. Behind them were a few burly men. They were the strongest geniuses of the previous generation in their respective forces, and their cultivation had reached the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Surprisingly, the Emperor God was also walking beside these people. He had the will of space, so he was under less pressure. As for second-grade heavens favorites like Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xan, they were slightly behind. Everyone pushed forward with all their might. Slowly, they got used to the gravity here, and their speed became faster and faster. This journey took 2 days. Yang Padian was the first to walk out of the corridor and rush out. "Stop right there." Tuoba Shur hollered and followed closely behind Yang Padian. Following that, Lu Ming and the unscrupulous monk also stepped out and walked out of the corridor. Boom! Boom! As soon as they walked out of the corridor, they heard a violent roar. In front of the corridor was a large hall, where Tuoba Shur and Yang Padian were engaged in an intense battle. The Heaven Scorcher halberd and the Wolf Fang club continued to exchange blows, and the deafening rumbles were deafening. On both sides of the hall, there were rows of shilaviers. On the shilaviers, there were some jade bottles, jade boxes, and boxes. It was obvious that the two of them were fighting for these items. This was the legendary Saint Mansion that surpassed the Emperor level. How precious would the things inside be? Without a second thought, Lu Ming and the heartless monk's eyes lit up and they rushed to the shilaviers on both sides. "Get lost! You're looking for death!" Yang Padian and Tuoba Shur roared as they charged at the two of them. Tuoba Shur attacked the heartless monk. He waved his mace and crushed the void like a mountain range. "My hair is white, my Buddha is merciful." The heartless monk chanted the name of Buddha and his entire body emitted golden light. His appearance was solemn like the reincarnation of Buddha. He struck out a golden palm print and clashed with the Wolf Fang club. With a boom, it actually blocked Tuoba Shur's attack. The two of them began a great battle. On the other side, Yang Padian was charging toward Lu Ming. As the heavenly halberd slashed down, the space around it shattered. It even turned into spatial power that wrapped around the heavenly halberd, making it even more destructive. Lu Ming's 5-colored will surrounded him, and he had 7 streams of dragon energy on him. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. The combat sword formed by his 3rd bloodline changed and actually turned into a blood-red combat halberd. The 3rd bloodline was a drop of blood. It could change at will, be it a sword, a spear, a saber, a halberd, etc. It could change at will without a fixed shape. Clang! Lu Ming wielded the blood halberd and slashed down, clashing with Yang Potion's heavenly halberd. Clang! A terrifying tremor spread out, and the two figures swayed slightly. Then they began to fight again. Boom! 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 In the main hall, the 4 of them engaged in a peak battle. For a moment, it was difficult to determine who was superior. Peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming discovered that Yang Potion's cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm, not much higher than his. However, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. He was the strongest young expert that Lu Ming had ever encountered. The four of them were in a chaotic battle in the hall, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of moves. Not far away, footsteps could be heard. It was obvious that the others were approaching. Chapter 1085 Emperor Weapon. The eyes of the four people flashed, and they abandoned their opponents almost at the same time, rushing toward the Shilavirs on both sides. They understood that they couldn't do anything to their opponents for the time being. If they continued to fight, the scene would become even more chaotic when more people appeared. Therefore, the four of them began to search for treasures on the Shilavirs at the same time. Lu Ming waved his hand and a white light emanated. It enveloped the jade bottles, jade boxes, and metal boxes on the Shilavirs. They were all stored into the mountain and river diagram. He didn't have time to see what it was, so he put it away first. The four of them went on a frenzied raid, and in just a few breaths, the items on the Shilavirs had been swept clean. The unscrupulous monk, in particular, had actually forcefully kept a shelf into his storage ring, leaving everyone speechless. However, Lu Ming and the rest soon followed suit and kept the shelf. At this moment, a few more figures rushed out of the corridor. They looked at the empty hall on both sides and were stunned. Buzz. Bush. At this moment, Lu Ming and the rest had already rushed into the depths of the hall. There was a huge door there. Charge! The few experts behind them, including the Emperor God, rushed forward at the same time and followed closely behind Lu Ming and the rest. After rushing through the door, there was another hall, but this one was bigger and empty. Opposite the hall, there was another door, from which a faint light emanated. Their eyes lit up and they quickly rushed in. It was still a large hall, but this hall was exceptionally wide. In the air above the hall, there were 4 balls of light, shining with a dazzling light. Those were 4 weapons floating in the air. They were of different colors, but they exuded a terrifying pressure. This is an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Yang Patian growled and immediately rushed towards one of the treasures. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The so-called Emperor's spiritual weapon was the Emperor of spiritual weapons, just like the martial Emperor of the martial artists, standing at the peak of many spiritual weapons. The Emperor's spiritual weapon was a top-grade 9th-level spiritual weapon. Even some emperors might not have one, as it had a domain that could assist them in battle. Even emperors would be envious of this place, let alone them. They immediately rushed toward one of the king's spiritual weapons. Lu Ming rushed towards a small fiery red pagoda. The pagoda seemed to be cast from fire jade and it emitted an astonishing amount of heat. An Emperor's spiritual weapon. Behind them, the other experts had also arrived. When they saw the Emperor's spiritual weapons, their eyes turned red with greed as they pounced on the 4 weapons. One of them pounced on Lu Ming. One of them was a brawny man in his 40s with a cultivation of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. The other was an Emperor God. However, Lu Ming was 1 step faster. His body was like a stream of light as he appeared in front of the small tower and reached out to grab it. However, just as Lu Ming was about to grab it, the small tower emitted a light circle. Lu Ming's grab did not go in. Inscription formation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This small tower was protected by an inscription array. However, Lu Ming felt that he could break it if he spent some time. Bang! Lu Ming changed his claw to a palm and struck the circle of light. Bang! The ring of light trembled, but it still blocked the attack. At that moment, the Emperor God and the brawny man rushed over. The Emperor's spiritual weapon is mine. The brawny man's eyes were red as he charged at the small tower. The Emperor God's sword hit the ring of light, but it was still intact. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted coldly and swept his blood halberd at the burly man and the Emperor God at the same time. The 2 of them were shocked and tried to block it at the same time. The blood halberd carried a terrifying killing intent that rolled like a tide and suppressed everything. It blasted toward the 2 of them. With a bang, Their bodies shook violently and they were swept away by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming stared at the Emperor God and charged at him. He planned to kill Dishan here. Dishan was Di Yi's most outstanding junior. If he killed Dishan, he would be heartbroken. Who? The blood halberd pressed down and struck at the Emperor God's head. The Emperor God's expression was extremely grave. The space around him trembled like water. Great space-splitting slash. Lu Ming, the Emperor God said in a serious voice. He held the sword with both hands and slashed. The space rolled and a terrible crack was slashed at Lu Ming. This crack had the power to cut through space and could cut through anything. Of course, this was relative. The blood halberd in Lu Ming's hand transformed into the blood sword again. The sword radiance flashed and the space was cut open, including the space crack. This was the terrifying aspect of the 5 slaughter moves. No matter what weapon was used, it could display its power. This was because the 5 slaughter forms were not moves, but focused on intent. Once the intent was there, any weapon could unleash its power. The Emperor God's expression changed drastically, and he retreated rapidly. Kill! Lu Ming's blood-red hair flew in the air. His killing intent surged like a tide. He stepped forward and charged at the Emperor God. Buzz! The Emperor God tried his best to resist, but he was no match for it. He spat out blood and retreated, his face pale. Emperor God was indeed powerful. He had combined space mentality, sword mentality, and golden flame mentality. After his space mentality reached level 4, it became even more mysterious and terrifying. He was even more powerful than Wu Qingkong. However, compared to Lu Ming, he was still a distance away. He was no match at all. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he approached the Emperor God. The Emperor God had no choice but to use instant step, his figure flashing constantly. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming formed a seal with both hands and a sealing gate was formed. Dishan's expression changed drastically. He had seen Lu Ming use the sealing gate to seal Xue Feng and the others and then kill them. Spatial shift. The Emperor God roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his body turned illusory. With a final bang, his body collapsed and turned into an illusion. His real body had long disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he had fled to. Lu Ming looked at the line of defense outside the hall. The Emperor God had passed through space and appeared in a hall outside. What a wonderful space concept. Lu Ming's eyes glinted coldly. He did not continue to pursue him. There were plenty of opportunities to kill the Emperor God. Get lost. He turned around and charged towards the brawny man. The brawny man was currently doing his best to break the small pagoda's formation. Lu Ming charged back and struck out with his palm, causing the burly man to spit blood and fly back. He looked at Lu Ming with an extremely grave expression. On the other side, an expert from each side rushed towards Yang Patin, the unscrupulous monk, and Tuobashir. The experts who rushed towards the unscrupulous monk and Tuobashir were forced to retreat while spitting out blood. As for the experts who rushed towards Yang Patin, they were trapped by Yang Potion's space mentality and killed in one fell swoop. Yang Patin was very unhappy today. Originally, in the central continent, he was high and mighty. Other than the other 4 of the top 5 young warriors, no one was his match. However, in this trip to the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, Tuobashir had appeared first. His combat strength was not weaker than his, and he had fought with him several times. Behind him, Lu Ming and the unscrupulous monk appeared one after another, displaying their shocking combat strength. They were not weaker than him. Moreover, he had never seen them before. This made him extremely unhappy and his heart was burning with anger. Lu Ming took a glance and continued to crack the small pagoda's array. Chapter 1086 Shocking Change. The other experts' expressions were unsightly, but they did not dare to continue snatching. Lu Ming's group of 4 were too powerful and were obviously stronger than them. If they went crazy and attacked them with all their might, they would be in danger. At that moment, No one dared to fight with Lu Ming and the rest. However, after a flash of light in their eyes, they bypassed Lu Ming and the others and rushed into the depths of the hall. There was another door there that led inside. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming continued to attack. His third bloodline turned into a combat sword and slashed at the light shield that protected the small tower. After dozens of attacks, he finally broke the light shield. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He grabbed the small pagoda. It's so hot. Lu Ming felt that his palm was about to be burnt and there was a meaty fragrance. Lu Ming quickly sent the small tower into the mountain and river diagram. Almost at the same time, Yang Patin and the others also broke the formation and kept the treasures. At the same time, the four of them spread out and rushed inside. There was another hall inside. Boom! 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 As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the few experts fighting fiercely. There was only one thing floating in the air of the hall. It was a jade plate. It was crystal clear and exuded a vast and endless pressure. This pressure was too shocking and surpassed everything. It was as if it was the incarnation of the entire heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying and far exceeded the previous emperor's spiritual weapon. What kind of treasure is this? It's too shocking. Lu Ming was a little stunned. Yang Patin and the others were also stunned. Then their eyes lit up. Judging from its aura, it was beyond an emperor's spiritual weapon. It must be a peerless divine weapon used by someone who had surpassed a martial emperor. It seemed that the Tianxia Academy was right. This was indeed the mansion of someone who had surpassed a martial emperor. A divine weapon used by an existence beyond the martial emperor realm. How terrifying was that? Buzz. Whoosh. Almost at the same time, the four of them pounced toward the jade plate. Get lost. Kill. The attacks of these few people were blasted towards those experts. Their faces changed greatly, and they hurriedly blocked it, but retreated with injuries. Damn it. The few of them were furious and extremely aggrieved, but they were helpless. They were truly helpless. They were all Heaven's Pride experts of the previous generation. In their era, they were all all-powerful figures. They were high and mighty, looking down on Heaven's Pride experts of the same generation. However, after 10 or 20 years, this generation had reached the golden age. Each and every Heaven's Pride expert was more brilliant than them by who knew how many times. Now, even the people of the younger generation were going to berate them and crush them. This made them feel a wave of sadness. This treasure is mine. Yang Potion's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Ridiculous, who do you think you are? Tuoba Ashur shouted coldly, not giving Yang Patin any face at all. I think this treasure is fated with this poor monk. Please don't fight with this poor monk over it. The unscrupulous monk still had a smile on his face, but his fiery eyes betrayed him. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on them. He dashed toward the jade plate. Boom! A golden palm print was aimed at Lu Ming. It was that unscrupulous monk. Benefactor, this treasure is really fated with this little monk. Why do you have to snatch it from this little monk? The monk said, Fate my ass. Stinky monk, get lost. Lu Ming slashed his sword at the heartless monk and it collided with the golden palm print. Almsgiver, don't be angry. The monk called out, but his palm didn't stop. His body glowed like a golden Buddha, and he struck out a few times with terrifying power. Stinky monk, don't pretend in front of me. It was you who used a fake Saint Mansion token to cause a war, right? Don't think that others don't know. I happened to see it. Lu Ming said loudly. The moment he said that, the monk's face froze. Yang Patin and Tuoba Ashur, who were in the middle of a fierce battle, both stopped and looked at the unscrupulous monk with cold eyes. So it was you who was causing trouble. Stinky monk, hand over your life. Yang Patin roared and charged towards the monk. Tuoba Ashur also held his mace and charged at the monk. The two of them were filled with killing intent towards the unscrupulous monk. What kind of people were they? How could they be fooled by the unscrupulous monk? They had been trying to find the person behind the scenes. Damn it, it's a misunderstanding, my two benefactors. The unscrupulous monk shouted and jumped up and down, trying his best to resist. Lu Ming moved and pounced on the jade plate. Buzz! All of a sudden, the jade plate trembled and emitted a terrifying pressure. Lu Ming felt as if he was going against the entire heaven and earth. He was crushed by the terrifying pressure and spat out a mouthful of blood as his body fell. Wang wang wang! The jade plate trembled slightly and emitted a supreme light. Countless inscriptions appeared in the hall and formed terrifying chain-like things that danced in the hall. The unscrupulous monk, Yang Padian, and Tuoba sure couldn't help but stop and look around in shock. They were also shocked by the sudden change. What's going on? At this moment, a group of people rushed in. It was Fairy Tan Xiang, Kong Exen, and the others. Among them were the divine emperors. The people behind had already arrived. When they saw this scene, they were shocked. Who? A black vortex suddenly appeared on the ground, erupting with a terrifying suction and devouring power. Not good, save me. A few of the weaker ones screamed as they were swallowed by the vortex and disappeared. Not good. Lu Ming and the rest soared into the sky, but it was unusually strenuous. The devouring power was too strong and it was trying to pull them down. Save me! A sharp cry rang out. In Bupo transformed into his true form, a giant eagle. He flapped his wings desperately, wanting to resist, but he still couldn't resist and was pulled down. He roared and disappeared. At the same time, Kong Xian's figure was also swallowed. The Esilavir light shone from between Fairy Tan Xiang's brows, and medicinal pills flew out, forming a pair of wings to support her. However, she was still quickly sinking. Charge out! Lu Ming roared and flew toward Fairy Sandalwood. He grabbed her slender waist and wanted to bring her out of the hall. However, he could not. The devouring power was too terrifying and he could not pull her. Brother Lu, don't worry about me. You can escape on your own. Fairy Tan Xiang pushed Lu Ming and his body fell into the vortex. At this time, Yang Padian and the others tried their best to rush out of the hall, but it was useless. The devouring power was too strong, and they couldn't get out at all. It was the same for Lu Ming. His body was sinking. No! Lu Ming saw a few fourth-level spiritual god realm experts being devoured, including the divine emperor and others. In the end, only Lu Ming, Yang Padian, the unscrupulous monk, and Tuobashir were still resisting with all their might. Buzz! All of a sudden, the devouring power increased sharply and multiplied several times. Lu Ming and the other three were devoured and rushed into the vortex. The world seemed to spin as if he had rushed into eternal darkness. Lu Ming felt his vision turn black and he could not remember anything. A big dream, the woman in the dream. Lu Ming felt that he was drifting in the eternal darkness. He did not know where he was drifting to. Slowly, his mind became more and more confused as if his memories were fading. Everything that had happened in the past seemed to have become blurry and slowly dissipated. Slowly, Lu Ming became ignorant. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming suddenly sat up. With a creak, he found that he was sitting on a bed. Where is this place? What's wrong with me? I felt like I had a very long dream just now. Lu Ming looked at his surroundings in confusion. At this moment, the door opened and a beautiful young lady walked in. She was 14 to 15 years old and was very beautiful. When she saw that Lu Ming had woken up, she immediately smiled happily and cheered, "Brother Ming, you're finally awake. You really scared me." Yao, Looking at Lu Yao's worried expression, Lu Ming's heart felt warm. He then asked, "Yao, what happened to me? I remember I went to awaken my bloodline 3 days ago. What happened after that?" "Brother Ming, you went to awaken your bloodline 3 days ago. During the process, you suddenly fainted. You have been in a coma for 3 days. In these 3 days, you have been having nightmares and calling strange names like Brother Ming, are you okay?" Lu Yao was a little worried. I'm fine. It's just a nightmare. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He really had a dream, a very, very long dream. But for some reason, the dream in his mind was getting more and more blurry, and he almost couldn't remember it. He only had a vague feeling that in that dream, Lu Yao left him, and he later obtained a treasure, cultivated into a strong man, and went on an adventure on the continent. He only had a vague impression of it, but the more he thought about it, the more blurry and ethereal the dream became. What a strange dream. Lu Ming smiled. He, Lu Ming, was just a useless young master in Fiery Wind City who could not cultivate. Why would he have such a strange dream? Yao, did I fail in my bloodline awakening? Lu Ming asked. Brother Ming. Lu Yao wanted to say something but stopped. Tell me I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. Brother Ming, it's a failure, but it's fine. Even if you can't cultivate, you won't change in Yao's heart. My father and your mother have already discussed it. We'll hold our wedding in half a month. Lu Yao blinked his eyes and said. After he finished, he was a little shy and his face was a little red. The wedding will be held in half a month. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. At that moment, he did not know why, but he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. A figure appeared in his mind. The figure was very blurry and he could not see its face clearly. It was someone he had met in his dream. It was a woman. A sense of reluctance surged in Lu Ming's heart. This figure seemed to be very important to him. Who was it? Why do I feel my heart ache? Was it really a dream? Lu Ming was stunned and mumbled to himself. Brother Ming, what happened? Don't scare Yao. Lu Yao called out. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He came to his senses and smiled. I'm fine. I'm just thinking about that dream again. Brother Ming, it's just a dream. Don't think too much and drink your medicine. Lu Yao picked up the medicine at the side and fed it to Lu Ming. At this moment, two people walked into the room. One was a beautiful woman, and the other was a beautiful teenage girl. Mother, Shuyue. Lu Ming called out. Ming, have a good rest. You're going to be the groom in half a month. Li Ping smiled slightly and revealed a doting expression. That's right, young master. Shuyue wants to congratulate you. The young girl at the side said in a sweet voice. Shuyue. Lu Ming looked at Qiuyu. In the dream, Qiuyu seemed to have become a martial arts genius, but it was only a, seemingly, feeling. Lu Ming felt that the dream had become more muddled and was slowly fading away as time passed. Ming, you've just woken up, so you should rest well. Don't let your thoughts run wild. Li Ping said. Then she left the room with Qiuyu and Lu Yao. That dream? That's strange. Who is that figure? In the room, Lu Ming was lying on the bed in a daze. Time passed very quickly. As the days went by, Lu Ming's body recovered quickly. The dream in his mind was also becoming more and more blurry. As time passed, it became more and more blurry. He believed that he would completely forget it very soon. But for some reason, every time he thought of that dream, a figure would appear, causing Lu Ming's heart to ache. Who was that figure? Why does it feel so real? Lu Ming muttered. It was a woman's figure, which was hard to erase from his mind. In the Lu clan's backyard, a small stream flowed by. There was a pavilion beside the small stream, and in the pavilion, a young man and a young woman were snuggling up to each other. Brother Ming, Yao is going to marry you tomorrow. I'll never be separated from you again. Lu Yao said in a low voice, his eyes showing anticipation and shyness. Lu Ming hugged Lu Yao, feeling extremely relaxed. The gentle breeze on his Buddha's face revealed a faint floral fragrance. This way, that's good. Lu Ming looked at the sky and thought of this. If he couldn't cultivate, then so be it. If he could live an ordinary life, wouldn't that be good? Lu Ming really enjoyed such a life. That dream was a dream after all. Let it drift away with the wind. Only that figure could not be erased. It would occasionally appear in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, wake up. Suddenly, Lu Ming heard a voice. Lu Ming was stunned. He turned to look around but did not see anyone. Lu Yao was still in his arms, as if he had not heard anything. What are you looking at? I'm here in the stream. The voice rang out again. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly looked at the stream. He saw a little turtle floating in the stream, staring at him. You're talking to me? Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you looking at? If it's not this seat, who can it be? The little turtle berated. Brother Ming, what's wrong? Who are you talking to? Lu Yao looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Lu Ming said, It's nothing. You heard wrong. Yao, you can go back first. I'll go and welcome you tomorrow. Yao, will wait for you. Lu Yao blinked his eyes and jogged away. Immediately after, Lu Ming looked at the little turtle and was extremely surprised. A turtle? No, a turtle can actually speak. Could it be the legendary king-class turtle? No, senior. Junior Lu Ming greets senior. Lu Ming bowed to the little turtle. In his memory, only the legendary king-level demonic beasts could speak. He was shocked to find a king-level demonic beast in the backyard of the Lu family. There might not even be a king-tier demonic beast in the entire Blazing Sun Empire. Kingdom my ass. I'm the world turtle, the top of the top 10 war beasts. What kingdom? You're not even fit to carry my shoes. Kid, Lu Ming, you've been hit by an illusion. You're in an illusion. Why don't you wake up? Do you want to sink into it for the rest of your life? The little turtle shouted. Saint stage, Saint. Illusion? An illusion? I remember everything that happened to me clearly. How could I be in an illusion? Senior must be joking. Lu Ming frowned. What a joke. You're Lu Ming. In the real world, your bloodline was deprived by Lu Yao. Fortunately, you got the help of the broken soul of the 9 sons, merged with the blood essence of the 9 dragons, and awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons. That's how you rose to power. Have you forgotten? The little turtle called out. What? Yao, stole my bloodline? Impossible? How is that possible? You're spouting nonsense. Lu Ming had a look of disbelief on his face. However, after hearing what the little turtle said, the dream that he had in the past, the dream that was getting fainter and fainter, actually appeared again. It seemed to have become clearer. Nonsense. You won first place in the Battle of Providence and became the top 1,000 of the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. You're the Zhongzi of the Talisman Amulet Sect. Now that the Talisman Amulet Sect is besieged by Martial Emperor De and is in danger, are you going to just leave it be? Lu Ming's body trembled slightly with every word the little turtle said. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions and he was struggling. The Talisman Amulet Sect, the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming mumbled to himself. He felt that the dream was becoming clearer and clearer, as if it was about to surface. What's his name? I think I had a dream before, and I also had a little turtle. Lu Ming's eyes were even more confused. As the dream slowly emerged, he was in the intersection of the dream and reality. He could not tell which was real and which was fake. Perhaps everything was just a dream. The little turtle's eyes went wide, and he finally cried out. It's fucking called Dandan and you named it, you bastard. It's so fucking unpleasant to hear. Dandan. Lu Ming muttered to himself and seemed to have thought of something. Also, are you not going to care about your little lover and wife, Xian Yanqing? She was captured by her father and her life is uncertain now. You're giving up just like that? Dandan shouted. Boom, boom, boom. Xian Yanqing's name exploded in Lu Ming's mind like thunder. The figure that could not be erased, the figure that made one's heart ache at the thought of it, suddenly became clear and vivid in Lu Ming's mind. Following that, the dream became clear in Lu Ming's mind. Nianqing, right, I'm now in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion of the Tianxia Academy. This is an illusion. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up and emitted an endless glow. Real and fake, fake and real. Everything is an illusion. My heart won't move. Lu Ming suddenly shouted and threw a punch. Voila! The surrounding scene seemed to have been shattered by Lu Ming's punch. It began to peel away and finally disappeared completely. Lu Ming realized that he was standing in a long corridor. Dan was lying on his shoulder. What a powerful illusion! Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He was extremely shocked. That illusion was too powerful. It erased his true memories and made him fall into an eternal illusion, unable to extricate himself. This time, it was really dangerous. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in danger, he might really be trapped in the illusion forever. That would be equivalent to death. At the thought of this, Lu Ming could not help but feel a little scared. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Kid, this place is no small matter. An emperor would definitely not be able to do it. Be careful, I'm hiding. After saying that, Dan automatically entered the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. He remembered that they had been swallowed by a vortex previously. However, he was the only one around. Yang Patyin, Tuoba Shur, and Goddess Tan Xiang were nowhere to be seen. This was a passageway that led straight ahead. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked forward. After walking through the passage, they came to a secret chamber. The secret chamber was huge. Above the secret chamber, Lu Ming saw a bead the size of a longan floating. The moment Lu Ming stepped into the secret chamber, the bead suddenly emitted a blinding light. In the light, a figure appeared. The figure sat cross-legged in the air, and the bead was right in the middle of the figure's eyebrows. The figure was not very burly, but the aura it exuded was earth-shattering. It gave Lu Ming the feeling that he was facing the heavenly Tao. The vast might of heaven filled the air. It was irresistible and irresistible. This was Lu Ming's intuitive feeling. When he faced this figure, it was as if he was facing the entire world. It was not that Lu Ming had not felt the majesty of an emperor. The pressure that an emperor emitted was simply child's play compared to this figure. It was as if the emperor was an ant in front of this figure. Gulu. Lu Ming swallowed his saliva and raised his head with difficulty to look at the figure. Fortunately, the unparalleled aura was retracted as soon as it was released. The figure opened its eyes and looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be completely seen through. To actually be able to pass through the illusionary realm I set up, not bad. The figure said. Junior Lu Ming pays his respects to Senior. Lu Ming bowed. He knew that the person in front of him was most likely the legendary existence above the emperor level in Tianxia Academy. He was shocked. It was said that the Saint Mansion's secret realm had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Could this person have lived for hundreds of thousands of years? This was really unimaginable. The figure seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind and said, "Little guy, don't think too much. I can't live that long. What you see is just the saint heart I left behind and a trace of my origin mark. The real me has been dead for many years." Saint heart? Lu Ming was puzzled. He had no idea what the saint heart was. Yes, it's normal that you don't understand. You're located in a remote area on a desolate island, so it's normal that you don't know. Above the emperor realm is the saint realm, also known as the saint realm, which condenses the saint heart. The elder said. The figure casually explained. Saint stage saint. Lu Ming mumbled to himself. He finally knew what was the realm above the emperor realm. It was the saint, the saint. The figure in front of him must be a saint. Yes, you have great luck. Unfortunately, you are not an inscription master. I became a saint through the Tao of inscription when I was alive. Otherwise, I could pass on my legacy to you. The figure suddenly sighed. Inscriber, inheritance. Lu Ming's eyes were glowing. Although he was not an inscriber, his second body was. His second body had no other thoughts and focused on the Tao of inscriber. Now, he had advanced to an extremely profound realm. It would be great if he was here. Senior, did the others not pass the illusion? Lu Ming asked. No, they all failed, but I won't really make things difficult for them. I've already made them wake up. Look. The saint waved his hand, and images suddenly appeared in the air. He saw Yang Padian, Tuoba Shur, the unscrupulous monk, Kong Xin, and the others in their respective secret rooms, looking around. Fairy Tan Xiang. Lu Ming noticed that Fairy Tan Xiang was the most special. She was sitting cross-legged in a secret room, her entire body glowing, and the Esilavir mental energy fire between her brows was dancing. The saint's legacy. This little girl is very talented in the Tao of inscription. Unfortunately, she's still a little lacking. I'll give her some benefits and hope that she can gain something. The saint said. Lu Ming was happy for Fairy Tan Xiang. Although this person had already passed away, he had been a saint when he was alive, an existence that had surpassed emperors. If he said that he had given them some benefits, it was definitely not a small matter. Even emperors would be envious. All right, little guy, since you can come here and pass my test, I won't let you return empty-handed. I'll give you some benefits and then send you out. With that, the saint waved his hand, and those images disappeared without a trace. Senior, wait a moment, this junior might be able to inherit senior's mantle? Lu Ming said hurriedly. Hee little fellow, don't talk nonsense. I see that you don't have any mental energy fire at all, so how can you inherit my legacy? The saint smiled indifferently. Has senior ever heard of the twin forbidden spell? Lu Ming said. Twin forbidden spell? The saint frowned slightly, looking confused. He had obviously never heard of it. Senior, the twin forbidden art is able to cultivate a second body. Lu Ming then told her about the twin forbidden technique and what he had learned. When the saint first heard that the twin forbidden technique could actually cultivate a clone that was the same as the original and could be cultivated wholeheartedly, he was extremely shocked. He had never heard of such a strange technique in the world. After hearing that Lu Ming had obtained it in the Battle of Providence, he was relieved. It wasn't strange for one to encounter any kind of fortuitous encounter in the Battle of Providence. This was because this saint had also participated in the Battle of Providence when he was young. There's actually such a secret technique in the world. According to what you've said, not only did your second body inherit your talent, but it also has no distracting thoughts. In this case, it's really suitable for my legacy. The saint sighed, his eyes bright. Back then, due to an accident, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He escaped to the divine wilderness continent and searched for this mystic realm. In order to hide from his enemies, he still died here in the end, leaving behind his saint heart and a trace of his mark. The mark was attached to the saint's heart, which was why it had been preserved for so many years, but it would disappear sooner or later. When a powerhouse was about to die, they did not wish for their lifetime of cultivation and achievements to go to waste. They all wanted to find a suitable successor to pass on their legacy. Lu Ming was undoubtedly the most suitable. But senior, my second body is currently trapped in a place by an enemy. I'm afraid he won't be able to come for the time being. Lu Ming sighed. Oh, how about this? Take this formation plate. As long as you give it to your clone and have him activate the inscriptions on it, you'll be able to directly teleport here. The saint took out an array disc and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it in joy and thanked the saint again. Yes, my name is Tianxian. You can call me the Tianxian saint. That's all. I'll send you out now. There's no need to open this secret realm in the future. I'll seal it forever and no one will be able to enter. The profound sky saint was about to send Lu Ming and the rest out. Senior, please wait. Lu Ming called out hurriedly. What? The profound sky saint was stunned. Allow me to change my appearance, Junior still has enemies outside. Lu Ming chuckled and his body transformed again. After a while, his body became thinner and he turned into a young man with a pale face. Even his aura had changed greatly. No one could recognize him now. "All right, I'm done," Lu Ming said. The profound sky saint waved his hand, and the space twisted. Lu Ming felt a force pulling him, and his body instantly disappeared. At this moment, Goddess Tan Xiang, Yang Padian, and the others, as well as the people outside the Saint Mansion, were all enveloped by a force and disappeared. Tianxia Academy, outside the Wanxiang Jade Wall. The 9 beams of light suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the myriad elephant jade wall returned to its calm state. What's going on? The crowd was in an uproar, and even many supreme martial artists' faces changed. What's going on? Why did the 9 pillars of light suddenly disappear? Those who went in haven't come out yet. A supreme from a large force said with an ugly expression. Many people looked at a supreme from the Tianxia Academy. "I don't know either. Such a thing has never happened before." The Tianxia Academy's supreme martial artist said with a heavy expression. "Then, can you open it again?" A supreme martial artist asked. The supreme from the Tianxia Academy shook his head, which caused an uproar. There were many people from the major powers in there. For example, the strongest inheritors of the Floating Mountain sect and Devil Mountain were all in there. If they were to be trapped in there, it would be a huge loss. On the other hand, the people from the Heavenly Martial Sword School and Cold Blood Hall were gloating. This was because their successor had been killed by Lu Ming and had come out a long time ago. The most outstanding geniuses of the previous generation had also been killed. Even if the remaining people did not come out, they would not suffer as much as the other forces. At this moment, the space above the myriad elephant jade wall twisted, and several figures emerged. "They're out, they're out." Many people were ecstatic. In the sky, more than 10,000 people appeared. Everyone saw Yang Padian, Goddess Tan Xiang, Kong Exin, and the other heaven's favorites. What's going on? How's the Holy Prefecture? One by one, the supreme martial artists spoke out with excitement in their eyes. They had heard about the Saint Mansion from Wu Chengkong when he was killed. They were all shocked, but they were also looking forward to it. They wanted to rush in them slaviers. An existence that surpassed an emperor wasn't just for show. It was simply too alluring, especially for many supreme beings. They were stuck at the supreme being realm and had never been able to break through to the emperor realm. If they could obtain the inheritance or comprehension of an existence that had surpassed the emperor realm, they might be able to break through. In a flash, Goddess Tan Xiang, Kong Exin, Jun Yu, and the others flew to their respective supremes and explained the situation of entering the Saint Mansion. "What? You've all failed?" When they heard that Kong Exin and the other Heaven's Pride experts didn't pass the test, everyone sighed and felt very regretful. But then, they turned their eyes to Yang Padian, Tuobashir, and the unscrupulous monk. These people had surpassed the second-grade Heaven's Pride and were Heaven's Pride experts of the big shots. Perhaps they had succeeded. "My hair is white, my Buddha is merciful, this little monk is ashamed, my heart is not strong, I still need to train." The heartless monk had a solemn look on his face as he chanted the name of Buddha, his face filled with compassion. In the crowd, Lu Ming looked down on him. If he had not seen the monk's true face, he would have thought that this fellow was a respectable senior monk. The unscrupulous monk's words meant that he had also failed. Damn it, that illusionary realm was indeed powerful. Even I couldn't pass it. Tuobashir grinned. "We're on par. Tuobashir, let's fight another day," Yang Padian said coldly. Then he strode out of the Tianxia Academy and disappeared in a flash. No one stopped him. Not only was Yang Padian a peerless genius, but he also came from the heaven-suppressing divine army. The heaven-suppressing divine army was too powerful. It was the only force that could compete with the ancient Saint dynasty among the 18 overlords of the central continent. It was even more powerful than the heavenly martial sword faction. Heading to Central Continent's holy city. Yang Poshan's words were clear. He had also failed. It seemed that no one had succeeded this time. No, there was still one more person. The crowd suddenly thought of something. Where was Lu Shaoqing, the young genius who killed the master of Blood Net and the experts from Cold Blood Hall, Wu Tsang, Xue Feng and the other fourth-level spiritual god realm experts, and Wu Qingkong? Why isn't he here? Where's Lu Shaoqing? The Supreme of Cold Blood Hall and the Heavenly Martial Sword School scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. They spread out their spiritual consciousness in search of Lu Ming. Supreme martial artist, Lu Shaoqing is an expert in disguise. He can even change his aura. He must be in the crowd. Xue Luozi shouted. He had fought with Lu Shaoqing in the city of Dan, so he was very familiar with Lu Shaoqing's appearance and aura. However, Lu Shaoqing's appearance and aura in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion were completely different. If he had not recognized Lu Ming's devouring power, he would not have recognized Lu Ming. Therefore, he knew that Lu Ming was definitely skilled in the art of disguise. You think I can't find you in a crowd? I'll check them one by one. The supreme martial artist of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction released a terrifying aura. His spiritual sense was like a storm, enveloping Lu Ming and the others who had entered the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Many people's faces changed. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly before returning to normal. Check them one by one. How are you going to check? A supreme martial artist from another power said unhappily. I'll search their souls one by one. The Supreme of Blood Luo sect sneered. Ha, soul search? Who do you think you are? How can my floating mountain sect's disciples let you search their souls? The supreme martial artist of the floating mountain sect laughed. His voice was ice cold. That's right, who do you think you are? How can I let you search the soul of a disciple of the Sky Eagle Castle? If you want to capture Lu Shaoqing, you have to think of a way. The supreme being of the Sky Eagle Castle sneered. Some of the supreme beings from the Overlord forces looked coldly at the supreme being from Cold Blood Hall and the supreme being from the Heavenly Martial Sword School. As they were all Overlord forces, they were not afraid of the two. The Heavenly Martial Sword faction and Cold Blood Hall had suffered heavy losses because of Lu Shaoqing, and now they wanted to search their disciples' souls. Wasn't that ridiculous? The supreme beings of Cold Blood Hall and Heavenly Sword School looked terrible. The disciples of the Overlord forces can leave, but the other forces and itinerant cultivators have to stay. We'll search their souls. The supreme martial artist from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction muttered to himself for a moment before speaking. What? You want to search our souls? No, don't be too overbearing. I won't agree to it. This is the Tianxia Academy, not the Tianwu Sword School or Cold Blood Hall. Immediately, the people from the small forces started to shout. Everyone had their own secrets. How could they let others search their souls? Shut up. The supreme martial artist of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction shouted as a vast sword power bloomed out, causing many people to be unable to breathe. Overlord forces were tyrannical. Other than forces of the same level, other forces were like ants in their eyes. In fact, this was the case. Once an emperor appeared, no one could compete with him. Ooh! At this moment, clouds gathered in the sky. The endless clouds gathered to form a huge face, and an endless imperial pressure spread out. The emperor has appeared. Someone shouted, and many people's faces changed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone in the Tianxia Academy, be it ordinary disciples or supreme martial artists, bowed respectfully. This was because he was the emperor of the Tianxia Academy. The other people also saluted in a hurry. This was a sign of respect for the emperor. Let them go. Since they are in the Tianxia Academy, the Tianxia Academy must ensure everyone's safety. The emperor spoke indifferently, but his words were unquestionable. But the supreme martial artist from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction wanted to say something. No need to say more, go. The king interrupted him. The supreme beings of the Heavenly Martial Sword School and Cold Blood Hall nodded. They had to respect the king's request and finally agreed helplessly. Let's go. The supreme martial artist from the Sky Martial Sword faction glanced at the people from the small forces and the rogue cultivators, then left with the people from the Sky Martial Sword faction. The supreme of Cold Blood Hall also left with his people. After that, the people from the other overlord forces also left. With a whoosh, the giant face in the sky disappeared without a trace. The Emperor's aura also disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. However, the people from the small forces did not leave. They planned to take the teleportation formation of the Tianxia Academy to leave because the Tianwu Sword Sect and Cold Blood Hall might intercept them outside the Tianxia Academy. It was too dangerous to go out like this. The safest way was to leave through the teleportation array. The Tianxia Academy had no reason to refuse, because taking the teleportation array would cost them a large amount of spiritual crystals and raw stones. They could make a lot of money. Lu Ming was also in the crowd. He also planned to take the teleportation array and leave the Tianxia Academy. In the air, Kong Xian and Goddess Tan Xiang glanced around, presumably looking for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had no intention of showing himself. He found a random mountain peak and sat cross-legged, quietly cultivating. There were too many people now, and they would definitely have to line up at the teleportation array. It would be better to set off in a few days. After the three of them left, Lu Ming made his move. After paying a sum of raw gemstones, Lu Ming stepped into the teleportation array. Sacred City, I'm here. Little Qing, how are you now? Lu Ming's heart stirred. His destination was the sacred city of the Central Continent, the imperial capital of the ancient Saint Dynasty, the largest city in the world. The teleportation array flashed and Lu Ming's figure disappeared. The Central Continent's sacred city was the largest city in the Divine Wilderness. It was the imperial capital of the ancient sacred dynasty. In the 8 directions of the sacred city, there were 8 satellite cities that surrounded and protected the sacred city. These 8 satellite cities all had teleportation formations. If outsiders wanted to enter the holy city, they could only teleport to the satellite city first, then fly to the holy city. On this day, the teleportation array of a satellite city in the east flashed and Lu Ming appeared. Lu Ming did not stay in the satellite city. He left the satellite city and soared into the sky, flying towards the sacred city. The distance between the satellite city and the holy city was at least 10 million miles. However, Lu Ming's current speed was terrifying. He crossed the distance in no time and a huge city appeared in front of him. The first impression Lu Ming had of the holy city was that it was ancient, weathered, and full of the traces of time. The huge city wall was covered with sword marks, which seemed to describe the ancient history of the sacred city. The Central Continent's sacred city was huge and grand. However, among all the big cities in the Divine Wilderness continent, it was definitely not the largest, nor was it considered the top. At the very least, the 9 Dragons city of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was much bigger than the sacred city. However, the sacred city was still the #1 city in the world. The holy city had existed for far too long and had left behind countless legends. There were also countless secrets within. Moreover, there were many entrances to secret realms in the holy city. In fact, those secret realms could be considered a part of the holy city. With those secret realms, the holy city's scope was terrifyingly large. No one knew how many powerful cultivators were hidden in those secret realms or how many secrets they contained. Therefore, although the ancient Saint Dynasty of the Central Continent had declined, it was still the most powerful force in the Central Continent. No one dared to underestimate it. Chapter 1091 Changing Identity. Lu Ming flew toward the holy city and landed on a pipe. He followed the crowd and walked into the city gate. There were soldiers standing guard at the city gates. Lu Ming swept his gaze across them and realized that these soldiers were all spirit embryo realm experts. After a brief check, Lu Ming entered the holy city. At once, he was greeted with an ancient and simple aura. In the sacred city, any street, palace, or house was filled with the aura of time, as if they had crossed time and space from millions of years ago. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth is so rich. It even contains origin chi. Also, I can clearly sense the essence realm of heaven and earth. The entire sacred city is like a large array that continuously gathers the spiritual chi and origin chi of heaven and earth. Lu Ming secretly sighed. If he cultivated here, his cultivation speed would definitely be very fast. The holy city was divided into the outer city, the inner city, and the core of the palace. Ordinary martial artists, small forces, and itinerant cultivators all lived in the outer city. The inner city was occupied by some of the powerful forces in the sacred city, such as the mansions of the nobles and ministers of the ancient Saint dynasty. Of course, the other overlords of the central continent had branches in the sacred city and people were stationed there all year round. As for the royal palace, it was where the core members of the Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty lived. Lu Ming strolled around casually. He was in the outer city now. He was thinking about how to sneak into the palace and find out about Xian Yanqing. After strolling around for a while, Lu Ming walked towards a restaurant. A restaurant was the best place to gather information. After ordering a few dishes and wine, Lu Ming sat down at a table. In another 2 months, the million-year national sacrifice of the ancient Saint dynasty will be here. At that time, the sacred city will be lively again. That's for sure. This is the million-year national sacrifice. How important is it? At that time, not only the overlord forces of Central Continent, but other forces of all sizes will gather in the sacred city. Even forces from Western Desert, Northern Plains, Southern Nether, and Eastern Barren will send people over. That's really lively. It's a rare sight. At that time, all the heavens' favorites from all over the world will gather. This is a rare occasion. That's most likely the case. This generation is really full of experts. When the heavens' favorites gather, there will inevitably be conflicts. Lu Ming had just sat down when he heard some important news. A million-year national sacrifice. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The Xie family of the ancient sacred dynasty had been established for 1,000,000 years. It was truly shocking. In the entire divine wilderness, which faction could have such a long history? It was too shocking. Even though the ancient Saint dynasty was on the decline, and the various emperors had their own territories, they still had to give the ancient Saint dynasty some respect in name. They still had to listen to the ancient Saint dynasty's orders. Of course, this was only in name. Therefore, even if it was just for show, those powers still had to come to the million-year national sacrifice of the ancient Saint dynasty. At that time, the emperors of some overlord forces might descend. I'm really looking forward to it. When the time comes, the winds and clouds will definitely gather, and experts will be as numerous as clouds. I heard that the Imperial Palace has already issued an order to expand the Imperial Dragon Guards to maintain order in the Holy City and protect the Imperial Palace. There's such a thing? When do you want to start recruiting? I want to try. It has already started today. We've been recruiting for the past half a month, so we can give it a try. However, the Imperial Dragon Guard's recruitment requirements are very high. Without a cultivation of the spirit embryo realm, it's impossible to enter. Lu Ming continued to listen and indeed he heard a lot of news. The Imperial Dragon Guards? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Imperial Dragon Guards were the Imperial Guards of the ancient Saint dynasty. They were responsible for guarding the palace and protecting the safety of the royal family. Didn't he want to sneak into the palace? Wouldn't it be fine if he joined the Imperial Dragon Guards? However, the Imperial Dragon Guard was to guard the palace and protect the royal family. Their identities had to be thoroughly investigated before they could join. Otherwise, if anyone could join, then wouldn't the safety of the royal family be at risk? Lu Ming's gaze shifted. He picked up his wine glass and walked towards a table at the side. 2 big brothers, please. I heard you say that you wanted to join the Imperial Dragon Guards, right? Lu Ming raised his glass and smiled. At this table, there were two burly men. One looked to be in his 40s, and the other looked to be in his 30s with a full beard. That's right. What can I do for you, little brother? The strong man with a full beard looked at Lu Ming and asked. This little brother comes from a small force and has just entered the holy city. I want to find a job and join the Imperial Dragon Guards. I heard the two of you talking about this matter just now. Perhaps we can work together in the future, so I wanted to make friends with you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, their expressions relaxed and they smiled. He's the one who wants to join, so I won't go. However, little brother, the conditions to join the Imperial Dragon Guards aren't low. You need to be at the Spirit Embryo realm. The 40-odd tough man laughed. That's just as well. This little brother has just broken through to the Spirit Embryo realm. It's just in time to give it a try. With that, Lu Ming's body emitted a faint aura. It was the aura of the first-level Spirit Embryo realm. Not only could the illusionary breath technique change one's aura, but it could also hide one's cultivation. Now, Lu Ming was hiding his cultivation to the first level of the Spirit Embryo realm. When they realized that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the first-level Spirit Embryo realm, the two of them were even more relieved. The burly man with a full beard said, Little brother, you're so young, yet you're able to reach the first level of Spirit Embryo realm. You can be considered a heaven's favorite. I'm impressed. You're overpraising me, big brothers. Come, let's drink to our hearts' content. Lu Ming said generously. How can I accept this? The man in his 40s laughed. This was the holy city. The food and wine in any restaurant were not cheap. Since Lu Ming was treating them, the two of them had a better impression of him. The three of them continued drinking. Lu Ming was new to the holy city and did not know much about it. He asked the two of them for advice and they told him everything they knew. Lu Ming learned that the two of them came from a small force outside the holy city called the Black Spear sect. They were not far from the holy city and often came to the holy city to purchase items. The man in his 40s was called Ma Wu, and the man in his 30s with a full beard was called Ming Lu. Ming Lu, what a coincidence. My name is read backwards, isn't that Ming Lu? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The three of them chatted and drank. After 3 rounds of drinking, Ma Wu and Ming Lu drank to their heart's content. Junior brother Ming Lu, since you want to join the Imperial Dragon Guard, then stay here and sign up with little brother Lu. I'll return to the sect first and tell you about your matter. If you work in the Imperial Dragon Guard, it'll be much more convenient for our Black Spear sect in the future. Ma Wu said. All right, senior brother Ma, you can go back first. I'll go and register tomorrow. Ming Lu nodded. After that, Ma Wu bade farewell and left. Lu Ming and Ming Lu found an inn nearby to stay in and planned to register the next day. Very soon night fell. Lu Ming concealed his aura and entered Ming Lu's room without a sound. Who? Ming Lu had just opened his mouth when Lu Ming struck out with his palm and knocked Ming Lu out. Then, he kept Ming Lu into the mountain and river diagram and let Dan inscribe an array, trapping him on the ground. I'm sorry, I'll borrow your identity for a while. I'll definitely compensate you in the future. Lu Ming muttered. His muscles and bones began to wriggle, transforming into Ming Lu's appearance. Then his aura changed as well, becoming very similar to Ming Lu's. I'm still missing a beard. Lu Ming smiled and left the inn. He bought a fake beard and stuck it on his face. Instantly, he looked exactly like Ming Lu. Even if Ma Wu was by his side, he would not be able to recognize that Lu Ming was a fake. Lu Ming had used Ming Lu's identity to sneak into the Imperial Dragon Guards, waiting for an opportunity to find out Xian Yanqing's whereabouts. As for Ming Lu, he could only temporarily stay in the mountain and river diagram. Joining the Imperial Dragon Guard. The next morning, Lu Ming headed for the registration area for the Imperial Dragon Guards. When he arrived, he was shocked to see that there was already a long line at the registration area. To some of the smaller powers, the Imperial Dragon Guards was a good job. Joining the Imperial Dragon Guards was equivalent to joining the ancient Saint Dynasty, and they would be able to obtain more cultivation resources. Those below the Spirit Embryo Realm, hurry up and leave. We don't need those below the Spirit Embryo Realm. At the registration area, there were a few burly men dressed in long purple robes embroidered with flood dragons. These were the Imperial Dragon Guards. Their auras were very strong. Lu Ming swept his gaze across them and realized that they were all at the 7th level Spirit Embryo Realm or above. There was also an old man sitting at the side, resting with his eyes closed. He was also wearing the clothes of the Imperial Dragon Guards, but his aura was unfathomable. Of course, it could not hide from Lu Ming's senses. Lu Ming discovered that this person was in existence at the 1st level of the Spiritual God Realm. Only those at the Spirit Embryo Realm and above can join. The requirements are too high. Let's go. Some people sighed, shook their heads, and walked away. Take out your identification and report your information. We will go and verify it. After that, there will be a test. Because there is a limit to the number of Imperial Dragon Guards that can be recruited this time, there are too many people who have registered. We can't take in all of them. Only the strong can stay. All right, the registration begins now. A burly man said. Then, they started to register one by one. Lu Ming waited patiently for a full 2 hours before it was his turn. Lu Ming moved his hand and an identity token appeared. He handed it to one of the Imperial Dragon Guards. This identity token was taken from Ming Lu. It was the identity token of the Black Spear Sect's disciple. Black Spear Sect, clear path. Lu Ming said. The burly Imperial Dragon Guard checked his identity medallion and registered it. We'll send people to verify your identity. If there's any falsehood in it, you'll be killed on the spot. Do you understand? The brawny Imperial Dragon Guard's eyes were cold. Yes, I know. Lu Ming nodded continuously. Yes, wait over there. There will be an assessment later. The brawny Imperial Dragon Guard said. Lu Ming walked to the side and waited patiently. After another 2 hours, the registration ended. There were more than 2,000 people who had signed up. All right, come with me. At this moment, the Spiritual God Realm Elder stood up and said indifferently. He then strode inside with Lu Ming and the rest following behind. Soon, they arrived at a military camp. There was a huge stone tablet in the middle of the camp. This stone tablet can test your cultivation. You just have to channel your true chi into the stone tablet and we will know your cultivation. There are 2,000 people who have registered this time, but we only want 200 people. Therefore, we will only accept those whose cultivation ranks are in the top 200. Now, the assessment begins, the old man announced. After that, the applicants went up to take the test one by one. As long as one put their true essence into the stone tablet would light up. Through the light, one could tell their cultivation level. He started testing them one by one. Lu Ming realized that many of them had a cultivation of the 1st level Spirit Embryo Realm. There were a lot fewer 2nd level Spirit Embryo Realm cultivators and even fewer 3rd level Spirit Embryo Realm cultivators. Very soon, it was Lu Ming's turn. Just in case, I'd better input a little more true chi. Lu Ming thought to himself. He was only taking in 200 people. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, Lu Ming planned to input more essential core. He walked to the stone tablet and pressed his hand on it. Lu Ming channeled his essential core. Buzz! The stone tablet shook, and 7 Silavir lights flashed. Enough! Lu Ming kept his essential core. 7 Silavir rays of light represented the cultivation of the 7th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm. This way, it should be foolproof and he would definitely be accepted. 7th level Spirit Embryo Realm. The Spiritual God Realm Elder's eyes lit up. Those who came to sign up were usually people from small forces, and their cultivation levels were not too high. Those who had too high a cultivation level would not join the Imperial Dragon Guards, and there were not many who had reached the 7th level of the spiritual embryo realm. Not bad. The spiritual god realm elder nodded. The test continued. Not long after, the test was completed. Lu Ming discovered that there were only 3 people who had reached the 7th level spirit embryo realm and only 1 person who had reached the 8th level. There was no one who could go higher. This made Lu Ming touch his nose. Was his performance too outstanding? Alright, the test is over. The top 200 will stay in the military camp for the time being and wait for our news in a few days. The spirit god elder ordered. Those who were not in the top 200 could only sigh and leave. Lu Ming and the group were led to their rooms. For the next few days, Lu Ming stayed in the military camp. He cultivated while waiting for news. 3 days later, the news came that Lu Ming had been recruited and had officially become a member of the Imperial Dragon Guards. The 4 of you are very good. I have temporarily arranged the positions of deputy flag for you. If you perform well in the future, it will not be a problem for you to be promoted. Also, the positions you need to guard have been arranged. Someone will inform you in a moment. After the spirit god elder finished his announcement, he gave each of them a token that represented the secondary flag. The flag in the Imperial Dragon Guard meant an official position. One banner had 500 people. The main banner could command 500 Imperial Dragon Guards, and the deputy banner was not small either. This was because their cultivation was profound. No matter where they were, strength was everything. Not long after, someone sent Lu Ming the Imperial Dragon Guard's robe and the news that they would be guarding the position. The 4 of them were naturally separated. The 8th Prince's guards. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. His temporary duty was to be the 8th Prince's guard. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a strange look. From what he knew, the 8th Prince was Xie Zhen. Wasn't Xie Zhen the one who took Xie Nianqing away from 9 dragons? What a coincidence. I just happened to ask Xie Zhen about little Qing. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. There were 200 people who had joined them, but there were more than 30 people who were grouped with Lu Ming. They were all the 8th Prince's guards. Soon after, a skinny man in his 40s came to Lu Ming and the rest. I am your commander. My name is Shifang. From now on, you will follow me. Now, follow me to the 8th Prince's mansion. The scrawny man swept his gaze across them, especially Lu Ming, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. This Shifang seems to be hostile to me, but this is the first time I've seen him. Strange. Lu Ming frowned slightly and thought to himself. The 8th Prince's mansion was in the inner city. It was very wide, like a villa, and it was 100 miles wide. These Imperial Dragon Guards couldn't directly enter the 8th Prince's residence, so they stayed in a military camp outside the residence. In the military camp outside the 8th Prince's residence, Lu Ming and the others gathered. Shifang stood on the platform and looked down on everyone with a cold expression. I'll tell you some things right now. The first and foremost order of the Imperial Dragon Guard is to obey orders and protect the safety of the Imperial family with your lives. Also, let me tell you, the Imperial Dragon Guard is full of experts. Don't be so proud of your strength. There are many more in the Imperial Dragon Guard who are stronger than you. Any one of them can easily suppress you. Do you understand? After saying that, Shifang's gaze swept across Lu Ming. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.